Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We are back after a short break for us here on stream, but not for the players. They've been grinding when we have seen teams qualify, win matches, but right now we are bringing you action for the upper bracket round 2. My name is going to be Lucifer, and along with me joining the desk is none other than Rudel. And Rudel, how are you feeling on this fine evening?
Well, yes, exactly. It was a long break that we witnessed
Hmm.
because, some of the other situations happened. But then again, we are back with the Pokemon Unite India Open. And, many of the matches we might have missed, because of them being played offline. But
Yeah.
then the action never stops. Once
Hmm.
again, we are back here, to bring these matches for you. And then it's, a big schedule out here, some big names, who have performed a lot. And now, when we are witnessing the round two and round three is coming forward, I'm really excited.
We are all because we are getting to see who are going to be the teams who will
Correct.
get to the grand finals. And not only that,
Mm-hmm.
they will also get a chance to represent India on a global stage. That's what we are looking forward to. Which are those top four
True.
teams? We will quickly get into the brackets as well as we progress and let you know what has happened until now. On the downside, I would say on the offside of the stream where you did not see the action, but still, you with the glimpse of the score that you would be seeing, you will kind of understand of how the heat has been for those teams. But I'm really
Correct.
excited to see what is going to be happening because as we see, right, it's Clash of the Titans coming in on the upper bracket rounds because you need to understand that upper bracket teams which are right now alive who have not used their safety net, they have had tough situations even in when they were in the stage 1 of the national playoffs. Now coming to stage 2, the game has not even gotten easier for them. They've never even got a proper breathing chance, and now they understand that the stakes are even higher. Because if they moved
Yeah.
on from here, Mrudul, they will be pushing themselves to the lower bracket round 2, which means that you're one step still away from the lower bracket finals and then maybe to the grand final. So that is numerous possibilities of elimination. With that
Correct.
aside, we will discuss about the prize that these teams are also fighting for, and that's what they'll be missing, that getting to the third, second, or the first spot and becoming a champion and walking away with the major share of 22.5 lakhs of the prize pool.
Well, yes, exactly. It's a lot on stake. And when, we discussed about that, it gives us goosebumps that, winning the tournament of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 and then, getting this much amount for having that win.
Mhm.
For the winners, the winners of the tournament would be taking home 11 lakh 25,000 rupees. For the second place, it's going to be 5 lakh 25,000. For the third place, it is going to be 3 lakh rupees. For the fourth, 1 lakh 50,000, and for the fifth and sixth places it is 50,000 rupees each. To talk about the seventh and eighth place, it would be 25,000 rupees. And again, the bragging rights of being in the top 8 teams of India Pokemon Unite.
They are top 8, but as I also mentioned, there have been a couple of teams which have gotten eliminated. As we jump into the brackets, you can see those teams in
Correct.
front of your screens.
Mm-hmm.
The first upper bracket matches, we know what happened and how it went through. But
Yeah.
Revenant, God's Reign versus Enigma, you could see God's Reign. They did lose one round, but they immediately got themselves back in, and now they've pushed
Yeah.
themselves to round two, where it's going to be TrueRippers versus God's Reign, and in the round two, we are going to be seeing the second match to be S8ul versus Revenant Esports. But the thing that you guys missed was Enigma versus Kemen, where Enigma seemed to have a very good clean sweep coming through, but Kemen, unfortunate for them, that was their last match here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. They showed us a lot of caliber and their exuberance of strength that they had, but for now, we will be looking forward to for them in the next upcoming tournament, and same goes for FSC Sports on their fate. They were the
Yeah.
only teams here, Mridul, that qualified from the qualification of regional, the zonal stages.
Yeah.
Unfortunate to see them go, but I hope
Mm-hmm.
to see them back in action and also grabbing the champions title in the next upcoming tournaments. But for now, it is going to be Marcos breathing a sigh of relief after getting pushed down from the upper bracket, lower bracket, and now they've pushed them to lower bracket round two. But it is not done, Mridul, because they know there is a long journey and they'll be meeting
Yeah.
teams from upper bracket.
Exactly, and when we talk about how it is a kind of breather, but still not a breather.
Hmm.
Again, the team who will be losing in the match of S8ul and Revenant Esports would be transferred into the match number 3. And then when you talk about True Rippers and God's Reign, the losing team would be transferred into the match number 4. Well, that match is going to be, offline, not on the stream, but then, talking about these 3 matches today. The first match with a lot of chaos, Revenant Esports, topping out their group where God's Reign, is also quite similar to them, whereas S8ul was at the second. True Rippers is at the top, but then when two toppers of the tables fight, it is going to be an immense job to be done today on the stream, Lucifer,
Mhm.
because as we see, True Rippers and God's Reign. One was a topper from Group A, another was a topper from Group B. But today, when we are witnessing these teams, there is no group. You have to save your, positions. You have to save your positions to actually qualify for the next stage. Again, in the lower brackets, it's all about do or die.
As you said, it is not about whether you were in the first in your group or you came second. Right now, you need to fight for survival. And that's what Revenant Esports versus S8ul is going to be all about. Crowley's 50, Blizzard, Z-Shaw, and Nova coming in from Revenant and talking
Yeah.
about S8ul, Might, Tensai, Curse, Durbury, and Goal. Not like these players need introduction, but when you say the name of these players, you understand the immense impact that these players deliver in every particular
Correct.
round. You cannot count even
Correct.
a single player out. You cannot even count their Pokemon, which might feel like, oh, this is a weak Pokemon, it's a squishy Pokemon. But all these
Uh-huh.
players have developed a strength where they know
Yeah.
how to play with that specific Pokemon and where you do not get a chance to KO them at all. So to find a KO itself, it's going to be a tough one. But once the KO starts rolling in either from S8ul or Revenant, somebody's going to take control of that momentum and run through it.
Well, yes, exactly. Discussing about these two teams, Reverend, we know how much of strong power they hold, right? And
Hmm.
once again, when they actually land into the arena, they are at a different level. Once again, yes, these are the two teams we are going to, witness and playing in the match number 1. And then again, their choices, their bans, their picks, everything depends,
Hmm.
how much strategies you make and how much counter strategize you give to your opponent. That is also an important task to be done.
It is going to be an important one, especially that here we are going to be seeing a derby between these two. I mean, that's what if you follow the social handles, you will get. This is going to be the Pokemon Unite derby. They're going to go down right to the model and get dirty and try to do as much as damage and get goals and scores up for one or the other side. Whether it's going to be Revenant at
Yeah.
the end of the day walking away with the best of five, or is it going to be S8ul? It's going to be a tough one to kind of even uh, understand and break down, especially that as we keep talking about, there's numerous Pokemons. We might have not seen all the Pokemons, but at certain times in do or die situations, players have gone to the extremities of Pokemons we
Mm-hmm.
have generally seen in the meta, or maybe who was in meta in the early stages. And I want to take, I would say, one Pokemon which we saw earlier wasn't effective, but then in the next team's favor, it became really effective. None other than the
Correct.
Greninja coming through. In the
Yeah.
entire, I would say, start of stage one, we never saw Greninja coming out. I think even if there was, I'm not too sure if it was like
Yeah.
such marking that could like be, it could win your
Oh.
checkpoint or whatever in terms of sorts. It was not that, but here it was something to show us like you did not think that we just had a limited set. We're going to be
Yeah.
changing strats as we go, as we understand that we have exhausted with one Pokemon, and that's the best part of it. Every attacker, every all-rounder, every role that we see here in Pokemon Unite has other Pokemons as well. They might be different, but if you're able to adapt to the playstyle, at the end of the day there'll still be an all-rounder who can hit punches. There'll still be a supportive Pokemon which can take damage and make sure your team has the upper hand in numerous of the situations where you feel like we are getting like thrown out with moves, we are getting pushed out, we are getting dominated, and one supportive player just chimes in, maybe with the heal, maybe with the boost of their attack, a buff that they give. Not too sure how it's going to be, especially with the meta, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be jumping to the game and the draft pick, especially to see. But
Yeah.
Mridul, before we get to that place, I have one question for you. Do you think the bans are
Okay.
still going to be the same, Dodrio and Tyranitar?
Again, that is rolling around my mind, Lucifer. Again,
Hmm.
that is a great question, and to actually answer that, we need to witness the ban phase. And as I talk about that, the ban phase is out here. Okay, it is a Dodio ban at last, but from the Revenant side, it's going to be an STUL. A simple forward answer, a simple forward response from the side of Revenant Esports. They know that, actually, S8ul, we won't be allowing you to pick that Snorlax. You know, and we know how much you can be powerful with it. And there are some picks already forming out from both the sides. Swifty, straightforward. He knows what he is going to pick. Eldigos logged and set. On the other side, it's Derby going in for Sizer and Might picking up the Azumarill.
I'm wondering how Might is going to be creating nuisance for Revenant, but on the other hand, I'm waiting for Blizzard and Nova's pick. Now, with Dodrio not being there, Nova, he's not going to be picking up the Dodrio, but is he going to be coming up with
Correct.
something new? Blizzard, he goes for a Decidueye. On
Hmm.
Revenant's end, we have seen both Decidueye or Godever coming out. Are brilliant
Yeah.
Pokemons, and that's the reason Blizzard thinks maybe with Crowley I can gel better with a Gardevoir, and Nova goes in for the queen herself, Zarina, coming out, but he's still playing with our minds. Finally, he decides, like, I want little more range, and especially the Spirit Shackle coming through the entire tournament has been a move which upsets a lot of the players. And S8ul, as their final
Correct.
picks, they come with a Mamoswine as well as Cursed on the Tyranitar and Revenant, banning Snorlax. Immediately, S8ul say, oh, there's Tyranitar, let's pick it up, and Might. This is what I was thinking. Maybe Might switches things up, and now with three all rounders coming in from S8ul, they're ready to pack punches and take hits both the way.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, looking forward to their final preparations. Choices have been made. Derby goes in for a Blissey, while the Tyranitar has been sent forward to the Might. So again, some choices split it up into the side of S8ul, and that's how we would be going into the arena. But then again, the lineups have been finalized. It's now that we are going to see some or the more action forming up right now
Mm-hmm.
here, Lucifer. We are going to begin with the very first game of the day, and then again, a series of game following up. We know that how this game matters a lot to the match 3. The
Mm-hmm.
loser would be transferred to the losers bracket, and then not the losers bracket, but actually the lower bracket where it is death or either you qualify to the next round.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not too sure who we can count out in the early situations of these rounds.
Correct.
But the round started. Let's jump into the game itself, the derby, and let's see who controls this derby, who controls this arena and the ring. Is it going to be Revenant Esports or is it going to be Team SATUL? This stage 2 of national playoffs is going to be super intense. But I'm looking forward to who's going to be the first goaler. It looks should be coming in from Revenant's end, as on the top, it's getting a little bit difficult. As you see, Revenant Rishal, he just went in.
Yeah.
The goal, as well as Revenant Noah, who's still leveling up this arena, will also get the goal.
Well, yes, with the Rowlet, actually, we need to wait till the very level 7. And it's now the level 4. We would soon be seeing a Dartrix coming out there. But then again, you know how the score lines are keeping up right now. Yes, the Dartrix is right there. And S8ul right now leads it. Morel, a great choice. When it becomes an Azumarill, we would be adding that mobility to himself and, pointing out those goals back to back, the all-rounderness, and actually having all the 4 abilities, to cause the damage, to take the damage, have the speed as a speedster, and going for the scoring. So all-rounderness, Azumarill has definitely a great point has been provided to the team of S8ul. Once again, this is we talk about the national playoff stage 2. Upper brackets round 2 is right now in front of us, whereas S8ul on the bottom lane looks sturdy.
Early stages here, Nudal. So whether a team is sturdy or not is something that we'll see once the Reggies are about to form, because that's when
Correct.
teams will have a good level on each other and will be ready to take head-on fights, either a top lane fight or a bottom lane fight happening. But for now, they'll just be trying to annoy each other, trying to snatch away the wild Pokemons available, trying to fight in jungles, and that's what we are seeing. Revenant are pushing players from SATL back to the jungle, forcing them to get back and making sure that the other players from Revenant can have an easy chance in farming up, especially because SATL have two big Pokemon in terms of the all-rounders who need to level up. The Tyranitar as well as you mentioned, Azumarill. Azumarill will be quicker in evolving to the final form, but Tyranitar is the one they'll be looking forward to. But they've caught Azumarill, who right now being hit with
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
everything.
whoa.
But his amount of damage that he can take was good enough. But his teammate, you can see, cursed on that Scyther for now already came in, but it was a little bit too late. But he's still trying to slice the players out, eliminate them one after another. But the light screen coming in from S8ul is just brilliant. And this is why I said, of all the Mime players, S8ul is one of the best I've seen so far, and I enjoy seeing him.
Oh, well, definitely. You know, Lucifer, how well he's actually going in with it. And then, once again, when you talk about the game position out here, Revenant is just adding those goals. 120 to the scoreline of only Twitter 27, and then they getting the Jupiter out. The Tyranitar needs to come around because, you know, only 1 minute or 1 minute 30 seconds time is left, and then the half of the game would already be over. Mr. Mime actually adding a lot of damage to Tensai, and the Pillar Swine is also going to get a lot.
Right now, with Regis being there, you could see these fights are going back and forth. Everybody's trying to deal damage to one another, and it looks like S8ul are the ones who are taking the brunt of it. Revenant on the other end, they have these players who can take damage, and that's why you could see on the bottom, he's like, it's okay, you keep hitting me, does not matter. Right now your attention is on me, but Revenant on the other end, after taking Reggie, they'll be also looking for the Reggie on top, and that's what is happening. Nova is solo fighting it. Blissey, he's already made his way here, so with the egg bomb can do damage, and that's the reason Noah immediately backs off, but still he'll keep packing punches, and Blizzard comes in, and Reggie back in their hands, and also with the top goal zone destroyed here, Mridul.
Yeah.
Easy to push to the second top, and they'll be making sure they get that as well in control, especially with Might still not evolved to the Tyranitar.
Well, yes, exactly, and that's how Revenant, you know, forming up the duo out here against Busy, as Arena, you know, just came back and was actually focusing on the Busy. At the very same moment, Decidueye was available to cause that KO to the Reggie. And then look at Decidueye getting a KO streak out there. Scores being added back to back. And look at the scoreline. It's 269 to just a 39, and at least a KO came off from the side of Scyther. But again, it's not a Sizer, and the choice has been made. The Sizer won't be coming in. But to talk about the scoreline, you know, coming in from the side of Revenant Esports, how dominant they are on even their goalpost, and on the goalpost of S8ul, they're not wanting them to secure. Well, you know, 9 points would be added, but that won't make a huge difference out here that Revenant has made. You know, getting all of those Regis, 2 of the Regis have come up, and they've got both the Regis in their favor. Again, Scyther getting a KO, but this time a revenge KO comes up, and with that, a huge KO streak once again can form up from the side of Decidueye, getting a 2 KO streak. Now goes on to the bottom lane, and you know, S8ul was here to conquer the bottom lane. Now it's Revenant Esports pushing them out and actually wanting to score the goal in the goal post.
Revenant, they might have had the early control in the first Reggie spawn, but looks like Revenant still have the control of them. Reggie again goes in their favor, and they're looking unstoppable. Curse, he's in a crunch a little bit because there are various players from Revenant who are already fighting. There is Darbury trying to help, but with the Unite also being used, but still Curse gets hit a lot because of the no Ascendant Queen coming out through, and she's not stopping. She's literally taking down Curse, as well as the entirety of Revenant had their eyes on eliminating the Scyther, and after that they wanted to pounce on the other players of S8ul, but S8ul turned the tide around with the Tyranitar and Azumarill playing together and doing the damage. This is what S8ul needed to turn the tide around, and now with Reggie still available in the top, they'll be looking forward to it, but Might, he just kept fighting in their base relentlessly and gave up that bottom lane control that little maintained, and now that entirety has fallen, and which makes availability for Revenant to push on the top and immediately take down Reggie, and that's what they're understanding and running right into. Whereas looking at the players of S8ul, they're just still looking forward to farming, and you can see here Curse understanding that he cannot go for a 1v1 easily against the players of Revenant, especially it's 50 on the healer. Revenant are going to be getting the second Reggie on the top as well. Tensai thought with his horsepower he should be finding something, but immediately the only thing he finds is the KO.
Well, again, the best thing that Revenant has done out here, they have got, you know, some or the other strategy for the side of Mammoth Swine and Tyranitar. The 2 Pokemons, you know, which can be damaging to the team, have already been left off. Whereas Scyther Cursed, how much can he do with that Pokemon? You know, he can get those KOs, he can get a KO streak, but then the team needs to be with him. When Scyther goes in or a Sizer goes in, he needs the team out here when he is in the arena. Well, once again, as we see right now, the scoreline is looking too great for Revenant Esports. It's all about a Rayquaza coming in. Before that, they actually need to touch that 300 mark. And look at that. Yes, it is going to come right now as we see another Reggie Steal. Yes, it is the Reggie Steal in the bottom lane and conquered by Decidueye. So again, out of the 4 Reggies that Team Revenant Esports have got, at least 3 have been conquered by a single Decidueye. What a great work coming out here from the side of Revenant Esports.
It was known after Blizzard making the choice, he will be looking forward to breaking the players up and making sure using the range for high impact. And now with Rayquaza spawn, I'm looking forward to what more Blizzard will be looking forward to. An initiate, I would say, immediate ending for Rayquaza. It looks like Revenant have already that on card. Tensai trying to slow it down. He makes use of his Unite. They're trying to stomp on everybody. Everybody is going away from him. Only little damage, especially throwing the Queen off. That was the only thing that was possible, but nothing else. It is just chaos being delivered. Scyther somehow eliminates that difficulty by taking down Blizzard. Right now, Might, he's right at none other than the legendary pit, but unfortunately, Might has no other players that he could be helped out with. Revenant on the other end, they did lose out Blizzard, but they still have 4 more players to play with. Might now gets pushed off the legendary pit, and now they're just trying to crunch him towards their jungle. In the meantime, Tencent back in action, but Noah, he's also holding him check.
Well, with that, you see that Revenant Esports actually leading the power and how much they're focusing right now on getting the Unites. Revenant haven't found much, or we haven't saw that because, they have been busy in the battles from the start. And once again, winning those battles is what Revenant has done brilliantly. But then on the legendary pit, if they're losing, it's going to be a better of a problem for them as Azumarill gets that Mew. But then a comeback comes here, a rage kill out there by the side of Revenant, and that is a knockout coming in. Eldegoss knocking out the Azumarill. Once again, the legendary pit is over, but then the Eldegoss actually needs to pick up that heal. And here he goes, 38 added by the Blissey. Blizzard, again, busy solo out there, getting that Rayquaza. How Blizzard is doing that damage. Arrows back to back, and Lucifer. Eldegoss is also out there.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's a steal! It's a steal by the Tyranitar in the end.
It was from the
Eldegoss was not
Scyther.
able to counter that. It was from a Scyther?
Yeah, the steal was from Scyther, but they're still trying to put a stop to it. Noah, brilliant job done. He at least stops one, but now he needs to make sure he hits Darbury, breaks his advantage. But the Unite comes out from none other than Darbury. He puts goals down.
Oh, yeah, they have
That
done.
was 72,
They have done.
but I don't think
3
they
times.
managed to reach. It was very close.
I think they've done it, Lucifer.
Oh!
We'll have our answers. We'll have our answers.
By
Yes,
just
they've
7
done it.
more goals.
By just 7 more. In the end, when they actually added 76, I was just, around to make that calculations. And actually, in the end, it would be S8ul. What a brilliant comeback. Scyther, starting from the game, Scyther looked so wonderful, with the power. And actually, it was a great pick. It was a great thing given out there to Cursed. Cursed, surrender to you, my man. And what a great performance. Definitely deserves the player of the game title. With the game basics and everything, it might be going in for Tensai. You know how much assist he added as a Mammoth Swine. But then for me, the wonders committed by the side of Cursed. Wow.
From Cursed, yes, but also I would add on to Darbury for him to get the goal done, right? In the early
Yeah.
times where he put down the goals when nobody from the side of S8ul even got any chance. It was always Revenant trying to push, but sneakily Darbury going in, scoring I think 40 goals early, and then
Yeah.
immediately after getting Rayquaza as well, he puts down another 36, which should be 72.
76. Yeah.
Is what he did. That tells us brilliant play from Darbury, mind presence and understanding that majority of the players from Revenant are getting KO'd. We might just find one small opening, and that one
Correct.
small opening was way more than enough. This graph, look at it, how dominating it was from Revenant. But one
Yeah.
small mistake where Blizzard, the man who was always, I would say, properly delivering KOs one after another, even if it was not for knockouts, he used to make sure that he assists, does the damage. But this time, he did damage to none other than Rayquaza, the boss Pokemon, and Scyther Cursed, he
Yeah.
capitalized.
And that too in the very last 20 seconds. Revenant Esports was not expecting that move coming out from the Scyther.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as in the last 20 seconds they got the Rayquaza, it was the move once again by the side of Durbury who actually added to it.
Ah, Darbury, man, oh man, what a steal at the end in terms of the goals. If not for him, and also Rayquaza coming in from Curse, timing it perfectly, S8ul would have lost this. What a play. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined seeing a fight like this, but Darbury, kudos to you. Look at the recovery as well, and the damage that he took 84,000 might as well. Kudos to him. After coming on the Tyranitar, he became fully active, but somewhere down the line it was not enough,
Oh,
and that's the reason SATL never got a proper holding in at least 9 minutes of the game. But that
yeah.
last nth minute or nth 30 seconds that we had, uh there's a I'm pretty sure he's not going to be happy with that last minute, I would say want or greed, or I don't know what to call it, but his intention of going to fight with Rayquaza alone and doing so much damage, who we knew, I would say Blizzard is capable of. But now you can see even one small instance, one small gap, and also Revenant not going to capitalize or at least getting some goals when they were getting chaos is also something that they'll be feeling bad about. If just they gold after the last minute, like the final stretch, even if it was 10, right, they would have won by now here, Mridul.
Yeah. Even, till the very last minute, it just looked like it was a win for the side of Revenant Esports. But
Exactly.
then again, at the very last minute or in the very last seconds of time, it became so crucial for S8ul to actually pick it up. Well, we talk about the Mammosoin, faced a lot of chaos, damage taken would be a lot from the side of Tensai. He
Hmm.
was always there working out. There are times when you actually in the strategy, die a lot of times, get KO'd a lot of times, and then you somehow mess up. But then these are the esports player we talk about. Tensai didn't mess up with the ability that he had. He knew that Mamoswine could actually add a lot when it's talked about the tackles and how Mamoswine can actually cause that defense for the team. Maintained it, made a huge move, having 7 assists out there, and that's how he changed the whole pace of the game, actually making it a win. Durbury and the Scyther that is cursed, and
Hmm.
even this guy Tensai. These three players making the dream team out there, and with this trio, S8ul actually got the game for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, SATL right now, they will be like, ooh, that was a close one. Where
That was
we
a close
thought we
one.
did not have control, but as you rightly said, Tensai coming in with all his moves, all the attacks, he bought enough space where his teammates could breathe, where his teammates could figure out a better way through to function. And also, I would say it went down to whose individually like play style comes out the best. And Cursed at the same time understanding that okay, Tensai is also going a little bit individual, but his intention is still for the team, where he can create space for us with the Mammoths. When you could see with the Mammoth Mash as well, everybody
Yeah.
concentrated towards Tensai, whereas the entire Legend Repair and the surrounding areas, the SATUL jungle as well, was left just like that without anybody trying to push to that position. And when Tensai got eliminated, then is when Revenant started to force themselves, looking forward to players, sending a search party down their jungle and trying to go in the bottom and the top lane to search the players of SATUL to push them out, to KO them. But if not for Tensai, I feel like majority of the SATL players would have been knocked out very earlier, and once they received that KO, maybe then it would have been an easier Rayquaza which Revenant would have got, and then they wouldn't even be worried
Yeah.
about losing it. This tells us that even these small things that when we see it, oh unfortunate, Tensai his unite was not useful, things like this that we see on screen, but how it impacts for the team can be a different play, and that's the reason this
Yeah.
first round is what SATL have gotten, but that does not mean SATL will be able to close best of 5, because who are they fighting against? The table toppers of Group B. Now, how the matchup has happened is just insane. Top one, the first positioning coming in from one group, either A or B, you take it. They're fighting with the other groups, A or B, second position. Vice versa for the second round as well. So this matchup right now, it looks like destined to be seen here
Yeah.
in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, and the storylines coming out is just brilliant. But from here, where it'll go is something that we are looking forward to. Let's jump into the draft pick and see if there are any changes, Mridul.
Well, yes, again, jumping out there in the draft pick, it would be a simple ban from the side of S8ul. I hope so. But then again, Revenant, how they actually went in for a Snorlax ban affected S8ul. Till the last moment, it affected S8ul. But then you ban a Snorlax, beware of the Mammoth Swine.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Hello. So confused right now. Both the teams
Eldigos?
banning Eldegoss for each other.
Wow.
I never saw that coming. I was like, okay, I saw one side, okay, Eldegoss coming in. So SATL looks like they do not want 50 to play Eldegoss, and that's the reason that ban is. But then I was like, okay, then we'll look at the picks, and I think SATL should be banning Dodrio, nothing to worry about from there. But they've also left it, and therefore SATL themselves also pick up a Dodrio. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Darbury. I think it should be either Cursed, Ghoul,
Yeah.
either one of these two players picking up this Dodrio for now, but who knows? We have seen versatile players come out and they might be doing something brilliant. Not a lot in
Yeah.
terms of changes because Snorlax being available, 50 says, okay, Eldegoss is out, we'll pick up Snorlax.
Yeah. Again, Eldegoss adds a lot to the team, when help is needed. We saw how Unite moves took down Tyranitar a lot of times. So again, Eldegoss is an important Pokemon. You cannot just leave around that, white of a ball just roaming around the whole area. It's a supporter Pokemon, and then the addition of support is always needed to an attacker. Whereas an all-rounder, yes, it has all the power, but then, a team is required for an all-rounder to perform. Yes, the picks are over, they have picked them up, and now the final preparations begin. But then, Lucifer, for this very game, both the teams banning this Eldegoss, yes, as you say, Cursed picking up the Dodrio.
And Dodrio is going to be a brilliant speedster, but to counter that, there's Blizzard also with an Upsol coming through. So,
Yeah,
interesting game ahead for us. Blizzard does change out from that ranged attacker to a speedster to fight in close ranges where he can do a lot of damage. And I'm
yeah,
pretty sure with Swifty being in their cards on that Snorlax, they'll try to
yeah,
smudge players to the wall. And I'm pretty sure S8ul will also have a read onto it. But how will they run away from Swifty? How will
correct.
Swifty jump right in with the slams coming through, and maybe even the Unite, the power nap is so very good in terms of completely healing the Snorlax, but also making sure that anybody surrounding his sleeping circle, I would call that, you will be damaged in case you're the opponents. You will not be able to run away, and if that happens, it is as deadly as in putting down a block and then you immediately getting KO'd. So you need to watch out for how they play on that Snorlax. But on the other end, having this Dodrio, I feel maybe I would have loved Nova on the Dodrio because we've seen him how effective Revenant have been with the Dodrio on Nova and how the entire team functioned. But now with an Upsol, I'm looking forward to a lot of more new developments.
Well, then again, how it actually mattered, for Tensei to have that Mamoswine, he would be going for the same pick for the team, but then might going in for that Scyther. That's, that makes a huge statement out here from the side of S8ul. They have taken it personally, and that's how a Scyther would be coming in from the side of mine.
Seashell still on the mind. Looking forward to what more he'll be doing. No air synergy for now because S8ul, they're the ones running away, snatching all of it in their favor. You can see this one as well. That was Scyther getting himself and also getting some goals. And AO synergy, it's getting tough for Revenant to farm. They're not even giving anything. And S8ul are like, they might have gotten the first game, but if they lost that, it looks to be our best of 5. So let's make sure we deliver that. We eliminate the players. And you can see how much damage they've done because still the early stages, they'll somehow survive. But oh no, they've caught one player and SATL will be losing Ghoul. And now they have to immediately back off. They cannot push further because again, Dodio is not leveled up to Dodrio. It's still in level 4. It needs to get to level 5. Same goes for their Mamoswine, which is such a teeny tiny Pokemon for now. If all the 3 players push, an instant KO can happen. But on the other end, Revenant are the ones who are receiving the KOs because they did not hold it really well and also did not go for healing and a 2 KO streak which helps up the Dodrio to become a Dodrio, and now SATL are rushing and running as they want to destroy this bottom goal zone as well as with the possibility of destroying the top.
Well, yes, exactly, and that's how they have now picked up the pace from the very start. They aren't focusing on anything out here, Lucifer. They know what they need to do, but then Revenant coming up once again with the KOs. The KOs are a big problem to S8ul, where they actually, picked up the first 17 points out there, even in the round number 1. But then, as we talk about the round number 2 out here, the Snorlax is available, and Swifty, after being a supporter, right now present as a Snorlax, needs to add a lot to the team. Yes, the Eldegoss is not out here, and the support it always provided as an Eldegoss. Now, as a defender, he needs to provide that with the endurance and taking damage for the team.
He needs to, but right now he's on the top lane, and that's the reason S8ul are taking this comfortable chance of pushing the bottom lane, farming and leveling up and destroying the goals. But Dodrio, who just went on top, gets punished, eliminated from that Snorlax we were just talking about. So a good play coming in from Swifty, but on the other hand, Blizzard is looking forward to punishing the players and making sure that they do not get a lot more. And the top lane control is what Revenant have taken if S8ul are decided to take the bottom lane. And now with Regieleki spawned on the bottom, now in the top, there should be an easy chance for Revenant to take it away and run. But in the meantime, S8ul, you just saw what happened. They take the Regi Ice and they're immediately going in to destroy the bottom goal zone. And that will be the same intent which Revenant will be rushing through. As they've already destroyed the top goal zone, they'll be looking forward to destroying the second one as well. But understanding that there will be somebody holding guard of it, Revenant decide to change the lanes and then look forward to players, and Tensai gets spotted.
Well, with that, they would be getting spotted out there, and Revenant would actually be taking a huge impact of that. On the top lane, the Reggie is already out there, and now destroying it, single-handedly. The Reggie would be destroyed from the side of Scyther, and here he goes. The KO once again coming in from Serena. Serena actually once again adding a lot for the team, even with the Unite moves or not even the Unite moves available. But then the Dodrio is out there. S8ul gets secure. The Dodrio adding back 7, 8. Anything he gets, Dodrio adds it to the goal post. And look at that. Single-handedly how Revenant Esports took that goal post. It was brilliant.
We saw as soon as they got that top Regieleki, they're like, okay, let's just switch lane, get control in the other lane as well, and they've managed to do it. You can see players are just getting pushed off, damaged and eliminated, but Might is also making sure he delivers the same damage. He eliminates 3 of the players, and now with Darbury also being on his side, he's going to be making sure that if somebody overextends, will punish them as well. Both the teams have lost their, I would say, first 2 goal zones, both on the top and the bottom, but after that, what is the next move? Regis are about to spawn in less than 30 seconds on both the top and the bottom lane. I'm looking forward to what S8ul are going to be doing. Initially in the first one, they did lose the top one, but right now it looks like Might is going to be getting a big 30 score done and then trying to run away as well. 3 players trying to jump on him, but Might being the all-rounder is taking and tanking all that damage, but not for too long. A barrier comes through, a light screen and everything to destroy him, and immediately Revenant get bottom lane control and they're fighting with Reggie still to get the attack buff.
Oh yeah, the attack buff is also required from a team when you actually talk about, and look at that. Revenant Esports, we are going to see a KO coming out here. And on the other side, the Blissey takes it. Team S8ul once again in the lead, and it looks like they're looking in for a 3-0. The Azumarill gets that KO on a Snorlax. That was wonderful. Tensai once again doing the wonders with that Mammothine, and the Dodrio just going in with all the speed it has.
I thought that Reggie steal would be an easy one, and S8ul had other plans. They immediately nullify it and get that attacking buff and do a lot in terms of damage. And now with the damage, they destroy the second goal zone of the bottom lane, which makes the base goal zone completely vulnerable. And during all this action, even though Revenant were able to deliver KO and send players back of S8ul back to their bases, doesn't matter. The top Regieleki has been again taken, and now with just less than 2 minutes to go, Rayquaza will spawn, and everybody will be looking forward to fighting with that rather than the next upcoming Regis, which will get difficult. And Swifty, understanding this Unite is there, he's like, it's okay, it's just clones, and as being a tank here, I will be able to take damage, so let me just clear that path, making sure my teammates don't get hit with it and maybe somebody doesn't jump on it. But right now, in terms of the lead, it is S8ul in charge with 317, almost double of what Revenant have in the score.
Well, then we have seen coming this from both the sides, both the ends, where they have, stood up at a goalpost actually, got that till the very end. With the other Pokemons are still in the base, waiting to be
Oh,
respawned. And then look at that, a Unite cluster forming out here. Revenant Esports would actually be taking that KO, initiated on a single Pokemon by 5, but then on the other side, Sizer and Odrio are busy doing their work. Oh, my MG. That was wonderful though.
thought there was a trap setup, but only ends up giving up his life and also the bottom lane control. Again, Revenant, yes, they did die in pushing this bottom lane, but the only thing that happened was S8ul regaining some lane control towards their goal zones and nothing towards the players of Revenant. So a good try coming in from S8ul as well as Revenant. No, both of them not losing a lot, but Revenant are the ones who are on the deficit. But somehow getting a goal scored in, they pushed their limits to the 230 mark, and with just another 10 seconds to go, we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza. But just before that, taking Reggie Rock, they do get the defensive buff, but not for long. Rayquaza will spawn, the buff will go down. That's all is going to be happening now.
Exactly, we need to talk about this too, how the buff actually goes back into the favor of S8ul. Yes, Revenant has somehow managed to gain those points, but then Lucifer, look at that. Only one of the goalposts available except the spot goalpost for the side of Revenant Esports. And look at that, S8ul just bashing in on the bottom lane. They need to conquer that. They need to have the farming done. And oh, the Mammoth Sword getting a KO on that Mr. Mime. Again, the streak picking up, and now more points being added out here. Azumarill goes in once again for the Snorlax.
And Unites are still alive from S8ul. Revenant also have their Unites, but their players need to come back alive. And yes, there is Mew who's already made his way, but his position was seen, and now they're pushing him back, flushing him out. But the Upsol, it's made its way to the legendary pit, and it will be doing a lot in terms of damage. Uses the Unite, but it fails, and finally it is going to be still S8ul walking away with none other than Rayquaza, and also delivering chaos to the players of Revenant one after another. And that's done. It's a done deal. Mew, who was spotted early on, does go push to get scores and goals delivered. But S8ul, after getting the advantage of the goals as well as this chaos energy after taking down Rayquaza, they'll be the ones who will be having the higher numbers, irrespective of how much ever Revenant find a way to score.
Well, exactly, and you know how Revenant actually went for it. They have now crossed the 800 mark out there, Lucifer.
S8ul.
Yes, Mew was... Oh, sorry for that. The S8ul. Again, when I talk about Revenant, I am excited about them that they were actually able to gain that lead even after they got that Rayquaza. But as soon as they reached the goal post, nothing was left for them. Now 883 has been achieved, and once again getting those KOs back to back. Now they take up the total to 900. It be 1,000, Lucifer? That is going to be brilliant out there, but no, it reaches 953, 957 right now at the total. 961 coming out here. Okay, 963. It's done. The time's up, and we now see that the match is going to get over. Team S8ul taking it out 2-0, straightforward. But then Lucifer, now I have one thing in my mind. Can Revenant actually take 3 games back to back? This has happened before. These are the best of the teams that are playing against each other. One is a table topper of their group, and one is actually at the second position in their group.
Mridul, you know, right? There is something called a caster's curse, which generally happens. I'm not too sure if this curse gets activated where Revenant get a chance to clean sweep S8ul, and if that happens, S8ul will not be happy. But looking at this data right in front of our screens of the overall picture, you could see Tensai previously also was the MVP. Here in the second round is also the MVP, and the major reason was he was always buying time and space, and therefore maybe it looked like Revenant were able to eliminate him and gain control, but it was gain control towards the legendary pit. It was around the entire edge of the bottom lane, not towards their goal zones. And I think that's where S8ul getting that pocket of breath is the reason that they were immediately able to deliver blow back to Revenant. Even if they lost goal zones, it did not matter. S8ul always kept themselves in the, I would say, advantage in the lead, and also made sure most of the times they were the ones taking away the Regis, irrespective whether it's the top or the bottom.
True. And then how Swifty actually made wonders with the Snorlax. Once again, kudos to him. Added a lot for the team, and making that total out there. But then the whole team worked a lot. In the end, it was the Rayquaza which actually made the difference. You know how Revenant Esports always tried always tried to match up with S8ul. And look at that, between the very 4 minute and the 6 minute on the graph, we can see how close they were to S8ul. Once again, the things mattered around the Regis. Always and always, when S8ul were actually able to make out the difference against Team Revenant Esports, it was because of the Regis. One of the Regis actually was in the favor of Revenant, and the other Regis were founded out by the side of Team S8ul. After that, it was the Rayquaza. They got those points, added those 400 points, then a plus pointer of adding 200 more.
With the battle data in front of us, you can see Tensai doing damage both the ways, taking as well as delivering. But Cursed balancing everything really well, but on top of it, making sure he put down goals. Talking about Ghoul, on the Azumarill, you generally expect an average of 50,000, whether it is damage taken or delivered, and Ghoul has done it. Might as well going on none other than Sizer had to do a lot in terms of damage. Did 50,000 coming in. But the man, this
Mm-hmm.
time, who did not have to kind of do a lot of heavy lifting was Darbari. You could see his recovery also not being lot, but
Yeah.
that tells you that the team as a whole played up really well, and therefore they did not lead a lot in terms of assistance or healing, and that was generally because of Tensai. Tensai was like, I would say, the scout and also the trap uh, player in terms of like giving away their positions, understanding where the players from Revenant are pushing together, and especially
Yeah.
we know Revenant love to play as a squad together. So therefore, pushing or
Correct.
fighting with Revenant is going to be a tough deal until and unless you know which Pokemons are pushing up and what kind of movesets they might have and what kind of your move sets will be there in terms of a counter, and that's the reason Tensai is the MVP again. But with the next round to go, as you already mentioned, we have seen numerous of the times in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 that reverse sweeps have worked out. Today, who knows? Maybe there is a possibility, maybe not.
Well, yes, exactly. That is on all of our, you know, different situations we make out for.
Mhm.
But then again, Lucifer, once again, the situations, these hypotheses will come up back to back. Once our minds stop troubling, we would be actually in a peace.
Mhm.
Right now I am just in a thought that how much troubled would be the team of Revenant Esports. Look at them, they are one of the most important teams out here, and you
Mhm.
know how much damage they have got against Team S8ul. Yes, they might actually hinder that in the lower bracket. They would be the best team out there in the lower bracket if they actually get there. But then again, qualifying from the upper bracket and actually getting some chances back to back. In
Mhm.
every round you lose in upper bracket, you get a chance. But then in the lower bracket, if you lose, you won't get a single chance. You would be straightforward out of the tournament.
Yeah, and nobody wants that. It will
Yeah.
happen, but they're trying their best to avoid it as much as possible. And again, wishing all the teams all the best to break a leg, make sure they get whatever they want in terms of the spoils, victories, and the champions title, and also a qualification chance to represent India on a global stage.
Yeah.
But not everybody will be getting that chance. Even if they put their everything, it'll be a team which would have been better. And SATUL are a team that know when their opponents have given them a small loophole or a crack or something which just is able to burst through, and SATUL can immediately exploit that entirety. That's what happened in the first round. If that first round was not taken from SATUL, this wouldn't have been the case at all. How we are seeing two rounds being taken from SATUL would have been the similar case or picture we would have seen from Revenant. A quick,
Yeah.
I would say, just or the replay action coming through as we jump into the highlights of the second round. You could see both the sides evil had none other than the speedsters, but it was always Dodrio on Curse who was able to do a lot more compared to Blizzard on then Absol.
Exactly. And in the very legendary pit, Absol actually, mattered a lot for a team. When in the legendary pit, Blizzard missed out that Unite ability, if I'm not wrong, that is where it hit Blizzard. The Unite was really important, but then some of the other Pokemon not available, and being there in the respawn, being there at the spawn, not there in the game, not there in the arena. it mattered and created a huge difference out there. It could have been a steal. We have seen a steal happening by S8ul where they actually just got it simply in their hands. But then again, it can happen one time, not
Hmm.
two times. Revenant were not able to do so. Absol made a lot of damage, worked a lot as a as a speedster out there, but then Swifty was also an important Pokemon for the team. Leaving those things out, now we need to focus on only one thing: the draft pick for the third round of this match number one for the day, the upper brackets round two. The team actually losing this one would be playing against Enigma Gaming in the lower bracket. But right now, everything is to be decided in the third game. Because again, if S8ul wins this one, they are going to have a clean sweep against Revenant. And look at that, the bans coming through. S8ul has banned Dodrio. Mind you, Lucifer,
Hmm.
they were the ones actually playing it and they have already banned it. Reverend, you won't be allowed to do so. And then on the other side, Reverend has banned a Blissey.
What Curse did, SATL didn't want Nova trying to replicate it, especially because you saw they did also bring out a speedster, not a Dodrio itself, but if they bought out a speedster, there might be intentions of Revenant picking up a speedster none other than a Dodrio in the next round in case the
Correct.
second round fails. So bans are good coming in from both the ends. Revenant making sure that the healing bigger advantage does not be there, especially with the Unite coming in on Blissey, which will be avoided. Now coming to the picks itself, you could see Nova. He's like, I have to change things. Something in terms of what we had planned is not at all working. It is S8ul getting back to the driver's seat, and he goes for Azumarill. Zishal, he's like, maybe Mime is not something that we need to look forward to. We need to go head on and hit the players of S8ul, isolate them, and take them apart. And that's the reason he comes out with the block on Snorlax, and then two ranged attackers coming in, Crowley as well as Blizzard picking one each, Cremorant as well as the Delphox. And with the last but not the least, Mime is still there. So I think Swifty as well as Zishal might be switching up hands. It's something we'll see in the preparation phase, but we come to the SATUL's end. There is Gardevoir being the last pick and choice coming in from none other than Tensai, but Tensai will be giving that up to Cursed in this preparation phase, and it'll be Tensai back on Mammoth. Swine might.
Yeah.
He's like, I want to play Venusaur. And Ghoul finally switches back to Lucario, and with Darbari on Eldegoss, let's see what we have packed for this maybe last round or Revenant's entire comeback.
Well, yes, exactly. Yes, there is a Delphox and actually a Cramorant coming in through from the side of Revenant.
Mm-hmm.
Some different picks coming out here from Revenant. These are the picks where, it is a do or die. Right now it would be there in the lower brackets, but then once again, it has already formed up for Revenant. Losing out in this match would mean that they are going towards the lower bracket, playing against Enigma Gaming once again today. And when you actually talk about the side of Team S8ul, Durbury picking up the Eldegoss, it's okay. Might going in for the Venusaur can be a way too difficult situation. And then Tensai for straight 3 rounds. He knows that he has got the player of the game 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
And can it be a hat trick for Tensai too?
Yeah.
SETL would get a clean sweep, but then for Tensai getting 3 player of the games back to back, that would also make a huge highlight out there.
I agree with you. Till now, I don't think we have seen from anybody. It has happened only
Correct.
twice, but a hat trick,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, is something that we'll be looking forward to. As we jump, maybe as we said, this third round super crucial to change this momentum back in the favor of Revenant, or is it going to be a Setial running away with it? For now, it looks like Goal is running towards the goal of Revenant to get that first goal done, as Revenant have the same intentions on Nova.
Yeah, the intentions are actually looking so good from the side of Revenant Esports. Look at that. Already it's the Bulbasaur actually playing in for Team SATUL. Adding the points would be really important for them, but then the evolution needs to be done. Each and every Pokemon need to be evolved first, and where in that position, Snorlax and the Mr. Mime, the Azumarill would be coming in no time, and the Cramorant also working through. So Revenant have choose those Pokemons who are already evolved in their stages, and whereas S8ul would be busy in the farming.
Setial went for a 2v2 fight, which did not yield them anything, and they
Yeah.
will be immediately pushed back because understanding that Revenant players are back to the goal zone is going to be tougher. Hurricane being used from probably an immediate barrier, as well as I think a confusion ray coming through. AOS Energy was exchanged, but not too sure who took entire control of it because we did also see a Psyshock coming out from none other than the Gardevoir. But from there on, as we switch to top lane, we can see Swifty. He's trying to buy time so that Nova can get a chance to go close, fight, and eliminate wild Pokemon as well as run out now. But Swifty, he's the one who needs to keep running. Nova finally saves him as he comes out of the tall grasses, but not in terms of finding anything of value or even the control on the top lane here for now, brother.
Well, took a lot of damage, and that's what 50 needs to do. Not providing a lot of damage. Snorlax just needs to take it a lot because again the endurance that Snorlax has, it's not available with any other Pokemon. Look at S8ul. It's right now way too difficult for them. The Lucario, finding it way too difficult to actually just run around. Ghoul should be adding those points, but then getting KO'd is also a huge damage that S8ul is going to focus upon. He needs to be stopped, but no, the Cramorant won't be stopped. Adding 30 points, it's now a 71 to just 11 for S8ul. It's now a time that after those 30 seconds, we would be present with the Reggies. At last, the Gardevoir, right now at the earlier stage, would be adding some more chaos to the team.
For now, it is Revenant who are looking in control with the goals as well as the chaos that they're finding. Yes, S8 will have been able to find some exchange chaos, but that's only after a player has respawned. And you can see Swifty, he's not even worried. He runs over the Psyshock and he's back regrouped with his teammates, whereas S8ul, they do not have that chance to do. Right now, with Reggie being spawned on both the top and the bottom lane, I'm looking forward to where this initial fight starts off. It looks like both S8ul and Revenant this time are looking forward to fighting with Reggie Aliki, and they do not want anything to do with the bottom Reggie. But one team, yes it does, none other than S8ul, they're jumping on the bottom lane trying to take Reggie eyes away. But top Reggie Aliki, it has gone in the favor of Revenant, and for that Revenant will be easily able to close up the top lane, destroy it, and push S8ul one step back towards their goal zone.
Oh, well. With that, 194 coming in for Revenant. They're just leading the whole charge out here, Lucifer. And look at them. At the very half of the situation, Revenant is once again finding out those kills. Yes, one of the Reggie Eyes actually went in the favor of Team S8ul. But look at that. It's a whole different situation. Revenant Esports just present at that situation, not being stopped. And now the Snorlax is busy causing the damage. Cramorant actually picking up a 2 KO streak, and then once again the Azumarill in the top lane adding a lot to the goalpost.
Playing so very well on Snorlax right now. Swifty understanding that he has ranged attackers to play with. What he does at all times is make sure creates a difference in range where his team finds the upper hand. Now Darbury is trying to run, but where he has no teammates near him, everybody is coming from below him itself, therefore nobody will be able to easily save him other than himself, so he'll be running back to his base near the Venusaur of his teammate. But for now, S8ul, they understand that yes, they're on the back foot, they are on the deficit, they do not have a lot to work with, but can they get back into the game? That's the major question right now here. Red,
Ooh, 5 minutes already over, Lucifer. Look at S8ul. Not able to add at the goalpost. The nearby goalposts are available. It's so in a vicinity that S8ul can actually get that, but they're busy firing up in those fights. And what is S8ul losing out on? What are they actually losing out on? It could be a hat trick and just they could be finished with it. But then the Revenant has just been with wonders out here. I don't know if they're actually focusing on the Rayquaza. Are they actually focusing on it? Is it going to be a better question out here? But then it's now Revenant with the Delphox actually getting out that Reggie, and once again a Reggie Rock this time coming into the favor of S8ul. But can a simple Reggie Rock actually add a lot to the team? Because look at that. Not a simple one, it actually adds a lot, but then not able to get killed. Gardevoir would be adding one more, but here comes a revenge pick. Revenant once again would be getting out that Mamoswine, and 25 points added by the Azumarill.
Chase goes in vain for Seashore, but for now, Revenant still have the upper hand. He will get eliminated. He respawn, try to push the bottom lane again to regain control. But for now, it is going to be a moment where both the teams will be just looking forward to farming. Revenant and S8ul both are similar in terms of their levels, so I wouldn't count anybody on the upper hand except for the scores that we are able to view. In other matters, I feel like both the teams are same in terms of the caliber and what they can do. So S8ul will also look forward to finding a chance in terms of trying and closing this map. But as long as Revenant have their goal spots as well as goal zones, it will get difficult, and that's what is happening. They're trying and wanting to score, but a unite comes out from none other than the Delphox, and Cremerant helps along with their other teammates as well on a Zumaril, and they do all the damage. And now the top lane control, which they decided to go for a 3-4 man push, fails and falls flat on their faces.
Oh, well. Look at that. Right now, 286 out there. And look at that. S8ul is falling short of time. Now, these last 50 seconds, they need to be available with their unite moves and actually conquer Revenant. It is about a momentum that also falls out in a game, Lucifer, and S8ul has fallen short of it. Can, with that lesser of a momentum, S8ul actually gain a victory out here? 25 seconds remaining on the top lane. They are here to get that Reggie. It's going to be Revenant once again, actually going for it.
One lane in terms of control has been already decided from both the teams. Revenant takes the top, S8ul tries to take the bottom based on who gets the boss Pokemon. For all the times that we have seen until now, Regielike always has been taken from none other than the Revenants. And S8ul, on the other hand, have always been able to take the Regi on the bottom, but now the main thing is to take Rayquaza and walk away with the victory. Where Revenant, they have started taking this fight right to Rayquaza, but also in the same time doing damage to the players of S8ul. Derbury survives, especially because of Scott and Cloud crash, but also he couldn't use this crash either on Rayquaza or the players of Revenant because none of them were low. He was the only one who was low, and therefore he had to return back to his
Revenant is
team's
wasting
jungle.
the time. Revenant is right now wasting the whole time out here for S8ul. While S8ul actually wants to get a KO out there and be free with getting that Rayquaza, Revenant is just blocking them out. Well, that's a huge amount of disadvantage caused here to Team S8ul. They know even if they go for the unite moves out there, the top lane or the bottom lane, that won't be adding much, and now getting that LT calls. Oh, that's so wrong. Just 1 minute remaining. Not, getting that focus on Rayquaza. It's a clean sheet win for Revenant. Even if they're not going for that Rayquaza, 100 points added by the side of Cramorant. Nothing left for S8ul, actually do out there. Look at that. Only 50 seconds remaining. They would be getting their players back. They would be getting their Pokemons back. But not with much of the HP. Now it's Venusaur also facing a KO out here.
SHL look in no form and control, at least in this round, and therefore Revenant, they're looking forward to running away with. What should have happened in the first round itself, right now Revenant are able to do in the third round, and SHL, they're just getting eliminated one after another. They're trying to push up, but they're getting separated from their teammates, and you can see now Cursed is being chased. Eldegoss somehow survives, but he had to give away his team's life for that situation, and they walk away. Venusaur and Eldegoss are the only two players alive, but Revenant, as you rightly said, they're just wasting time, especially because they have two of their lanes here, Mridul, that we can see have both the goal zones, nothing else. They have to be worried about nothing at all. In case there was a situation where their like second goal zone or like the top goal zone was completely destroyed, both of them, and it was open for the base goal zone, then maybe Revenant would have thought that somebody will try to slowly creep in, but nothing of that sort at all. And Revenant, they get back into the game.
Well, with that Revenant, it is going to be a comeback right now forming up, but then S8ul looked so out of form. You know how Lucifer, they were looking um so aggressive and actually getting a huge lead win. This is not the S8ul we actually thought for. That, a straightforward punch to their face. Look at that. 166 for Cramoran, 123 added for that Snorlax. Right now Swifty actually becomes the MVP with the Snorlax, not with an Eldegoss, because again, we how we saw in the third round, if I'm not wrong, no, it was the second round where two Eldegoss were banned. Right now, look at that. Derbury actually adding and giving a lot for the team, but this time only be providing nine would only be provided with just 19 points. And look at that. 9 points added by Ghoul in the start and two by Tensai. After that, it was nothing done around from the team.
In the entirety of S8ul, you can see there is only two knockouts from Cursed.
Yeah.
Only two. There is two assists on Tensai and he's again the MVP, but this time being the MVP, he is not, and his team is not the one who won this third round out. So it's going to be a disappointment that SCTL would have to rub off their shoulders and get back into the game, but not an easy one to rub off because this is an well established stronghold of a domination. And as we said right here, this is the derby, literal derby, where both the teams will get down right to the pit and dirty and make sure that they muddle themselves with sweat and then look forward to getting one victor on top. And right now, it is going to be victory for none other than Revenant. And look at this. Right out of the gate, in the initial 2 minutes, they're still coming out from their bases, looking forward to fighting with the wild Pokemon. But after that instance is when they start moving to level 4, and thereon they start fighting with each other. And from right that stage, Mridul, it has always been Revenant in control.
Well, yes, actually, look at Durbury added 45,000 recovery out there for the whole team. But then again, when you talk about Revenant, nothing was done wrong. Everything was right out there. How Cramorant choice was made, as a Cramorant, it worked out great for Crowley, and we know how much Crowley matters to the team. Once
Hmm.
again, the choices he always makes adds a lot of importance and adds a lot of impact to the team out there. Worked great and worked hard as the attacker. Yes, with that attacker power that he got a lot of knockouts for the team too. But then when you talk about Blizzard out there with the Delphox, two attackers they played with, both worked out great for the team. And these were
Yes.
the changes, Azumarill, Mr. Mime, Snorlax, we would be seeing them, roaming around in any or the other game. But then Delphox and Cramorant choices are always on the situation, and this situation demanded this thing, demanded this risk out there, not choosing their main team. Swifty, well, we know this guy actually getting a lot of player of the games, but this time not with the Neldigos, but with the Snorlax. Yes, he picked up that momentum from the last game. Actually lost against a team S8ul, but they still had 400 plus points. So again, Team Revenant has done a great job out here in the very third game, and now they look up for a comeback. Two games back to back, more to be coming from their side, or either in the other two games, S8ul only needs to pick one.
Yeah. SATL for them, it might sound easy, but
Yeah,
looking at what Revenant were able to do after losing two rounds back to back should tell that SATL, even though you understand just have one round away, it's going to be a tough one to take that one round away in front of Revenant. Whereas Revenant, as we did talk about it and speculate Mridul, in the early stages and early discussions, that when we end
yeah,
up seeing the draft picks coming through, and once one of the teams have the idea that okay, maybe Revenant or maybe SATL, they have the read of how we play with our Pokemons, they'll change it completely up. We have seen Cremonite, we have seen Delphox being played, but we have never seen both of them playing in tandem. Certain times it would have been just the Cremorant coming out as a ranged attacker. Certain times we would just see um, the Delphox coming out. It would have never been a situation, and I would have also never thought that maybe a Cremorant as well as a Delphox combo somewhere down the line would have worked out, and it worked out
yeah.
really, really well. And I would say Delphox was very in terms of effective of whenever they were able to use it. And just like Gardevoir, Delphox wanted to keep away from the players of SATL and was able to. But on the other end, Gardevoir was not able to coming in from Kirsten of SATL. But now this is another fourth round draft pick coming through, and very important is going to be the bans coming out. Previously, it was a Dodrio ban coming out, and Revenant went for an Eldegoss ban. I guess, no, Blissey ban, and this time Revenant still keep that Blissey ban, making sure that SATL do not get that upper hand. But SATL are like, okay, let's not think about the attackers, all rounders, or speedsters. Let's just ban none other than that Eldegoss, which is their very big supporter.
Well, once again, right now, talking about the picks coming in from the sides of Team S8ul, they would be going in for a Dodrio. On might, yes, it might be changed, because we saw how the changes have been made in Team S8ul out there. In the previous game, might actually went in with a Sizer, But then Durbury choosing the Mr. Mime right now here. Mr. Mime would be transferred to some or the other person. Cursed might actually go in with that Dodrio. But look at that Mamoswine once again coming in from Tensai. He is not going to go out of that position.
Yeah, he's a player who we will be calling a Mammoth mean. There will be players, right, who call themselves that I love this Pokemon and I completely will be only playing with that Pokemon. So Tensai, at least for this matchup, has become that Pokemon. But Revenant understanding that this is a very crucial game for them. No more a round robin stage. They're bringing in their all big, heavy guns, and we see Swifty, who's picked up none other than Aegis Slash coming in, and the similar three-man all-rounder meta which we saw from S8ul in the first round is going to be replicated from Revenant's end without a supporter. That's an interesting one coming in from Revenant, but Blizzard says understanding that there is already two all rounders. Maybe I would stay on an attacker, but at the last moment he picks up the Lucario, and in this final preparations, I don't think there should be any changes because all the players, the Pokemon that they wanted, they chose it, and now we are going to be seeing the high intense action of SATL trying to close it out, and Revenant trying to go for a clean sweep as they've already gotten the first.
Oh, Lucifer, but now we have a call out there. It is going to be rehosted. Some of the other technical issues happening from either of the teams, but then again, right now, all we are focusing on Lucifer is just only one thing.
Hmm.
Right now, how it has went south for Team S8ul, how they actually lost against Revenant Esports in the third game, where it could have been a clean sweep for them. Everything right now, we want an answer. Team
Hmm.
S8ul wants an answer, and even us as caster want an answer. We, as we think about the audience too, right now, what S8ul has in mind to actually bring up in the strategies. But then once again, a rehost happens, and then some strategies getting changed. Might be possible that they actually wanted to ban the Eldigos, on the side of Team Revenant, but then they weren't able to do so because some of the other glitch would have happened with them. Right now, Lucifer, all we want to focus upon is just only one thing.
Hmm.
Revenant, they are right now on a pace to actually get that comeback. They're right now on line to actually make that comeback possible. But then, S8ul at any moment with just a single good move can actually ruin those dreams.
They can, but not too sure if it'll be possible so easily, Mrudul, because we have seen every team when it's like a situation where they have nothing in control, everything is falling apart. They just say, let's take one thing at a time, let's take one round at a time, and eventually they
Correct.
just win that entire series out. So the possibility for Revenant is also endless at this point as we talk about SATL. But for now, in terms of the bans, at least as you spoke about it, I don't think we should be seeing any changes in the ban, as well as maybe the four Pokemons from both the ends, maybe a switch up on the bottom Pokemon that we saw, where I think Revenant's Nova or Blizzard was just a little bit confused. It was Blizzard. We saw
Yeah.
him hovering over Decidueye, we saw him
Right.
picking up um, Lucario, but maybe when it hit
Yeah.
zero, he by mistake, maybe whatever, as you mentioned, could be any reason, but for now, it is going to be a rehost, and I'm looking forward to what and how much of an impact this can be because SATL, they want these kind of situations because this will give them a chance to kind of
Yeah.
figure out what will be running on the players of Revenant's mind because Revenant are the ones after uh, almost losing everything and giving up the first round. I would say it out saying that it was kind of a give up or maybe just laid down or what just given in terms of SATL where SATL were just understanding that it might be them losing this entire first round and out of the blue one hit just connects on Rayquaza while Blizzard was doing damage and from there on SATL just tried to capitalize but SATL did not capitalize this so far where they were able to close this best of 5 for at least when we saw the first two rounds and we ended it in favor of SATL. Mridul, I'm pretty sure you also thought for a second that I think this should end up in a 3-0, especially because how we have seen SATL as a team. When you give them a small chance, the minutest possibilities where you think that, nah, there is no team who will be able to exploit or make use of this, SATL are that team. And that's the reason we kind of look forward to what can happen in this round fourth one. Revenant super crucial for them, and Mridul already you pointed it out. It is not a do or die situation, But if you lose this, you will go to a do or die situation, and nobody wants to go to that lower bracket.
Well, then, once again, in the upper brackets, every round you play, as I've discussed before, you always get a chance that you would be transferred to the lower bracket, and
Hmm.
then you might actually win all of those games and get back in the semi-finals.
True.
But then again, right now, as we focus on it, Lucifer, all we have the information actually going through it. Yes, the final picks just be landing around here because the bans would be coming in straightforward. There would be no changes in it. And right now, look at that. Yes, some changes have been made. The Pokemons that they wanted to pick are actually going to be coming in from both of the sides. S8ul against Revenant, and this is what we talk about the fourth round. S8ul can actually win it as a 3-1 or make a decision to take it to a 50-50 where anything can happen.
Revenant again coming out with Decidueye. I have a feeling that Revenant are going to be running away with this fourth round as well. Because the main reason that they have this Decidueye, as we saw in the first round as well, coming on Blizzard's end, was that it is
Yeah.
very effective. It is not going to be countered easily, and especially Revenant love to keep a check on where their players are playing from and trying to fight from. So they do provide them the cover, especially for the ranged attackers, so they do not have to jump in between the battlefield and then get just immediately decimated or eliminated, and they try to avoid it as much as possible, and it has
Correct.
always worked out for Revenant. So the first round is what we might end up seeing being a replication here in the fourth round as well, Mrudul.
Oh, well, well, well. Actually, talking about Team SA12 out here, they would be adding a Cramorant to the team. What they saw from the side of Revenant, that Cramorant
Hmm.
actually caused a lot of uh, different situations inside of Team SA12. But actually, discussing about Revenant, they have added an AG Slash. I thought that Slash was a misclick or a mispickup from the side of Team Revenant Esports, but no, 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 no. They are going for it. We begin with the game number 4, the round 4, and now S8ul. Look at the tense situations out there on both the sides. Revenant Esports want to make a comeback, and Team S8ul right now they have to do everything right or they would be falling in a 50-50 situation.
For sure, we are going to get to a 50-50 situation, a best of 5 or do or die situation. But for now, again, SATL want to reign control. They're doing in terms of at least the goals, but on terms of KO, it was Revenant to find the first. Crowley went for a sneaky goal, but hiding was none other than the range attacker, but not going to be a Mew, like Cremeron. Right now, Cremeron, brilliant play coming in with the Whirlpool trying to take out the players. A big solar beam comes up. It does damage to both Ghoul as well as none other than the Eos energy is what he'll be able to snatch and run away back. In the meantime, I'm looking forward to Revenant after getting these Eos energies, the early damages, as well as the chances of leveling up, how much more effective they can be. A good light screen coming through to push back Tensai, but in the meantime, this top lane fight that they're trying to indulge in, it looks like S8ul might just get in complete control of it. And you could see with this Dodrio being an effective hitter and making sure all the attacks connect, they were able to drench or drain so much of the health of the Revenant's players on the top lane that they were forced to push back because they even lost a player. That was none other than the unevolved Aegis Slash Finale.
Oh, well, well, well. But then once again, look at Team SA12 picking up that pace for the team and then, landing around the things right. But Revenant is getting those KOs. Look at that. Once again, the Cramorant. We saw those KO streaks coming in from the side of Revenant Esports. Cramorant was definitely a great pick out there, but Revenant has gone simple in this game. The only pick that they have done is an AG Slash out there, still not in that evolved state out there. But then again, when an AG Slash will run around. Right now, it's a Doublade we talk about, and then in this Doublade stage, he needs to tackle a lot, he needs to cause a lot of destruction. With the mobility as an all-rounder it comes up with, also needs to add the points to the team. Look at that, the streak going through, Revenant Esports actually matching to land that around, but then the Dodrio is at its work, doing the job, adding the points back to back in the total.
5 more Eos energy and the bottom goal zone of SATL will be destroyed, and Crowley will make that possible.
Oh.
On the top, we can see it's still a farming situation that we are going to be seeing, but with less than 2 seconds, it's going to be Reggie's on top and bottom. Immediately, Revenant are going to be jumping on the bottom Reggie, but it's going to be a Reggie steal where even SATL want to jump. but there is still one player on top lane from Revenant who will look forward to concentrating on putting up goals as well as getting that Reggie key. The fight has started in the bottom lane where S8ul are the ones who are somehow getting control of it because they're keeping their players in range and in check. But Aegis Slash final form coming through with an exchange of the KO, but they're still not relenting to let that Aegis Slash as well as the comrades of players of Revenant go back. Swifty is still indulging, understanding that he can take and do a lot in terms of damage, uses the block, trying to push them away, but will surrender his entire life and will give away the Registeel as well. A big buff going to Revenant, no I'm sorry, S8ul, where Revenant faced the brunt force coming through. And you could see Decidia, the KO as we just saw on a screen popped up, he gets punished for it, chased for it. And now the bottom goal zone should be destroyed. But in the meantime, you see, as we mentioned, Revenant had one player on the top lane who will get Regieliki as well as the vulnerable situation that the top goal zone will be pushed to. Therefore, S8ul and Revenant come to at least a mutual understanding in the goals that they've delivered to each other.
Well then, once again, with that 28 goal points would be added, 28 chaos energy would be added to goal post. But look at that, only one single point of difference. We have seen this before where Revenant was actually losing out on it, and right now it's S8ul going neck to neck. S8ul actually wants to make a comeback, but you know how much Revenant did damage to them in the very round 3. It actually affected the ability and you know the strength as the mental strength we talk about. Once again, look at that. Chaos Streaks warming up now in the final stage with the mobility and the damage that AG Slash can do. It should be having a counter from Team S8ul. They need a counter, you know, in the perfect spot, in the perfect place. And then look at Team S8ul. Right now, they do have 3 minutes. Yes, they got one of those Reggie steals, but then the Reggie adds a lot to the team. And the Reggie needs to be coming in from the side of S8ul too. Right now, look at the farming being done from both the teams. On the bottom lane, it's going to be Revenant waiting for it. And S8ul actually stopping them from getting inside those goals.
Crowley keeping a check on the bottom lane, and now he's immediately changing, understanding there has been a call that the attackers and all-rounders are on the top lane, and Revenant understanding that this is a do or die round. Every round for them at this point is a do or die, so they immediately switch their attention to the top lane to get Regieliki. But in the meantime, brilliant thought coming in from Aegis Slash, a big 40 being scored coming in from S8ul, and this change of the Pokemon that we have seen is working out. But before the players of Revenant who could push up on the top lane get Regieliki in their favor, what happens is Curse starts pushing up in the lane itself towards the goal zone, eliminates Decidia, the ranged attacker, and immediately wanting to fight was the players of Revenant, but this distraction caused them to let go of the Regieliki, get back to the lane, and now that Regieliki has been taken back in the favor of S8ul, what a play coming in from Curse, eliminated Decidia, got the goal in, ran back, and now takes the Regieliki, and Revenant are left dumbfounded.
Oh no, it's going really difficult right now for Team S8ul. It's a 6-pointer difference forming around here where Revenant Esports is actually going to lead. Look at that. Revenant Esports 215 points, and now S8ul pick up that pace. S8ul is actually going for it, and they will be getting those 297 points. Oh, AG Slash gets that Reggie Eyes, but S8ul got the Reggie gets a KO on the Mr. Mind.
Now with the top goal zone of Revenant being destroyed, the base being vulnerable, Revenant understand that they might be on the back seat. They need to pick up the pace. Crowley is helping out here, and that's the reason he's just moving up. He's telling Nova, let's just go fight with them head on, isolate the players coming in from S8ul, and then we'll be getting back into the driver's seat where we will be the ones commanding the game. But for now, because Crowley has no assistance, he's just acting as a distraction, trying to cause trouble. But the Dodrio wants a chase here, but Crowley always keeping himself in check and in distance. 30 seconds to go. We're going to be seeing Rayquaza. Until then, both the sides, S8ul and Revenant, keeping a little bit calm and not overextending.
You know, not overextending is what S8ul as a coordination they have got. Look at that. How much concentration they are with out there. Once again, S8ul right now, no risks taken. They just want to finish it right now at this very moment in this game. Look at that. 10 seconds remaining. Revenant is the one actually available near the legendary pit. Both the sides are available with the unit moves. where S8ul is actually leading out there, but then the Rayquaza would make a difference. If Revenant is actually able to, get the Rayquaza first, then S8ul, it would be a bigger problem out there to save your goalpost from getting targeted.
Revenant wanted to quickly charge on Rayquaza, but S8ul have managed to push them back, but Aegis Slash is still trying to do the damage.
Yes, again.
Big Unite being used coming in from Loser, but I think it did not find any value. But Z-Shawl is looking unstoppable.
Oh, no,
But the might coming in to fight from S8ul. His moves were just enough to do damage but not deliver a knockout, and therefore S8ul do lose players, but they're still somehow trying to hold things off near the legendary pit, trying to waste time, and they are able to.
Well, yes, with the Darbury out there, the Mamoswine actually needs a good pace out here. And yes, Tensai out here with the Mr. Mime, but then Revenant Esports troubling them. Again, if S8ul is wasting the time out there for Revenant Esports, not wanting to get the Rayquaza for them, but oh, Mr. Mime goes down. And now it's Revenant, and only Revenant at the legendary pit. AG Slash once again goes to great moves out there. Full trying to be saved. But no, he won't be, and Sizer adding a lot, but the Rayquaza might as well fall down. If it falls down into the favor of Revenant Esports, it's once again that we are going to see a 5th game coming through.
Might tried with all he had. He got himself a 2 KO streak as well, but it was immediately answered back with a 2 KO streak of Z-Shalls as well. Unfortunate of S8ul keeping their composure and their thoughts of just not letting Revenant get this Rayquaza. But Revenant, what did they do? They started reeling the players of S8ul back closer to where they were comfortable to pick fights, and once they knew that, especially the big block coming in, that changed the game. If that block, I thought was a game changer, my bad. Right now you can see it is S8ul trying to get control of their base, but I got a little confused over there. The block coming in from none other than, I think, Darbury. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused on both ends at this point, because that should have been a closer for S8ul of how they played. A good try from their end, but Revenant, man oh man, for them to pull this back all in their favor, eliminating them one after another. Yes, it needs to be given credit now. Is going to be Z-Shawl. He's the main man. I'm pretty sure he should be the MVP as well. Earlier, he was the one who was being eliminated, but oh wait, Swifty is the one. And okay, my confusion is going to be correct. That big jump from Swifty to push players two from S8ul. One was Darbury as well as Cursed. These two players being pushed with a block towards the players of Revenant is the reason that we see Revenant getting complete control of it. The elimination of Darbury as well as Cursed is the reason that S8ul lost all control towards the legendary pit.
Well, then again, in the legendary pit, it was all about Team Revenant actually getting the moves done and Z-Sol adding a lot for the team. 10 knockouts it is. Yes, he's just 2 MVP points behind, and that is because of the assist that Swifty has got. But then Swifty actually defending a lot of positions for the team. Definitely kudos to him how he worked out for the team, and then both the defenders out there as the MVP positions. But then when you talk about Swifty, after an LD Goss as a supporter, he provides a lot of the team, but now with the defense, Snorlax is a stronger counterpart he has worked upon, and right now growing with it, Swifty would be bagging that MVP position. 2 games for Tensai, 2 games for Swifty. Both the players right now here working great for the team.
Just imagine, after winning 2 rounds, to lose back to back 2 rounds.
And that too, like this.
Yeah, where Revenant were all in command. I mean, this round at least it was S8ul in command, but as I mentioned, that one block coming in changed that
Yeah.
entire possibility of what could have been. And Swifty, his battle data, if you want to speak about it, is the only thing is that he's taken damage.
Yeah.
And the main reason he took
Defense.
damage was making sure with that block, that big shield, he was always pulling it up. He forced the players away, or put the players in a vulnerable situation, and in that situation his teammates capitalized. Crowley, Blizzard, Z-Shawl. But you could see Blizzard was always being targeted from S8ul. As soon as they understood there is a Decidueye, you could see Cursed always running and jumping to Blizzard. He did eliminate him multiple times, but that was not enough because Revenant had backup plans as well.
Well, then, with those black backup plans and every plan landing right now within the hands of Team Revenant Esports, look at that. Swifty once again becoming the MVP, and now it's a chance for Swifty to actually get that KO streak. Two back to back for Tensai, two back to back for Swifty. 112 goals this time and 10 assists for the team. Doing wonders out there with the Snorlax.
This is like so insane and weird at the same time, Mridul, as we saw in the first two games. It was S8ul's one player taking the MVP, which was none other
Yeah.
than Tensai. This
Yeah.
time, back to back, two times, it is Swifty. There is going to be another supportive player coming in from Revenant. And this situation happening is not something that is quite frequent. This is a rare
Yeah.
sight which we are kind of getting a chance to witness. And that's why we said, like, any games as we progress, you might have a thought in process like Revenant will play like this, SATL will play like this, but the entire storyline of how it'll form and how it'll end is always something new. However, you might have thought it through, and as we said, one team understanding that their Pokemon choices and the playstyle has been exhausted, they'll jump to the pool of 46 Pokemons that is available. They'll figure out, we'll pick this Pokemon now. Or you could see Z-Shawl, who we have quite frequently seen on Mime, which was completely read, understood, and countered from S8ul. Immediately he comes out with different Pokemons. They're like, wait, what? What should we do? And that has been just a table turner. Swifty as well. He has been forced to move away from Eldegoss with that ban coming on. With Eldegoss, he's like, oh, there is a possibility, right? I don't have to
Yeah.
play the Eldegoss at all times, and it looks like SATL gave him a chance or a favorable positioning where he was forced off Eldegoss, and he's like, "I'll show you my magic on the other Pokemons." And a Revenant, the entire team right now has come back alive.
Well, then again, I think Revenant already had that in mind that Swifty is going to be, really important for them. And then
Mhm.
how they actually studied uh, the whole strategy that SATL had. That anyhow or so, Swifty need not pick that Eldegoss because it is always a game changer out there.
Yeah.
Not getting the MVPs is a different part we talk about. But then when you talk about Swifty getting those game changers, yes, we have seen that before happening for the team of Revenant, how Swifty matters a lot to the team. And then when you talk about Swifty having already an answer, having already a reason that even if the Eldegoss is not available for Team Revenant Esports,
Mhm.
the Snorlax is going to arrive, and then in defense, you won't be able to add a single point after just 11.
Man, what a play coming in from Revenant. Now it's like do or die for both the teams. We've from a best of five come to a situation of a best of one, which is going to be most of the games. I think I can tell that audience that you
Yeah.
need to look forward to all the 5 rounds coming in from every team, because some teams in the initial games they're like, okay, we are not getting a right idea or a read about their opponent, and then they lose the first 2 rounds and they immediately come back, or maybe lose the first round, get the second round, lose the third round, will get the fourth round, and these kind of situations are just going to happen. With a new fresh mind and a new slate walking right into the last draft pick of the fight between Revenant and S8ul, the ban phase is going to conclude, and we are going to be seeing our final bans between these two teams as they fight it out. And S8ul are like, no Dodrios coming out, and it's going to be Revenant who makes sure that they ban a Blissey.
Well, then Blissey also added a lot from the side of Darbury, if I'm not wrong.
Mhm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lucifer, because again, we have seen how Blissey has also added a lot for the team
Yeah,
of SA12.
in one
The
or two
very first
games.
game, yeah, in one or two games. And when you talk about the very game number one, uh, whoa, whoa, Blissey actually made a huge difference. So Revenant actually learning a lot from the mistakes that they have made, and actually learning a lot from the correct things they have done. Is Darbury going for it? Lucifer, I am going to be in a shocker if he goes in for a Sableye though, but no,
I
no,
don't
no, no,
think
the
so.
Sableye. Yeah, that is not possible, right?
Yeah,
Sableye is
not for
not
this
possible
tournament.
right now. Not for this tournament at least. And when I just saw, my eyes were like, wait, what?
So players have understood at this point that we can tease casters as much as we want, because they are the ones who are seeing the screen, not us. We know which Pokemon we want to choose, and with that choices, You can see Darbury, he's on a slow bro, but his teammate is also. We're going to go double defense. We're going to make sure that it's not going to be easy for Revenant if they want to get the victory, as Curse picks up Snorlax. And Swifty, as soon as the possibility of him picking up this Eldegoss is available, understanding that okay, Snorlax is enough. Maybe I've used this as much as I wanted and exhausted the value I could have found. He's back on the Eldegoss with Crowley switching to a Ninetales and Blizzard still coming on Decidueye. Nova, he switched up from a Azumarill as we see right now to a Lucario and Z-Shawl. He has been a game changer. Comes out with a Mamoswine of his own. In terms of S8ul, the change is going to be that they are let going of a supporter as well as I would say an attacker where
Defender.
Cursed has come in
Yeah.
as none other than Mew. So for now,
Yeah.
here what we are going to be seeing, Mridul, is going to be S8ul's form, or in terms of selection at least, being the same as we have seen generally. But on the other end, Revenant, they're the ones who have made a lot in terms of changes. But S8ul also letting go of a supporter and keeping only defenders. I want to see how it's going to be functioning.
Well, yes, exactly. As Tensei has also left go his choice of Mamoswine in the very last game.
Mm-hmm.
Again, difficult situations, ask for difficult answers, ask for,
Yes.
difficult moves to be made out here. Again, right now, in the very last game, both the teams have actually went in for a different strategy. Again,
Mm-hmm.
Swifty would not be changing in from that Eldegoss. Oh, Swifty actually getting changed in because this time the Eldegoss is not banned. At last, he picks up his own Pokemon, the Eldegoss right now. In the very battle arena, not in the evoluted stage, but look at that. We begin with the very last round. Right now, it's a best of one we talk about, not a best of five. Everything matters in this game. Who is going to play against Enigma Gaming today? Who is going to have that second game? Where in the second game, it's a death. It's an elimination that they would be facing.
One player already eliminated from S8ul, which was the Snorlax. He sent back to the base. So this double defense acted as a distraction for some time right now, but Revenant are reading right through it like it's a glass ball. No shenanigans easily being pulled off. Crowley, he's trying to freeze his opponent and trying to find value as Ghoul is gonna be still alive, making sure that is not gonna be happening. While Pokemon's going in each other's favor, but the push or the positioning on a 3-man versus 3-man on the top lane, I want to see how that challenge will conclude, especially because the ranged attackers from both the ends are on top. While Pokemon just spawned and both the teams fought, but it was the majority of the end was Revenant's favor. Now goals is something that I'm looking forward to, but Tensai, he's acting as distraction along with the Mew Curse being there. They're trying to push him off, but there's still Sizer on the goalpost, so there's no way Lucario will find a chance to go for a sneaky goal, and it does not happen. Now Swifty, ouch, he gets a easy picking of none other than Tensai. They did think on kind of hitting onto him, but Might, he also needs to be worried about this because Swifty, he's been playing exceptionally well. He'll try to slow him down. He's already done that. He's trying to make sure that Might goes down, but Tensai, after letting go of his life at the legendary pit, comes to save Might here, acts as a distraction, and Might immediately catches up with the very refills his health, but in time, S8ul, seeing this distraction happening on the top lane, they push the bottom lane and get control of it and score more goals.
Well, with that, right now, it's Team S8ul once again picking up the lead, but we have seen how Revenant have just always and always shook their dreams apart. 2 games back to back for the side of Revenant Esports. Even if S8ul is leading, in the very end, it's Revenant, getting the chance, how they just emptied them out from the legendary pit. Anything can happen here out between these two teams. Look at that, Team S8ul right now leading out, but then only 20 seconds remaining. Azumarill adding more and more points, and S8ul getting a big total out there.
Still a triple digit mark for both the teams to reach. Revenant a little bit on the lower end of the bargain in that end. But in the meantime, with 7 minutes done, Reggie will be spawned on both the ends, the top and the bottom. I want to see where the fight will be initiated. Looks like this time it's going to be a Reggie LK fight that will be happening. S8ul started off with Might jumping immediately on it, but Blizzard, he is waiting for the right opportunity. He strikes with his Spirit Shackle, does damage, but not enough to connect. I think entirely missed, but at least it was able to push the players of S8ul back off. But this second Spirit Shackle, it did a dent to many players, and immediately Tensai decides I need to go for a sleep and countering, and the damage that S8ul had done. Another shot coming in from none other than Blizzard gives them Regieleki, and on top of them, that is just a big push coming in from Nova to find a 2 KO. And from there on, they're just not stopping, trying to use the goal assist to get goals scored in, and Might is being pushed off. Tensai comes to help out, and therefore Nova would have to give respect and give them space, and that's the reason everybody from the side of Revenant, after getting a big score, are trying to run away. But S8ul are also not letting them run away so easily. They're chasing them right now. Curse comes out with a big solar beam of his own and makes sure that Darbury, who was making sure that the players survive as long as possible, as he eliminates, Crowley also goes down. But Blizzard, who's still alive, comes out with the knock, trying to find value. Snorlax is down. Darbury should also be going down. The Unite does connect on Darbury, puts him down. A big 2 KO streak, and from taking Regieleki to also deliver this 2 KO streak, Blizzard is looking unstoppable for now.
Well, with that, at last we are going to see some of the huge changes forming up out here, Lucifer. Look at that. Once again, it's now Revenant at the lead. At last we see that Revenant has once again made a comeback, and now the Residui getting that Reggie for the team. On the bottom lane, you see that most of the S8ul is busy out there, while the Sizer is busy guarding off that goal post. Whereas now Revenant Esports, all they need to do is actually cater to the lower goal post. It is available for them, but then Revenant Esports have got that lead. Now, once again, S8ul would be focusing on only and only one thing. We know about that. That is going to be the Lord Rayquaza. But what about the Legendary Pit? Once again, they need to be really aware of the situations around the Legendary Pit, because again, if they lose in the Legendary Pit, it is going to be a huge comeback that Revenant Esports has made.
Yeah, reverse clean sweep. Tensai right now making sure that oppression is kept and held up. In the meantime, Revenant again want to take Regieleki in their favor. Darbury putting a stop to it, with Might also coming into play. Nova still trying to go for the hits, will be able to get Regieleki and make sure that S8ul pay a big price for it. And Might thought he could take up a 1v1 at least on Blizzard, but he immediately gets surprised with 3 more players, and he's just immediately put to the ground. And now all the players from S8ul are running helter-skelter back to their bases to keep control of it, but it is not working out. A big Unite again coming out to flush them out and send them packing. Curse in the meantime tried to push up, but the goal zone, it's already destroyed. So Curse right now in a vulnerable situation, and Blizzard makes him pay. Now might have respawned, but only to witness his comrades falling in that fight, and Revenant snatch back the lead and double it for themselves.
So with that, right now focusing more on Revenant Esports. Look at that, 208, and with that they are actually focusing on it. Oh, once again a KO coming in from Snorlax, but then the Snorlax needs to be actually available for it. Goal right now in the lower end, in the position, wants to get that Regieleki for the team. Again wants to add a lot for themselves, but Team Revenant is here once again to create problems and problems to Team S8ul.
Revenant, yes, they did lose the bottom rating for the first round. Previously, they were the ones to bottom. They have also lost the bottom goal zone, which makes them a little vulnerable, but in the meantime, S8ul decides, I'll just respawn, get back to the fight in the later situation. But for now, it looks to be that everybody is jumping right to the Legendary Pit, where there might be a tussle. But Revenant, they're keeping their distance, understanding with the next 20 seconds, there should be a Regieleki which will be ready. So they are also interested in taking the Regieleki once more, because S8ul in their top lane are the most vulnerable. Their entire top lane has been completely destroyed. Whereas in the bottom lane, their goal zones are still available. So Revenant will completely and highly concentrate on taking this Regieleki and also melting it for, I would say, instantly. Now with a push coming in, a good try coming in from Tensai to act as a distraction, and then Darbury also chimes in. So at least this buys time for S8ul's player to close in the gap, jump closer to Regieleki. Curse does use his solar beam, but it doesn't find any connection, and now Regieleki will use the entire advantage to go back to its position, heal, and vanish, because Lord Rayquaza is here, as you always say, Mrudal, and when Rayquaza is here, no other Pokemon looks big enough and bad enough, and everybody clears space for it.
Oh, well, exactly. Right now, focusing more on the side of Rayquaza. Once again, Team S8ul actually want to focus on it, but then their focus goes down to getting the Revenant out. Revenant just doing wonders. 3 games back to back, where S8ul actually shook through the first game, made a huge move out there in the second game, and after that, it's just Revenant, Revenant, and Revenant. Nothing left around for Team S8ul to actually grab a point.
Right now it's a fight happening right at the Rayquaza pit, and looking at how S8ul are playing, just like we've seen Revenant forcing players out of this legendary pit, S8ul have done that. They've eliminated 2 players. Players are still trying to wait it out, but what S8ul are doing is making sure they head on to this fight immediately, eliminate Rayquaza, take that advantage. Slam comes in, but there was a steal from Revenant. The Unite, I guess, was used. A brilliant timed play coming through from Nova. He does get punished for it, but S8ul will lose all control they had out of it. In the meantime, on the top lane to keep control of it, there is Blizzard. He will be, I think, using his Unite to try and stop and stall as much as possible. He's doing the damage and he's trying to annoy them, not letting them goal. But a big 50 does get scored. But that only puts S8ul on the radar of getting to 192, whereas 478 has already been scored from Revenant. And with also S8ul coming in, he's going to be making sure life is even more tougher. Make it 50 as well. Everybody's trying to get some goals in, but the only thing that they're able to receive is KO. Might is the only player surviving. 10 seconds to go, and it is done. Revenant make the impossible possible. Looking at how they had initially started off, they make a reverse sweep coming through. You can see in the bottom camera. So excited are they, because that river sweep is just brilliant, and I would give kudos to none other than Swifty and S8ul to turning this entire game around. Again, not taking any credits away from Blizzard, Crowley, or Nova, but the Swifty and S8ul's impact has been humongous.
Oh, exactly. With that Revenant just taking through all the 3 games. And right now they have made a comeback, Lucifer. It's all done out here. Look at that Revenant Esports Z-Sol. Well, for them, it was always the Pokemon Mamoswine. This time it was Z-Sol. But then Mamoswine as a defense has always added for the team. Ghoul with that Azumarill. Yes, it is 146 goal points acquired, 4 assists, 1 knockout, 65 MVP points, Lucifer. But right now, Revenant Esports, S8ul tried to stand strong, actually wanted to get that Rayquaza, tried to maintain it against Revenant Esports, but just anything they could do was just a try, not actually get to it.
Yeah. They tried until the end. They fought, and even after pushing the players back, it looked like Revenant would have not actually made it to get Rayquaza, but what just happened was that steal coming in from Nova, which was brilliant. He does get punished for it, but does it even matter? He's like, he would have maybe even shouted on the comm saying, "Guys, I have Rayquaza, run to their goals. Don't worry about players from S8ul, even if they're trying to get goals in. First, we'll get our goals done, and then TP back to base, and from there defend it, and they will have no chance to overscore us." And that cannon, I think, pretty sure did damage. Maybe if not the cannon, we did not get to see the exact move, but maybe his punches itself was enough to do the damage. You could see in the early start, at least, it was Revenant who were little on the back foot, but then when they saw Regieleki come into play, that's where things started working in their favor. They always took control of it
Oh.
and made sure that did a lot in terms of impact. And we did see, right, Swifty, we did talk about it. Maybe his play would have been red, and maybe his plays also was exhausted. And Swifty is like, okay, I'm coming back on the Eldegoss, guys, and now maybe S8ul will not be ready for it, especially with the changes coming in. Crowley on
Mhm.
Ninetales, Z-Shawl, and Mamoswine. These changes, I think S8ul were always thinking, what is something new that Revenant are bringing? Whereas S8ul, who brought
Oh,
their
yeah.
changes, Darbari and Tensai, but it like Revenant knew how Darbari as well as Tensai would want to play on their defenders and made sure that
Correct.
was not possible at all.
Oh, exactly. And with that, at last, we see Z-Sol coming in with the player of the game, Lucifer.
Hmm.
Yes, it is 154 goals out there for this guy. 5 knockouts, 7 assists, and 50,000 plus damage. Well, then again, definitely, how Revenant got in with the Mammoth Swine and actually getting those positions out. 51,000 damage has been added. 9,000 of plus damage recovered out here. And Team Revenant Esports, back to back 3 games, Lucifer. At
Hmm.
last, they have done it for themselves.
Yeah, they have. Man, oh man, what a play coming in from Revenant. A lot of people have seen this throughout the tournament that yes, S8ul are one of those teams who we have seen impossibles made happen. But today, S8ul
Yeah.
would have had to fight with the table toppers of the other group, and it kind of happens that they also get a taste of their own sweet medicine, or maybe in this case a
Correct.
sour and bitter medicine, but at least they get an idea about, oh, wait, there are teams who can again do the same thing, and we need to be worried and also be cautious about this not repeating, especially now that SATUL have been pushed to the lower bracket and they have only one more chance. And that one chance is to push themselves to the grand finals, but that journey is going to be even tougher. But with this
Correct.
victory, congratulations to none other than Revenant Esports. They have jumped right to the upper bracket finals, where they are one step closer to getting to none other than the grand finalist spot. They might just become the first finalist of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Looking at their performance, looking at the caliber, but their opponents
Yeah.
can be God's Reign as well, because God's Reign are in the next matchup against TrueRippers. So that is going to be an interesting one. Their revenge matchup might be just a little bit away, might be something that they will be waiting for, but we have come to an interesting standoff and I'm looking forward to how far we are going to be going from here. But Mridul, a situation where we have tried to control things. SATL
Yeah.
did it in the third round, but they failed. Then Revenant were the ones in the first round who wanted to control things. They failed. But out of all these
Correct.
failures, every team has come up and become better, which tells us that there's a lot more that we'll be looking forward to in terms of how teams will be playing out. So we'll jump right into a break and see what these teams will bring us, especially in the next matchup that we have, God's Reign versus True Rippers. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We just had an incredible matchup where we saw S8ul as well as Revenant fight. I would say for everything, God's glory and whatever you talked about. But right now, we did see after that intense action, it was unfortunately S8ul who got pushed down. But
Hmm.
nonetheless, we're going to be getting back into the game in the next matchup. But right now, you might be seeing that there's a new face. It's none other than Raider who's joined me on the desk. Raider, how are you feeling for the second game? Just like how we saw the first one, where it was one table topper versus the second position holder of the other table or of the other group. The same thing is going to be here, where we are going to be seeing TrueRippers fight
Mm-hmm.
against none other than God's Reign, who are in the second position or from Group B. Intense battle coming in, and also in terms of the social media posts, if you would have paid attention to, the Kings of Bangalore. Who is it going to be? Is something that we'll be looking out for, Raider.
Quite a few things to look for. But definitely sitting on the back ends in the first match, I was very pumped to see how S8ul in the first two matches were able to devour teams like Revenant Esports.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, when Revenant Esports came back, they came back even stronger. Back to back winning the three rounds, the last three rounds to be precise of the BO5, and bagging out that particular BO5 in their favor. That was absolutely amazing coming from Revenant Esports. And now coming, I guess Revenant Esports, well, they have to focus in the next upcoming stages. But for that, we have to check out TrueRippers and Godstrain. What happens between them is going to be the case we have to watch out for. Godstrain, a team known to have the clean sweeps in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, TrueRippers, a team which was the table topper of Group A standing. So definitely have to look out for them as well. Looking forward to see
Yeah.
how TrueRippers is going to establish their presence, because dominating is something which won't be that easy for them as compared to Godstrain, because they are the one which goes quite aggressive. But Lucifer, in the past few days, we have seen that how Godstrain is also struggling a lot.
Everybody has had a tough time when we started off stage, so it never looked like any team had a proper grasp of it. We saw matches swinging back and forth, we saw matches having reverse sweeps, we saw matches which looked so chaotic that nobody even had the right idea. And for all what? For the prize of 11,25,000 for the first place team, who will be calling themselves not just the winners, not just the champions, but the kings and the title holders for Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, calling themselves the best team in India while we are ending the year, and on top of it, to also add on a chance to represent them. To represent India on a global stage. But jumping to the
Mm-hmm.
brackets, we're going to be seeing who those teams are going to be. Right now, the teams with us surviving are going to be, we have six teams. We will be
Right.
trickling them down to another four teams, meaning that two more teams will be eliminated, Raider. But who are those two
Mm-hmm.
teams is something that we look forward to. But Revenant in a comfortable spot in upper bracket finals. But as we are seeing, it's True Rippers versus God's Reign, where we will be looking forward to in this upper bracket round two, match two for the day, and who is going to be reigning on top and pushing their opponent towards Marcos Gaming on the bottom.
Well, definitely they have to face off Marcos, but at this point, if I talk about the rosters trying to face each other, it's True Ripper versus God's Reign. Many time emphasized. If I talk about Team True Ripper, we have got Kyo, Daksh is there, Seth, Ego, and Devesh are going to be there. And Devesh, once again, a very versatile guy from this particular team. Meanwhile, if I talk about God's Reign, we have got Noxy, Omen, Scepter, both of them quite chaotic in terms of their fight. Divine, quite a few times we have seen him becoming the player of the match. Vixen, if I talk about this guy, he's also quite strategic. If I'm not wrong, his alias is Last Pay Recall, if I'm not wrong, in the game. And he's also
Mm-hmm.
quite good in terms of the Pokemon he chooses and how he plays with it. So definitely looking forward to see how Godstrain will be able to establish their dominance. But we have to remember, True Rippers is not a team which you want to mess with, because they were the Group A standings table topper.
Yeah, and right now, True Rippers will be looking forward to making sure they reign superior as they progress further and finally
Uh-huh.
get a chance to fight with another table topper. Can they get a chance? The team profile will tell us for now. As you can see, they are the ones with 13,190 goals, 608
Hmm.
knockouts, 967 assists, and average damage. An average damage trader of 3,11,160.
Man.
That's average. Okay.
Well, True Rippers, these stats are something which is actually making me shiver at this point, that how Godstrain is going to stand tall in front of them. But meanwhile, when it comes to the stats of Godstrain, look at that. We have got the goals coming up 16,053. They're quite chaotic in terms of the goals. Knockouts 546, assists 902. When it comes to the average damage, it's fairly low, 27,783, but still significant enough that they will be able to showcase their talent. Moving forward, if I talk about the roster, as you can see that we have got guys like Omen, Scepter, Divine, Noxy, and Vixen. All five of them are very chaotic, but when it comes to TrueRippers, their competition is something which is going to be a little bit more shaky for Team Godstrain. I don't think so. A Godstrain type of sweep is going to come in where 3-0 will happen. Things are going to be a little bit more critical, and it can happen like what happened in the S8ul versus Revenant Esports.
This is going to be a tough battle, as we are going to be seeing who's going to be coming on top is something that we'll be looking forward to. Is it going to be True Rippers or is it going to be God's Reign? As we did talk about it, they're battling not just for a title, but also in terms of a region, or at least I'm not too sure if everybody will relate to it, but both the teams from Bangalore were looking forward to reigning superior on one another to command who is the better team. It is kind of a flex movement for them as well, because staying in Bangalore and then fighting out for just as we did initially see the zonal qualifiers, right? Similar to that is something that I'm putting just because it's a little bit close to my heart because I'm also a Bangalore boy. But no more flexing about that as we jump right into the game, because it is time for the match between True Rippers and God's Reign. The draft pick is going to be here, and Raider, I had the same question from Rudul.
Mhm.
Ouch. The question has
It's
been
my turn.
already answered.
Yeah.
It is Tyranitar and Dodrio being the ban.
I knew your question that which are the two Pokemons which are going to
It
get
was
banned,
not
but
going to be
look
which
at that.
Pokemons. It's going to be, is it the same Pokemons?
All right, all right. Yeah, it is same at this point. But eventually, if we talk about True Rippers, the support to LJ Gauss is going to be there. And Moxie's corner will get a defender. That could be Snorlax or it could be some other of Chop's choices. But yeah, Snorlax and Mew, the attacker, has been confirmed by Skepta as well. Meanwhile, if we talk about Daksh and Devesh, let's see which are the two Pokemons these two guys are going to choose because their picks are going to be quite vital for the team.
This battle is going to be too intense and interesting of how things can unfold. But just like we saw picks coming in on Revenant in the first round, they had a Zerina, and it looks like True Rippers also will be having it. I mean, Ego, you know him, he's always generally played it. And just like we saw from Blizzard coming in, looks like Kyo as well wants to pick up Decidui and save. I mean, I feel like this looks a little bit similar to what we saw between S8ul and True Revenant just now, just because it was a match that we just saw like 10 minutes back. But talking in terms of God's Reign, they're not looking come to follow a composition which was close to S8ul. They have
Mm-hmm.
Talon Flame on the Speedster, on
Right.
Omen. This is an interesting choice coming in. Scepter as well. We've seen him play many roles. Seen him playing Mew. We've seen him on the Tyranitar as well. So Venusaur and many others such. So I'm really looking forward to how that works out. And Vixen, just as we talked about, as you mentioned, recall, he's going to be playing on Azumarill, a very damaging player in terms of the opponents who they need to fear. But to slow the players down, to make sure that their hits do not connect, Devesh, he picks up the Ninetales to freeze them out along with Daksh's help. Let's see how it works out on the Mamoswine.
Definitely looking forward to see how this approach is going to get established. A double attacker type of approach coming from True Rippers. Meanwhile, when it comes to guys like, let's say, Godrins, well, their approach is also a little bit more significant when it comes to the approach of Speedster. That is what I have to look into because
Mm-hmm.
Talonflame, having that particular Pokemon, it can either be a blessing in disguise for them or that could be the case where I believe Godstain could be at the backside. So, looking forward to
Yeah.
see how those Eagles are actually going to swipe out eventually the Pokemons and the points for the team particularly. And meanwhile, Lucifer, the evolution is also going to be quite important for Godstrain.
I will look forward how God's Reign will be playing, as we generally see, right? And we love every team seeing that they pick up every Pokemon from one specific category, one specific
Right.
role, and that's what God's Reign have done. But as you rightly said, now having everything does not mean that you will just be happy. You will have control of it. Certain times it just might be that the opponents picking up this double range attacker can fire shots from every direction. So you need to be worried about the moves coming in and hitting you in any direction. And that's the reason as we jump into the game, we'll be looking forward to what's going to be happening. But any kind of action in this first round you'll be looking forward to expect is going to be after the 2 minute mark. But right now, I'm looking forward to who gets the first goal. It looks like God's Reign are going to be the one, as Azumarill has already run and gotten the first four down.
Well, indeed, the first four goals are done and dusted. But at this point, if we talk about the solar beams coming up, New tries his level best to decide and get a lot of points. Spin up on the other corner, tries to little bit on tries to flee away from this situation, but another solar beam comes in. While this one fails to connect, I believe. On the other corner, if we talk about Ego, look at that. This particular Serena is actually going to go for many goals. So let's see how far situation goes on. Forward for 16 points, Godstrain only 18 from the corner. Another set of plus 5 points coming from the Azumaral. And with this, we have got 25 points coming from Team Godstrain, which is good enough. But on the top lane, we have got a Ruckus. Vixen tries to fall back a little bit more. Yes, of course, the hits are coming up. Omen also tries to decide to go a little bit on the backside after goaling the scores.
They're still holding it out, understanding that there will be Pokemon spawning, and Within an instant, I feel bad for these Pokemons which just gone and instantly get taken down. But Omen, right now his intention is going to be just switching up lane, turn directions, find knockouts, and immediately jumps on none other than Devesh, trying to eliminate him. Omen trying his best, and Noxie helps him out, and that is going to be the first KO. Devesh will be taken on, and immediately look at what Godswing are doing, getting goals dunked one after another, not at all stopping from both the top and the bottom lane. And right now, Omen needs to run away. He does, but he has to give away one of his teams as kind of an offering, because Snorlax did get taken on, because early stages still there were 4 players alive. Losing one does not make a big impact on God's Reign's end for now.
At this point, the impact is mesmerizing. Let's see how far God's Reign is going to come back stronger. Snorlax on the other corner comes back in the game. Oh, Izumaral gets a KO, and that's Serena going down to the rest. Lakshya Fatakov, this guy goes for the Wild Berry so that he can repatch himself and then bring back the glory for the team. Meanwhile, the evolution from Swinub to Pilliswine is very critical for him. He has to evolve, but look at that. Those attacking the power coming from God's Range Mew is looking good. While the Solar Beam comes in, let's see how far this approach will help this particular Pokemon. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Serena, tries to go ahead and eventually just get as many as points as possible. Meanwhile, the Decidueye is also on the bottom lane goal zone.
Oh.
Look at that. The HP is not looking that great.
Good arrow coming in from Kyo, connects 3 of the players, and if there was another one to follow it up, 3 KOs may be the thing that we would have seen, but right now, holding it all off, hiding in the tall grasses, hits the Mew, which was the right connection, hitting another one, and immediate KO on Snorlax. Nothing that God's Reign could do. The Mew is surviving because the goal zone is going to be there, but now has to give it up because the berries, they are not available, and also Dakshu is pushed up to the flux, will make their life even more difficult. Scepter is still trying to fight it out. Omen is going to be here on that speedster, on Talonflame, tries to eliminate the players, but nothing. The only elimination that God's Reign are going to be receiving is going to be their goal zone that is going to be destroyed. And with Regis now immediately spawned, TrueRippers then do not have time to switch lanes, so immediately they will be trying to take away this Regirock, and God's Reign, they in the meantime needs to jump to the Regieleki. If not, both, if Regis go top and bottom in control of TrueRippers, these early 5 minutes of the game can completely get in control of TrueRippers, and they might even run away with the entire game. And that's the reason you can see immediately they switch up, get Regieleki, and they're pushing to the top goal zone to destroy at least one of TrueRippers' goal zones.
At this point, things are looking a bit more critical on the top lane. You can see that the Decidueye is there. Regieleki is something they have to counter for. God's Reign already got the particular advantage of that particular Pokemon, but look at that. The HP of Regieleki is getting diminished. Meanwhile, Kyo is trying to go for as many damages that is possible at this moment. If we talk about the level, that's the 8th, which is good enough. But meanwhile, if we talk about the levels of God's Reign, well, at that angle, I guess the people are trying to evolve. The Talonflame is the only one which is having 9 level in its favor. Let's see how far they can approach. TrueRippers with 136 points. Oh, the tail end Talonflame will be getting taken down. Okay, it was able to take one down. The Snorlax was taken down, but Talonflame with that particular kind of, let's say, sweep, was able to dish out the Alolan Ninetales as well. Meanwhile, Mew goes in for the Serena. God's Reign, they are also getting the KOs. Meanwhile, getting reciprocated by Team TrueRippers.
Back and forth is the match, but still TrueRippers look like they have at least a little bit of an inclination advantage for now. God's Reign in the meantime, they will be looking forward to getting back in the game. Widespread for now in terms of the entirety of their half of the map. But on the other end, Asumran looking forward to overextend a little bit. He doesn't have any, I would say, help. I'm looking forward to how that battle will get initiated. He's trying to fight with a supportive Pokemon, but as soon as he realizes that it's a support, he just backs off. In the meantime, Kyo right now, he's just farming. And we've seen how crucial a Decidueye is, which gave Revenant a chance to get back into the game and reverse sweep it entirely in their favor. So let's see how much more of an impact it can do here for TrueRippers as well.
Looking forward to it. At this point, if we talk about Team God's Reign, looking a bit more confident. 94 points from the corner, still high, still are very close to the century, but let's see how far they're going to approach it. Because if we talk about the Ace Energy, they are getting it. They are just trying to bank it out. On the other corner, the Elder Gods gets spotted as Ronald goes in for a damage, fails to do so. But in the bottom lane, I believe the Avaruch is coming up, and that's Kyo. And the other Ninetales to be precise, trying to actually get the Regi Ice in their favor. And if it is possible, it could be quite amazing. But on the top lane, I guess the focus is a little bit more different, because now Regieleki is at the cushion.
Regieleki is super crucial right now. Previously, it was God's Reign to take it away, and this time as well, they make it an ally. But TrueRippers are not letting them go easy. They're making sure that they have to pay a price. Kyo comes out with a Unite move but doesn't find any value, and immediately Omen comes out with the ultimate. He swings them to their goal zone and starts destroying them. Mamoswine does exchange it with Ego also being there. They're still trying to take them down, but if Scepter goes down, it's going to be a big situation where Godzrin will have to fumble it all up, and that's the reason Godzrin, understanding it, that Regielki has already taken the goal zone control. Let's just get the goals done then, and then worry about what is there in the future in terms of maybe losing the ground or round. Does not matter. Let's just put it all across. The 39 was scored from Ego coming in on the top lane as the Regielki had already taken control. But look at what Vixen done. He just came up, put a goal, and teleported back to base. And Kyo, he had the right idea, but before his Spirit Shackle could connect, Vixen was done the deed and he's already gone back.
He was very close, to be precise. I guess the shot would have come in, as Spirit Shackle would have actually shook him quite hard. But eventually, look at that. The spawn is done. People are coming back. They are trying to bounce back. If we talk about the goal zones remaining, both from the teams, I guess 2 goal zones have been destroyed. Meanwhile, if we talk about the bottom lane, or it was the top lane goal zone, where I guess that particular Pokemon was able to score out quite a bit. Mew gets the Eldegoss done and dusted. Meanwhile, if we talk about Ego, let's see how far this particular Pokemon is going to go on. Serena tries to go for as many as something damage as possible. Oh, managed to get it out. Talonflame on the other corner sweeps out the KO for Serena, and this is how Team Godstain is looking a bit more confident, a bit more strategic at this point, because all the other members from Team TrueRippers, they're just trying to actually bounce back and defend their own goal zones. They're unable to attack at this point, but let's see what happens, because just 30 more seconds to go, and after that the Rayquaza will come in, which will decide the fate of this game.
Right now with Rayquaza right at the edge with 20 seconds to go. I want to see if it's going to be TrueRippers or Godstain. Both of them fighting with all they've gotten there right at the edge, but nobody giving more space. They're like fighting right at the edge of the sword. Both of them, like, they have their ships right next to each other. They're dashing into each other, but nobody giving even the slightest of control. But Omen finding a chance with the goal getter, gets a big score done as soon as Rayquaza spawns and doubles the score. He had 43 but dunks 86. Now Decidueye wants to punish Omen. They want to take him out, but it's not going to be an easy one, especially with Godsrain having major control of the legendary pit. But Godsrain, they've not initiated the fight on Rayquaza, understanding that TrueRippers will be lurking in the shadows, and it is going to be now Noxy finding the first on Daksh, but immediately a counter coming in as they try to hit him and eliminate him. Not too much of a damage or a concern for them, because Scepter is there to help with his long range solar beam, but Ego comes out from the top. He tries to surprise them, but they are able to run away, and he receives an immediate damage on the solar beam as well as the slam. But Daksh, he's the one who's trying to take all the damage and separate them. In the meantime, Daksh barely survives, uses higher horsepower, and therefore runs away from the block. Otherwise could have been smudged to the wall, but uses the Mammoth Mash. But nobody's in the surrounding area. They're able to dodge most of it, and immediately Mine comes out with a Unite of its own and then doing damage. And on top of it, there is the Mew as well, uses the Unite, and players are just falling like dominoes from TrueRippers, and 2 more players surviving. That is going to be none other than Healer, which is going to be safe, playing on the Eldegoss, but he will also be eliminated. Oh, brilliant play coming in an Omen on the Speedster. And one last player was Ego. He's still surviving. Not too sure where. He was hiding the tall grasses for now. Took up a 1v1 fight, but he's about to go down. He's trying to run away using his drop kick, buying time for his teammates, but look at what has happened. God's name, they move away from Legendary Pit, give this chance, and TrueRippers are back in, and Rayquaza, it has all healed to full health, and now God's name, who looked like they had control, they are the ones who don't have great health. If they figure a way to fight through this, they are the ones who are going to be receiving KOs.
Definitely, the KOs will
They lose Rayquaza!
Look at that, but the Rayquaza is in the favor of Mamoswine. That is absolutely amazing. And with this, Godstain, I don't think so that the score is going to be that of him. Daksh goes in with the 90, I believe. But let's see how far this approach is going to go. Look at that, amazing. But on the other corner, look at the Talonflame. He was also able to score quite a bit. I'm actually looking forward to see what happens, because this competition is going to be very close. Yeah, he was able to score plus 32 at the last second. And look at that, Godstain, just because of that plus 32 points at the last moment. Omen, this guy did it all.
Man, oh man,
Amazing.
Omen saves the day here. I did not see that score coming in. As you rightly said, Omen, if you wouldn't have gotten that score of 32, you could see from being at 100 for TrueRippers, 200, they immediately got Rayquaza, and 3 players started pushing. Mamoswine, who we were watching, but on the top, there were 2, which was Devesh as well as Ego. Both of them together pushed up, and they got a couple of goals dunked. Or I think it was Kyo. One of these 2 players on the top lane also got goals scored.
Right.
Man, oh man, Omen saved the day 256. If not for him, God's Reign would have lost this. But True Rippers and God's Reign, what an intense match to witness here, Raider.
Yeah, indeed. An intense match after getting all those KOs. Godsend got the focus on Ego, if I'm not wrong, and that's how I guess situation turned quite a bit because that was the moment when Ego took the time in his liberty and eventually KO, Sav, Devesh, and Daksha and all the other Pokemons which was there from True Ripper's corner were able to spawn back in that mid lane and eventually tried their level best to devour. And look at that, how beautifully the Rayquaza was in their favor, but eventually the only thing they were unable to decipher that Talonflame, the speedster coming from Godsend, was way too high.
Yeah, he was always farming constantly, and I
Mm.
think we never saw Omen anywhere close to legendary pit.
Yeah,
That was a brilliant decision, God's Reign, that I done. Like, have that speedster who's just continuously farming and punishing players if they've set their foot out of the legendary pit. Whether it is True Rippers player or the wild Pokemon, he was just trying to do damage and eliminate one after another, and KOs were taken. And that was just a brilliant decision making coming in from players from God's Reign. If that did not happen, they would have lost. Man, oh man, this was such a close matchup. I think there's just a small glitch, that defeat being seen, so you don't have to worry about it.
yeah.
It's victory here. That was some small glitch, but just 18 goals here. 18 goals is why True Rippers lost even after getting Rayquaza. Safe, brilliant player. You saw at all times whenever Safe was alive, True Reapers, all the players were able to have control, whether it was top lane or bottom lane. But that's the reason God's Reign always wanted to eliminate Safe. And once Safe fell, you could see everybody else also started to fall one after another. But
Right.
kudos for the entire team coming in from God's Reign of how they played. You can see that not everybody is just done or you cannot just point out one player from God's Reign who is going to
Hmm.
be doing a lot for the team. But as a team, everybody did their job. That's why God's Reign
Definitely.
got a chance to win this out.
Did everybody from Team Godstain was able to do their part, and eventually they did quite beautifully. And that's how the Snorlax Cortex Noxy is actually going to be the guy who is actually going to become the player of the game. 113 goals, 1 KO, 7 assists, 24,583 is going to be the damage. And look at the recovery, 22,453, which is quite good enough. Definitely did a beautiful job of actually surviving and still giving the teammates a hope that they can actually establish their dominance. And that's how Team Godstain was able to establish quite a few things. Talonflame having that particular Pokemon as Omen, this guy absolutely nailed it out. And eventually, one more thing that we have to hand out to Team Godstrain, that they had a score of more than 400 and pretty much close to 500, and they
Mhm.
had this score just because of the goal dunking down and the, let's say, synergy and eventually farming. They were not having
Yes.
the Rayquaza advantage, to be precise. And you already coined out that, Lucifer, that when the Rayquaza was about to get summoned, when eventually your score just gets doubled if you are able to score in that 2 minute type of period,
Hmm.
that's where I guess Talonflame decides that he now I'm going to dunk down as many as goals as possible.
Yeah.
And not just the goals, he was able to give a lot of KOs as well. The KO streak too also came in the bottom lane, and that's how beautiful Omen was playing. But then again, if I talk about Noxy, he was the one who was able to support quite a bit for Team Godstrain.
Yeah, that Snorlax. You saw most of the times they just try to dodge it, but that dodge made them run away from the position which would have been their stronghold. And I think that should be something that everybody needs to pay attention to. It is not that like you had a situation where the team is about to lose control. It's about how you make the team lose control when they know that they want to push you and try to fight with. But for now, the first match is done, and both True Rippers and Godsrin are like, we are not happy with it. We are not fulfilled with it. Whether it be Godsrin who got the first victory or True Rippers took a loss, they're jumping back in the game. But this time
Right.
there's no Dodrio ban coming, and Godsrin change it up. They bring it a Snorlax ban.
Well, they know already that Snorlax can be a very important and a very chaotic Pokemon to be precise, so they are banning it. Snorlax and Tyranitar are the two Pokemons getting banned, and look at that, Omen decides to go with the Dorio in this match. Let's see how far this approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, we have a Speedster on the other corner. TrueRippers Saf once again gets the Eldegoss. Mew comes in for Devesh. Those solar beams are something you don't want to miss in the match. But apart from that, if we talk about Costrain, mine could be coming from Divine's corner. That's a beautiful supporter for the team. Meanwhile, if we talk about the attackers or the defender, let's see what is going to be the approach for Vixen. Azumarill once again gets confirmed. That's interesting. Same type of picks are coming from Godstrain, which is good enough. Meanwhile, if we talk about True Ripper, we've got Kyo and Ego. Let's see what are their picks precisely. On the verge of the, I guess, timer getting over, we are getting the picks. And we have got another set of attacker that's going to be Gardevoir, and we have a defender as well. Double attacker approach already getting confirmed from team True Ripper.
Double attacker, interesting. In terms of True Rippers who want to get back into the game, this was the setup that they previously also had. That they brought double attackers and then they had one all rounder coming in, which was Ego, and I think maybe a Lucario or maybe Zarina itself. It
All
was
right.
effective, but it was not just enough to handle players from True Rippers because True Rippers were all over the place. They kept control, and yes, Ego is going to be on the Zarina, but on the other end, God's Reign this time completely let go of two categories, defender and attacker. Heavy all rounder investment as well as a supporter investment coming in with Lucario as Zumaril and
Mm-hmm.
Mime and Blissey. I'm looking forward to what they'll be doing, especially that Omen is on Dodrio, and we know what Dodrio can do as a speedster as well as a very crucial goaler raider. And I really love and enjoy seeing Dodrio's action coming into play. But right now, as we jump back, I want to know what you think, Raider, because
Mm-hmm.
after seeing a pick from God's Reign, we had all the varieties, but now
Right.
cut two varieties out. And on the other end, they still keep that almost same meta in terms of having two attackers, supporter, defender, and all rounder. Who do you think is going to be faring better? Is it God's Reign completely under control, or maybe True Rippers just have a chance to get back into this map?
See, after seeing the first round, I believe Gostin was the one which was a little bit more squishy. Yes, definitely. I guess first
Mm,
of all, the KOs came in from True Ripper's corner, but eventually, when True Ripper came back a little bit more stronger, they were unable to steal the Rayquaza, and that's what I guess in this particular matchup in round two, Gostin want to work on because they know,
okay.
despite of farming, that was a very narrow escape in the first round,
Yeah.
close to 16, 20 points. It was not a worthy, let's say, buffer which they want to go with. They are the team which have want to have an average goal of 1000 and plus and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
looking forward to see how this approach goes on. But yes, definitely, I guess this approach can be a little bit more shifty. And Godstrain having those all-rounder approach and double supporter as well and a speedster, it is looking a bit more risky for me.
Hmm. Risky. But risky is what God's Reign love, I guess. They take risks and they, I would say, get huge profits out of it because, again, uh, riskier the game, I think benefits are also double that, and that's the reason we look forward to how God's Reign will be able to play with Dodrio coming out. It is not going to be an easy one for sure because after seeing one speedster of how it was played, they will have an idea for how the speedster can be countered, and also they expect a speedster because in the tournament itself, Raider, we rarely saw speedsters being picked. Even if it was picked majority of the times, Dodrio was the only Pokemon as a speedster which worked. Other Pokemons were somewhere left little bit hanging or had, I would say,
Yeah.
less impact throughout the tournament. But right now, of how Omen played Talonflame and now coming out as well as on Dodrio, I'm looking forward to a lot more. And then this gives us the idea that games can be switched up just because of one or two Pokemons of different categories being picked, which just becomes annoying. So now all eyes, especially from True Ripper's end, will be on Omen to deny him as much as possible. Because if you enable that Dodrio in leveling up as well as getting to a position where it is way better compared to your team, it'll do damage and run away, and you will not be even able to catch it. And that's the best part of Dodrio. Just like how we saw on Talonflame, it has fly, immediately goes up to the sky, and from there on can make a decision to immediately slam down on the opponent or just run away. Either of the choices gives a upper hand for, I would say, that specific player as well as the team, and that's how Omen decided to play. And right now, not having a speedster on True Represent, I'm looking forward to how they find a way to counter it. Now, with Psyshock on the Gardevoir, should be a thing that can help out easily here, Raider. Just imagine Psyshock being put down. It hits three
Mm-hmm.
times and then immediately a solar beam. So Dodrio, who's trying to run around in circles, hopefully for them, and that shots immediately connect, and somebody from their team immediately is able to slam on, and that's a done deal. Maybe Ego itself, he comes in with a drop kick and eliminates the Dodrio, and that's how they start denying value coming in. But even if they deny that value, there's still two more players who have picked up all
Right.
rounders. Azumarill as well as the Lucario has also been picked. So heavy hitters are still there. So looking at God's Reign composition, they've thought the odds out and they've decided the best one for at least the second round.
Looking forward to see how their decision is going to work out because True Ripper, they know that they were very close to, and they were pretty much, I guess, ready for the Rayquaza. They were able to seal the Rayquaza as well.
Hmm.
So I guess they're having the same kind of approach, and eventually they know that they might be able to seal in this round as well. But Godstrain, after showing the trailer of having a Speedster, I guess now they focus, as you said, Lucifer, for sure is going to be on Dodrio and Speedsters like that. Whatever team Godstrain is going to approach with. Omen is the one Pokemon, Omen is the one guy who they have to suppress. Otherwise, those sneaky goals can be very detrimental.
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of, let's say, sneaky KOs coming up can be very detrimental. Those last moment shifts that Rodeo can actually come from one goal zone to another. That is something which is kind of going to be quite amazing to watch out for. So
Yeah.
definitely looking forward to see how Rodeo Omen is going to retaliate and how his team is going to support, because they don't have a lack of support at this point. They have got the Blissey, they've got the other Pokemon. Mime is as well on the corner. We have
Mm-hmm.
got Azumarill, we have got the particular Pokemon known as Lucario as well. So definitely their picks are something which is looking a little bit more on let's say a stronger side. So I guess the team known as TrueRipper, they have got the conventional approach, but their conventional approach was not able to work in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be working in this one? You have to look forward very soon, guys.
Yeah, there's only one switch that they've done, that is Gardevoir.
Yeah.
Decidueye is let gone and they bring out Gardevoir. I mean, we've seen how impactful Gardevoir in the tournament has been on a couple of players and also in some specific games, not all. And that's the reason the ranged attackers, I would say, magic is not seen or delivered or in terms of high impact in every round, because they figure out a way to counter it, they figure out a way to approach it. And then with Omen, we saw in S8ul's end as well what Cursed was doing, understanding that the opponents have a ranged attacker. Cursed, what he used to do is used to jump on Blizzard at all times, denying that Decidueye, at least in the last rounds that we saw. He did get the knockout, but Revenant had a counter plan prepared for it. They take down Blizzard. That means they're making sure that our front line is still alive. They're trying to go hit our back line. So what they used to think about is making sure that their supportive Pokemons are alive, and then make sure their heavy hitters are also able to connect their moves. And what used to happen, the front line used to eliminate the players who made the rush. And by the time Curse eliminated one player and he came back to get the goals or at least move in another direction, he would lose his teammates or he would have to change his strategy, and therefore that would be something that Revenant would be like always ready for. And whereas S8ul, they would have immediately come to a fumble and they would have to figure out something new. And there can be a similar situation here where we might just end up seeing Omen running right in to the players of none other than God's Reign, and God's Reign are like immediately try to hit them back. And I'm sorry, TrueRippers, he runs right into the players of TrueRippers, and TrueRippers do not, I will say, give him a knockout, but then the other players start jumping on the players of God's Reign who may try to make a push and they get eliminated. All right, now we had a quick give you a quick idea. There was a glitch before we started the game, and therefore we immediately rehosted. So you can see the draft pick, no changes here as well. We
Right.
will be on the same Pokemon's radar, so I'm looking forward to how interesting this matchup is going to be.
Well, definitely, it is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Noxie under the corner has to just confirm it's Blissey. And remember, guys, the draft pick phase or whatever the phase is going to come on, the one thing which is going to be signed is going to be about the Sky Ruins, the battle arena for this particular matchup. So let's see how far the situation goes on. 20 more seconds to go, then we'll see the lobby. And after that, we'll get to see what happens and how the fights are going to be there. Meanwhile, Vixen, Skepta having the same approach. Everybody from Coldstrain, everybody from TrueRippers have not changed yet in the re-hosting because the Pokemon had to be same. The band are also same,
Mhm.
Snorlax and the Tyranitar. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Carnage, that might actually shift because they've got the buffer, they've got the time to think at this point. They have to
Yes.
strategize that what happens in the game.
I mean, time is of value. We might have not talked about it a lot, but you know it. Like, even if you get a small 10-second gap in the match itself, it is enough for you. Now, not talking about the respawn time when you get knocked out, that 10 second you will be like, oh, I did this wrong, you did this wrong, and that this. So you might think about that. But just before the match or in between the match, if you get a chance, especially like we have players, we talked about Tensai, of what he was doing, creating diversions, making sure his teammates get some time in terms of a breathing situation, because of which they were able to get back into the game. And that's how we ended up seeing Daksh as well here. He's still trying to play with the same Pokemon, but how effective can he be is going to be something we are going to be looking forward to as we jump right into round 2.
Well, definitely the round two has been started. God's Red sitting in the purple corner. Shuribo, meanwhile, starting it off in the orange one. Let's see how far this approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about the supporter and the all-rounder approach, well, this is good that we are looking to it quite amazingly that we have got an all-rounder trying to attack, and meanwhile, the supporter is also on the verge of corner. So that's good enough. This kind of approach will benefit quite a bit because having the let's say, right support, having the right attack, having the right punch is also going to be quite important. At the same time, meanwhile, Goldstein goes in for another set of 2 points. We put over TrueRippers. Well, look at that. They're also able to bag out another set of 6 points. Meanwhile, we put over the Wildberries. This guy Eisenwall is trying to just farm as much as is possible. Mine goes on for another set of 5 points. Meanwhile, we have got Mew with the solar beam comes in. Definitely damages out Skeptor, but not that much that he's going to slow down.
Damage is being exchanged, but early stage damage we know, Raider. It is just exchange of punches, kicks, psychic moves, anything that you talk about, even water, as you see Scepter using the water bubbles to eliminate wild Pokemons. Levels up. Azumarill, fully evolved right now. But Noxie on the other end, he's not fully evolved. He's still playing on the Chauncey. But he's jumping along with his teammates to eliminate players from TrueRippers. They're trying to get into the goal zone. A score comes in. Dodrio is also going for a score. Moxie is also making use of the goal assist, trying to go for a score, but seeing Seth as well as Davis together. And after taking so much damage on level 3, Noxie is like, not anymore. I'll back off and give chance for TrueRippers to regain control of their goal zone. But we have done the job what we needed to, and that's what is happening in the top lane as well. Players pushed up, got scores done. 5-6 does not matter. Goal is a goal in the starting stages, starting 2 minutes, which might give you upper hand.
Oh man, trying to actually deliver the dominance. Gosrin once again starts this off quite well. Because in the last match, they had an asset of having quite a few points earlier to the start of Rayquaza and eventually earlier to the stealing of Rayquaza. That's what they're trying to go for. But look at that. Skepta at this point is getting a lot of damage at this moment. But look at that. He's trying his level best to survive, but Azumarill gets connected. But on the other corner, the Chansey as well comes in, trying to devour, trying to neglect the fact that the goals might actually come in. Meanwhile, Dodrio on the top corner is also trying to farm out quite a bit of points. And look at that, once again, goes in for another set of amazing points. Let's see how far the approach will be getting delivered. The KO might actually get followed, but Dodrio, he has to fall back.
Still Godstrain having control for now. TrueRippers might have scored a couple, but Omen is not looking for the stopping. He's already level 8, along with his teammates also who are looking better. But TrueRippers, they have not stopped on that. Gardevoir is at level 7. Yes, we'll be looking forward to evolving completely. But in the meantime, again, switching lanes back to the bottom lane. Scepter can take a lot in terms of damage, but 3 players are pushing up. And as we talked about it, we should be seeing the level up coming through. It did, but Psyshock was placed right at the bottom goal zone, and therefore it became a little bit difficult over there to hold it off. But he's still fighting out as he receives a teammate as in help. Scepter survives, as is the goal zone, but the goal zone which doesn't is going to be TrueRippers. They lose one on the top. Regis spawn after these first 3 minutes, and Scepter is looking immediately to jump on the Registeel where players of TrueRippers are, but TrueRippers are distracted with the Blissey's fight as well as the Omen trying to fight with them. In the meantime, a 1v1 is what Vixen is doing on the top lane to take out Regieleki in their favor. So this should be an easy Registeel coming in for none other than Godson, but a Unite being committed. Man, that was a big move to just get a Registeel, to just get one legendary Pokemon. They do a lot in terms of damage, got knockouts, but that one commitment, they do get the bottom lane control, destroy the goal zone, but for what in terms of Vayne? Because God's Rain took Regieleki on top.
Well, indeed, and they have reciprocated with the kind of anticipation. And you can already see that we have got another set of goal zone getting destroyed. Godsen also gets a setback. Meanwhile, Dodrio, look at that, another set of press 23 from its corner. He was able to go for the top lane and score as many as points that was at his disposal. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Blissey, also trying to be a little bit more on the close quarters. If we talk about the attacking formation, Skepta tries to go ahead and farm. Meanwhile, another set of plus 5 point goes in. Blissey was able to go for the points that he was actually having, the S energy to be precise. But now the KO should follow up. Omen not looking that strong. Let's see how far this guy is going to go on. Trying to just flee from the situation. Blissey was able to help him out quite a bit.
That was a big decision being done from Blissey, making use of the Unite, making sure that he doesn't go down. Omen survives, and it does not matter if he goes down on the Blissey. He is there for the support. He cannot do hefty damage. So he's like, Omen, let him survive. Let him be back in the game very quick so that there can be 1v1 fights coming through. And Vixen right now, he jumps in to immediately go for a fight, and look at what happens along with his teammates as well. They try to push jungle, and God's Rain reel one player and send him back. Packing, that's none other than Ego. Now all the players from TrueRippers are just backing off. They're like, okay, we thought that maybe we had some kind of control, but we are losing everything, so let's give it up and then regain control one after another as time progresses, rather than giving up our life as well as experience and level advantage to God's Rain.
Oh man, at this point, God's Rain, they're trying their level best. They're trying everything, trying to actually survive quite a bit, trying to actually maneuver the points in their favor. But let's see how far this approach is going to go on. Quite a few people, quite a few Pokemons on the bottom lane. And if we talk about the upper lane on the top lane, you've got Dodrio trying to go for the mid lane, but he's going to face off Gardevoir, and at that same angle, Mew is also there. But look at that, Solar Beam comes in, fails to connect it, but Gardevoir. Let's Serena on the other corner also goes in for the approach. Let's see how this situation goes on. Dotrio was able to steal it out, and that's quite good. Then Unite gets moved in, Unite gets used, but Lucario was able to take down the particular Pokemon. Oh, another set of Pokemon goes on. Eldegoss and Serena, both of them were taken down, but Lucario repays with his own life.
Rippers, they know that they have to get back in the game. They're trying to fight with all that they've gotten, but God's Rain taking Regieleki at all times has become a pain for them. And now if this Regieleki is able to take top lane control, it'll become even more difficult for them, and that's the reason they want to destroy it, not even give a chance. Maybe just imagine if 10 goals also as soon as Regieleki gets set, and it's 18 more goals, easy. Most of the Pokemons at this point in God's Rain's play side will be having that. So therefore, destroy the Regieleki, but in the meantime a bottom lane fight is happening. It was about to be a 1v1. Ego gets saved from the teammates coming in, and therefore Ego is delivering knockouts after knockouts, but Dodrio saves them along with him pushing back, staying alive. Looks like things are going and working back in favor of Godzin as they're regaining control, but with Regirock spawn, immediately TrueRippers are like, we are going out, but let's just make sure that before we go out, we cause trouble for Godzin and maybe find an opportunity to, as they are trying to take Regirock, we try to get them cornered, and it worked out. Vixen still swoops in, gets Regirock in their favor, and now he's somehow trying to survive, but the solar beam coming through, that does the damage, and therefore he goes down. But Scepter, he's on a revenge seek right now. His teammates are helping out. The Blissey is looking unstoppable. Daksh runs away with the horsepower coming through, and God's Rain are also deciding to back off, because look at the positioning coming in from Omen, because if they decide to go for a push and try to fight it out, and Omen gets exposed, they will immediately try to jump on Omen, and especially with 50 AOS energies, they'll not look forward to giving it up. But there is just 10 seconds if we look at the top lane, because Regieleki is about to spawn, and I'm looking forward to if Godzin are going to be getting it, but TrueRippers already have an alter plan towards it. They've already bought in 3 players on the top lane who are looking forward to jump up on the Regieleki within less than 10 seconds, and this advantage, as they understood that the bottom lane was given away in terms of control, you see what happens. A big 50 gets scored from Omen. Now Omen is getting chased, but I don't think they will be finding any value of Omen, but Devesh is the one who gets stuck in a Bermuda Triangle of God's Rain, gets eliminated immediately, and a steal happens. Mime was the only player on the top lane, and he steals Regieleki in their favor, and there's nothing that TrueRippers could do.
The timing coming from God's Rain, be it the ceiling, be it the KOs, Dodrio also working out quite well, because you saw Dodrio, very squishy Pokemon. What he does, he lets his teammate give the kind of, let's say, domination, and give the kind of aggression, and what happens after that? He comes in, sweeps out the last chunk of that particular life of the Pokemon, and gets the KO done. This is quite well. God's Rain are timing their attacks quite well. But let's see how far their approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about Serena, another set of plus 48 was delivered by that particular Pokemon, which is good enough. But Dodrio, look at that, another sneaky guy once again tries to go for the bottom lane, but he gets discovered. I believe he has been spotted, but look at that, once again goes in for the aggression. I believe Dodrio will be able to go in for another set of quite amazing goals, and look at that, the goals are done. 373 points from the corner. In the mid lane, a lot of unites are being used.
Now they're all concentrating to eliminate Mime, because Mime had an intention to eliminate Devesh. But Mime is getting back into the game now. It's all about Kyo surviving, but Kyo gets eliminated. Gardevoir is out, and now they're chasing Ego to eliminate him. And then they will be jumping on Daksh, and Ego is also going down. Daksh is the only player surviving with the help of Safe being there. But Safe knows he's not a heavy hitter. He can take damage and try to help his teammate out. But Daksh is getting pushed, flushed in the other direction, nowhere close to Safe. And in the meantime, what is God's Rain doing? Getting back to the legendary pit, trying to fight it out over there, but Vixen is like, I've already gotten the opportunity, let me try to get scores done in. But right now he gets trapped, he gets stuck, but he somehow tries to survive. But Mew with the long range attack, basic one coming in, immediately does the damage. But oh no, Daksh does not even get the idea that he jumped right on Scepter, but a big unite on Scepter to try and eliminate him did not work out. He still survives with half of his health, and Gardevoir, who used the unite, is knocked out. And now this is the ultimate fight happening. There is just less than 15 seconds left. Everybody's giving it their all. Rayquaza is also barely surviving over there with 10 seconds to go. Rayquaza is already stolen from TrueRippers. TrueRippers, do they have the chance? Can they push up, score 50 after 50 after 50 and get hundreds dunked in? 84 is the only one that they got to score. But in the meantime, Dodrio, another 32. What a play coming in from God's Rain. Even though they were getting hit, they were also hitting back, but concentrated on goaling as well. And God's Rain get the second round.
I mean, the timing, hands down, the timing coming from Godzin. They are able to time out their attacks. They were able to time out their fallback situation, their defensive standards, and eventually they were able to time out their goals as well. The Dorio, the Talonflame, Omen as a guy absolutely nailed it out in this match as well. No doubt how the anticipation coming from TrueRippers was also quite amazing. TrueRippers was able to devour. And in this match as well, the Rayquaza gets stolen by TrueRipper, but eventually when the timer was ticking at 10 seconds or so. So this was not a great approach. This was not a great steal coming from TrueRippers, even though they had the Rayquaza. But eventually, this is one of those type of match where even though you have got the Rayquaza, the advantage is still not going to follow you up.
And it was too late. Come on, they took the Rayquaza fight when it was like 25 to 30 seconds, and it is not possible. But on the other end, Vixen and Omen, these sneaky players to get that goal scored in. Vixen understanding that the Regieleki which they took is still alive and especially sat in their opponent's goal zone. So what he does, he had 43 AOS energy, goes, scores. Omen having the advantage of that passive goal advantage, potion goaling advantage, he pushes, goals in potions, doubles the score. And after that, what does he do? He gets back around the legendary pit, does damage, and moves away after collecting Chaos energy back to score more. Man, oh man, TrueRippers unfortunate. If they even had 2 seconds, Raider,
Mm,
okay, make it 3 seconds. There are two more players who had pushed up to the top lane.
right.
So if those two players got a chance to score in the next 2 seconds, we would have
Mhm,
seen the score touch the same between both. Just like how we saw 18 being the difference between
yeah.
the second round, we would have seen such a difference as well. Maybe 5 goals being a difference
Right.
for a decider. But you could see it was always God's Rain who seemed under control. True Reapers tried to match that tempo, but
Mm.
God's Rain with that Regieleki on every top lane fight, they were able to take it away. And why that used to happen? True Rippers, they most of the times, not too sure why, concentrated on the bottom lane, and that gave God's Rain the upper hand to always take Regieleki on the top.
Rightly said. I mean, the advantage of that Reggie Leahy was absolutely on point quite a few times. Even though they were not getting that open area where they can easily go down and dunk the goals, they were able to push the strategies. They were able to actually create an hindrance for Two Rippers to move on and eventually attack on God's Rain. God's Rain did a beautiful job to be precise, and this job
Hmm.
helped them quite a bit. Moving forward, if I talk about the battle era, you can see that Omen was able to dish out quite a few damage, but eventually, if I talk about the heavy hitter of this team, it was Skepta with 48 plus thousand in his favor. Meanwhile, if I talk about Ego, this arena for the team of TrueRippers, he was able to do the damage along with Devish.
Great try coming in from True Rippers. We saw at all times, as you mentioned, Devish and Kyo, they were trying to do damage. Their unites was brilliant.
Right.
Kyo, he used that unite on Scepter. If Scepter got eliminated over there, it could have been an opening. It could have been a situation where True Rippers could have gotten Rayquaza a little bit earlier. But what happened? Kyo did not get that. But Kyo does get eliminated on the other end. So
Hmm.
God's Rain, they got always advantages just because they kept their Pokemons a little bit better in terms of the levels. At least the Pokemons which were ready to fight. Some Pokemons, yes, were still at level 12 and but no complaints on the other end. Vixen, we can see here being the MVP for the match. You don't have a lot to talk about him in terms of maybe the knockouts or the assist or even the damage. But I'm pretty sure that one thing that changed the game was his presence of mind. Presence of understanding that there is a Regieleki idling and made the opponent's goal zone vulnerable. And it is a big opening for us. He just goes, swings, dunks goals, comes back. And I think that is the only reason I want to give him, I would say, of all the other things in terms of stats, a biggest reason is that to give him the MVP. And wow, this is going to be immediate matchup as we run back into the game, Raider. Godzilla and True
Amazing.
Rippers are like, we've not had enough. We want to take each other down. Godzilla are like, we want to finish this best of five. True Rippers on the other end are like, no, we are going to be looking forward to a reverse sweep. Is it going to be happening? We'll have to wait and watch. But we are back on the standard ban, which is going to be a Dodrio and Tyranitar.
Well, indeed, at this point, Gosrain was able to ban out the Dotrio because they were able to show that how beautiful this Pokemon can be.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm actually not going to doubt that Gosrain might actually come with a speedster of their own. So let's see what happens. True Ripper on the other corner gets the Snorlax. The defender comes in. Devish and Kyo. I guess the approach is going to be pretty much similar. Eldegoss comes in from Kyo's corner. Okay, that's Saf who is going to pick it up. But now, Izumal gets shifted. Things can change at this point. Looks like that.
We have to wait and watch. But as you rightly said, there is still a possibility that it can change. But True Rippers, they need to be sure
Oh,
about every move that they make. But oh, Vixen, he comes in with a Machamp, and they're looking forward to the title here. And I feel like why this is happening. God's Reign are looking forward to another rematch with Revenant to make sure who is going to be the best team here in
right.
Pokemon Unite India Open, and they're fighting for all that is gotten. But oh man, he's like, I've loved Speedsters throughout the game. I'm gonna bring it out again and again. What God's Reign do is then let go of a defender. But on the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, True Rippers, again, similar picks that we generally saw coming in from there, and they're coming in with the same one. They wish the only switch I would say that he makes is give not having the Mew, and that Mew has gone to Scepter.
Even the Izumaral quite a few times, even in the first 2 rounds, was in the favor of Gosrain. But right now, Izumaral goes in for Ego. Let's see
Hmm.
how Ego is going to fill the gaps and maybe deliver the points for the team. Although it's going to be a one difficult task for him to actually deliver the
Yeah.
fight, because the synergy is something which is missing out from Team True Rippers. Well, they have the synergy, but what kind of synergy is needed while standing in front of teams like God's Reign? It is actually going to be a little bit more demanding. So you have to put that effort, you have to showcase your talent, and eventually then the right timing is also going to be the meta. Because if I talk about God's Reign, the players are trying to play with each other. But then again, if I talk about the speedster, he is just all the way. He's
Yeah,
coming back,
everywhere.
backing himself in the TP zone, and eventually once again trying to bounce back. He's roaming in the mid lane. Whenever he finds a gap, he goes for the top lane, then in the mid lane, in the bottom lane. Eventually, this is the kind of thing that Godsend is able to do very beautifully. Although they have got the synergy, they are able to play individually as well.
Yeah. God's Reign, brilliant. Everything that they're showcasing, as you rightly said, they just don't have one thing that they're going for them. Team gameplay, individual gameplay, everything. Right now, Divine, he wants to go in for a score, but understanding of how much health he has lost, he knows that he might be KO'd. Puts up an immediate light screen, backs off along with the help of Scepter coming through, but oh, what? It is a teeny tiny Pokemon at this stage. It's not even Talent Flame, and they already go down to a KO. Wow, and that too a Snorlax? Man,
Amazing.
God's Reign are packing punches. Man, God's Reign are ready for everything that True Rippers want to even try, but fail.
Well, at this point, first you have to fall back, re-strategize, and eventually come back even stronger, because the Ninetales, the Eldegoss, both of them can be taken down. Look at the attacking formation. The Blisswing also comes in, tries to devour once again, and now the Channel Flame comes in, goes in for another set of plus 11 goals. That's good enough. God's Reign once again starts to be a little bit more chaotic, but Ninetales manages to bag out the mine. Meanwhile, if we talk about the goals getting turned down, that's looking good for True Rippers. At this point, Talon Flame goes in for another set of few amazing goals.
Whoa.
Omen tries to fall back, but can he fall back? Can the Pokemon go ahead and survive? Yes, he does. Goes for the Wild Berry. Okay. This could have been an overcommitment, I believe.
Yeah, but there is also an over push where True Rippers understand that the bottom lane is getting pushed, dunked on. Let's just push top lane, and you saw God's Reign players were pushed back, and understanding
Right.
that players were low, True Rippers took the advantage, scored goals, and took the lead for now at least. But still, it's the early 2 minutes to calling advantage in this early stages. I don't think we have to be worried about anything in that. God's Reign in the meantime, again widespread really well. Machamp has also evolved from Machop to Mature for now, and he's trying to push in, get goals scored in, gets a +7 done. Noxie will help him out, and Daksh, all he could do was swing at Noxie on that Blissey, nothing else. As we jump now, we're going to be looking forward to what next is going to be happening in terms of the lane fight. It looks like with the Blissey, they've brought in more reinforcements coming in, and they want to burst through this top lane and get complete control of it. But Machoke has been choked right now. Still gets the goal down, but will eventually have to surrender his life to True Rippers as they do deliver a KO. But same thing as True Rippers doing. They see a top lane push coming through, so what do True Rippers do? They go for a heavy bottom lane push. Not a lot of players, but looking 4 players in the top lane. What can one player just at the bottom lane do in terms of keeping guard? And that's the reason True Rippers not just push themselves to 100, push a north close to 150, and also destroy one goal zone of God's Reign. And God's Reign, now they'll be repenting of that overextension, because they could not even find value. And with that, they've also given away both top and bottom lane control, and you can see both top and bottom lane. You could see True Rippers, they're fighting with the Regis.
At this point, definitely the Regieleki is one thing which TrueRippers wants to gain, and well, they are pretty much successful in getting the Rayquazas, but let's see how successful they are going to be in terms of the Regieleki. And yes, they were able to get the Regieleki. Machamp of the Rayquazas are going to hide in the north in the top lane. Let's see how far the situation goes on. Another set of goals goes in. One tough situation. At this point, if we talk about the Talonflame, tries to go away, tries to fall back from the situation, was able to do so. Meanwhile, if we talk about TrueRippers, 132 points from the corner, got in 93. Well, that's good enough. On the other corner, if we talk about the Regi Steel, now gets focused. Well, the KO will be getting followed. Look at that, the Machamp goes down to the dust.
But look at Talonflame and Mime Divine chasing one Pokemon. I'm not able to see which Pokemon it is, and finally it is going to be none other than Safe from TrueRippers, the Eldegoss. But look at how TrueRippers are playing. In this situation, I feel like TrueRippers don't even need Safe in terms of being a really crucial supporter. He just needs to be there when the team needs him, but not at all times. And that's the reason TrueRippers just having a jolly good time, getting goals scored in, leveling up, and it is God's Reign who are having a little bit of a tough time, but Omen, he finds a way to finally destroy one of the goal zones of TrueRippers as well. The score might not be equalized, but still that gives them an advantage and an idea about what they could do. But oh, Vixen goes heavy, punches right to the vicious laser on none other than that Ninetales, and then immediately take down another player. And look at how they were able to dismiss the Unite move coming in, the knock as you mentioned from Decidueye, and Decidueye was sent back packing, could not have done anything. Talonflame still trying to strike, and yes, strikes with a 2 KO streak. Devesh is just back online, and Eldegoss will be finally able to punish and seek revenge, but it was only one player that TrueRippers were able to KO, not anybody else, but everybody is still trying to push up, just like how God's Reign went for a bottom lane push. TrueRippers are making that bottom lane push, eliminate the Machamp and destroy God's Reign's goal zone. So TrueRippers are answering punch for a punch, eye for an eye, goal zone for a goal zone, and destroying. And Regieleki has been spawned back again on the top lane, but this time, who is it going to be running away with?
Oh man, it's one tough fight at this moment. TrueRippers are looking quite good. God's Reign, they are struggling quite a bit, but let's see how far they can go. Both of them are able to actually go for the goal zone destruction, but meanwhile, if we talk about the Regieleki, once again gets countered. Look at that view. The top lane goal zone is pretty much open-ended. Blissey goes in for that area. Let's see how far that approach is going to get the help done. Divine also goes in with DPP. He's actually going to be back on that particular situation, and look at that. The KO comes in. The Snorlax was able to steal out the situation. Meanwhile, on the top lane, the fights are getting secluded. The KO comes in. Mine gets taken down. Good enough. But still, if we talk about the city, it goes in front of the set of plus 44 points, which is good enough. Now, God's Reign has to focus for the Rayquaza, and then only things might be a little bit more comfortable for them.
The timing. Divine just keep it away from this Registeel, and look at what happened. A slam comes in and they lose the Registeel, and now Vixen wants to go on a 1v1, but Daksh is not allowing him to. So Vixen, the only opportunity is run away. But in the meantime, this top lane fight is what they're trying to keep control of, because Regieleki pushed along with it. Now look at how close Ego is to his death, and Noxy is trying to help out, but Safe, this is what I said, he just needs to be there when the team needs him in the crucial fights, and Safe is here. He saves the day. He makes sure Ego does not go down, even though God's Reign want to punish the players of TrueRippers. It's not happening. These heavy hitters, heavy damage takers are still trying to survive and act as distraction, and yes, life was given away from Snorlax, but the only thing that happened was Snorlax went down. Everybody else from TrueRippers and survived and successfully got that top lane goal zone, the last one destroyed, making the home base goal zone completely vulnerable. And with 50 seconds to go, it's God's Reign who are looking at the deficit.
Well, did you even saw, Lucifer, that how beautiful this Machamp is working? Machamp is able to dish out the damage on those Pokemon which are having the 5 years energy, and then he leaves them for Talonflame, because Talonflame was also coming from the back end, because he knows Talonflame is one Pokemon which can easily go for a lot of goals, and that's what he's trying to approach for. But just absolutely brilliant strategy. 24 years energy from its corner, he's easily going to go for the goals, but look at that, Ego spots him. The attacks are coming up, he wants to fall back. Let's see how far he's going to go on. Yes, of course, he survives quite a bit. The Rayquaza is here, the legendary boss guy is going to be here. Let's see what the approach is going to go on. TrueRippers, Seth, and the Eldegoss to be precise, and the Snorlax trying to be a little bit more decisive about the fact. Blissey goes in with the bombs. 58 points coming from Team God's Reign, trying to just close in the scores. Meanwhile, Azumarill is trying to actually chase the Talonflame. Fails to do so. Meanwhile, if we talk about the center arena, look at that. The clash is looking quite good. The KOs might actually get followed up at this point. Would like to say that TrueRippers can easily go ahead and KO the God's Reign, because God's Reign, they are looking a little bit more squishy, which was not expected in the previous 2 rounds.
50 Talonflame does it again. Omen, I think he still has the goal getter as he did have previously in the first round. True Rippers tried to jump in for a quick battle with Rayquaza, did not work, but Divine was just super low, could have been eliminated, but he had, let's see, Noxie on his end, and Divine is immediately TPing out. He's like, I'm going to go for a full heal. I know you can go and keep healing me constantly, but my intention is going to be going for a full heal and then jumping on the battle. But at this point, God's Reign and True Rippers, they are both neck and neck, but God's Reign, they are the one who are on the deficit, as you already mentioned. So God's Reign need to pick up this fight, need to pick up the scale, and look forward to getting Rayquaza, otherwise sneakily try to go and score goals. But look at what is happening in terms of the position. Devesh, he's already holding the bottom lane. On the top, there is Decidueye who can help them out, and therefore True
Wow.
Rippers are not a lot in terms of worried about. Again, block being used, but no value being found. Daksh finally finding a way to isolate a player, but Divine in the meantime, he had tagged with the power swap on Chase, and immediately a chase does happen, and the Pentamam Dines coming through gives an advantage here for God's Reign, and from there they are looking forward to a lot more unites coming in, especially the Decidueye is out, and now this is the situation. Things are just crumbling. It's only Safe right now surviving. Okay, wait, there is the Snorlax as well surviving, but as I said, the Safe goes down, and now it's all up to Daksh. He might have a slam to survive. He uses the slam, does the damage to majority of the players, using block to stop the players from fighting with Rayquaza, but he gives away his life, and God's Reign put an end not just to the players of True Rippers, but also an end to the game by taking this third round.
Amazing performance coming from God's Reign. In the start, till the, I guess, 7 or 8 minute marker, it was looking like, yeah, the chips are going to be there. Just like S8ul, I guess this team is also going to fall down a little bit more. And then, like, Revenant, TrueRippers will rise and stuff like that. Eventually, it was possible, but after that beautiful decimation, after it was the moment when Talonflame was actually trying to travel from the bottom lane, trying to actually go for the particular goal zones in the bottom lane. But what happened? That Talonflame decides that he is going to move in the attacking arena and gets the 2 KO, which was pretty much essential for Team Godstain, and that's how the game changed. Look at that. After that, Godstain was able to take down the Snorlax, they were able to take down the Eldegoss, they were able to take down Decidueye and the other Pokemons coming from Godstain, and finally the result is here, 751, the highest Godstain was able to score, a true Bazigar for sure.
Man, God's Reign to get back into the game. What a play! They had lost almost all control, but I think the main kudos again needs to be given to Omen. Divine,
Omen,
yes, I will agree that he might be the MVP in terms of how he played and how much he survived. Divine was the one who was acting as distraction. Divine was the one who initiated the fight. Divine was the one who made sure that enough damage was done so his teammates could pick up the knockouts. But
Right.
Omen, that top lane distraction while he was fighting with Ego just to get goals scored in continuously. Omen became a big distraction, and finally Ego said, I'll just try to chase him. And what did Omen do? He brought him right to his other teammates, and Ego, as soon as he stepped in thinking that it's a 1v1 against Omen, voila, he's just surprised with the entirety of God's Reign's player, and God's Reign played really well. But also need to give kudos to Noxie to help Divine survive. If Divine did not survive, we would have seen the final stretch easily go in favor of True Rippers because they had majority of the players surviving, especially Daksh on that Snorlax. He was just so annoying. He never was ready to be eliminated. Even he was the last person. He jumped right to the legendary pit, trying to survive, trying to deny the Rayquaza from being eliminated as long as possible so that his teammates could respawn. True Rippers truly an incredible third round from there, and because look at this, they were always leading the chart. They always got Regieleki. They almost all, I think, majority of the times got even the Regi at the bottom. But this last final stretch changed so many things that True Rippers
Right.
will not be happy about.
Oh man, interesting fight came upon us. An interesting result is here. 751 points coming from God's Reign. In the first one, the buffer was only of 18 points. In the second one, it was more than 150. And now look at it, it is more than 350, I believe. So definitely a beautiful performance coming from God's Reign. Meanwhile, if we talk about True Rippers from the start till the third round, they were struggling quite a bit. They were trying to actually become the goal chasers, not the sitters. And that's what I guess was the thing, one thing which was not in their favor. Meanwhile, if we talk about the performance, I believe True Rippers Ego did a number that has Umaran helped quite a bit. But despite of Ego was trying to actually be the one who was trying to deflect the Talon Flame. The speeds are coming from God's Lane in the top lane, but Devesh, the Ninetales was also there in the bottom lane. So you can already decipher that Saf and the other two guys which was left were in the mid lane facing off the four Pokemons. It was a 4v3 type of situation coming from True Rippers, and eventually the rest two Pokemons, all they were trying to do is just safeguard themselves from getting the goal done. But eventually they were failing in that as well.
I feel like this last fight, we'll give it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just talk about it before, after giving justice to what Divine did. Man, oh
Yeah.
man, what a play coming in from him. I mean, you don't see a lot of knockouts, you don't see a lot of assists, you don't see a lot of damage, but he did a toll on the team's mind, the opponent team's
Right.
mind, constantly jumping in all directions, putting out a barrier, connecting with the power swap, slowing them down in the early stages, having the light screen, coming in with next the I think confusion ray as well, or the psychic, whichever he was using. I think confusion rays was the another move that he. So his hits tagged upon with the power swap coming through was doing a devastating damage. But on the other end, his teammates also, Devesh, understanding that he was holding down the players who could take heavy hits, such as Ego, if you want to talk about, such as Daksh, if you want to talk about, and Safe as well, holding these players in control. But on the other end, his teammates concentrated on eliminating Devesh as well as Kyo. These ranged attackers could have been a problem, which they were in the early entire 8 minutes. I would say the entire 8 minutes, TrueRippers looked completely in control because of Devesh and Kyo, both of them using the ranged attacks in terms of slowing the players down, icing them, and knocking them out. That always gave TrueRippers the advantage, but it was not just enough to win that victory, to take that
Right.
Rayquaza out, because at that point, they were the ones who got eliminated first, and then everybody else started crumbling.
Crumble down like a couple of, let's say, cards. Eventually, it was
Biscuits.
very amazing. It was absolutely astonishing to see that how the fights were there, but eventually the results is pretty much clear that
Hmm.
even though the team tried a little bit to struggle around, go for the goals, go for the eliminations, they were pretty much successful in some instances. Like in the third round, we saw from the start till the end, they were quite dominating, True Rippers to be precise. But eventually, what happened? The Talon Flame, the Omen, the Divine, the deception these guys were trying to create, it was basically looking like that all of the team are secluded in the mid lane. But what was
Hmm.
happening? They were trying to just separate the ways out and eventually get a goal done. And that's how beautifully Boston was able to play down. But I believe the break is about to come in, and eventually after that, we are going to witness the team known as S8ul trying to get the match against Enigma Gaming.
Right out for a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are back with a bang on the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Remember, guys, this is Nationals Playoff Stage 2. The double eliminations are going to get followed up. So let's see how far this round is going to go on, because this is the last BO5 for the day. And for this, we are going to welcome Mridul on the desk. How are you, Mridul?
Well. The first game was really amazing and interesting, Raider. And it finished quite early today in the match too, where we just saw a 3-0 coming in. Raider, again, it has been a day that we have witnessed teams like S8ul, and you know how beautifully the other teams have performed. But then again, right now, we are going to talk about the last match for the day. And thank you so much for the warm welcome, dude.
Well, definitely the last match, S8ul versus Enigma Gaming. Eventually, in the first round, the way S8ul lost the match after having a straight up domination in the first two rounds of that BO5, I believe S8ul has to repatch a lot of things. Eventually, they have to
Yeah,
bring back the courage, the glory, and the anticipation of the fans as well. Because the main goal is the slot to the Asia Champions League. And apart from that, the prize pool, the huge chunk of that is also going to be the main goal for teams like S8ul. Every team, which are the top 8 teams to be precise in this stage 2, they have that goal particularly, but 4 teams, they are going to go down to the drain. And eventually, if I talk about the next top 4 teams to be precise, apart from having the major amount of prize pool in their favor, they are
yeah,
also going to get the slots, as we were talking about in the previous streams. So, guys, this is actually going to be quite crucial to see how SFL is going to come back, because they're in the
yeah.
lower bracket for now.
Well, yes, exactly. And you know, talking about all of these teams, they have performed brilliantly throughout all those stages. And then when you talk about round two, most of the teams going down in the lower bracket, where now
Right.
we have said a goodbye to FS Esports and Kemen Esports for this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. And now we have one more match in the lower bracket. It's either going to be Enigma Gaming or Team S8ul right now, leaving after this game.
Definitely have to look into it, that which is the team who is going to leave out for the day, and eventually which is the team going to move forward and face off another set of teams. Looking forward to see how Acetor is going to establish the dominance and what can Enigma do, because in the playoffs, if I'm not wrong, in the
Correct.
stage 1, Enigma was able to dish out a 3-0 in front of a team known as Kemin Esports, which is able to
Correct.
qualify in this particular stage 2 as well. So definitely their performance is not a doubt for me, but when it comes to Acetor, after seeing one beautiful match, how they were able to dominate in
Mhm.
front of team known as Revenant Esports, things can go a little bit more critical, and eventually you have to look into that aspect as well. Meanwhile, I guess the brackets are about to come in very soon, and eventually we'll talk about the brackets as well, at which are the current bracket and what are the current strategies that we are going to witness at this point. One thing that was absolutely amazing, that from TrueRippers and Godstrain, it's Godstrain moving on and facing off Revenant Esports. As you can see that in the upper bracket finals, we are going to witness Godstrain and Revenant Esports facing each other. Meanwhile, if we talk about this particular lower bracket round 2, we are going to witness S8ul and Enigma Gaming having their match, and in another stream, we'll get to see TrueRippers and Marcos facing each other. But at this point, S8ul and Enigma Gaming. Looking forward to it, what happens. Meanwhile, we have got the head-to-heads. Starting off with Might, we have got 37 rounds, 37 matches to be precise, played by this particular guy. And if we talk about Sadao, 28 matches from his corner, 138 knockouts out of the 37 matches, 153 assists from his corner, 61,242 is going to be the average damage. Meanwhile, the average amount of goals are 3,547.
Well, in every single point of view, might is going to lead around here. But then when you actually are going to discuss uh, two different set of games played out here, it's Enigma Gaming with less set of rounds, and they have beaten Team Kevin Esports out of the tournament. And again, when you talk about that, Raider, with the 3-0, Kevin
Uh-huh.
Esports faced a clean sweep by Enigma Gaming. So again, we cannot say because S8ul have already lost their first game today, but we know of how much caliber they hold. Again, to talk about Enigma Gaming, they have performed brilliantly in their group. They have been on the top, been there on the second position, but then jumping around from second and fourth. So the consistency is what you talk about from Enigma Gaming. Being there in the upper bracket and then coming down to the lower one, but then again winning. Right now, it's a do or die. It's either you do and qualify to the next game, or either you're going to die. That is going to be eliminated from this very tournament. Again, to talk about the God's Reign match we just saw, that was brilliant from their side. Yes, they are going to face, Team Revenant Esports in the upper bracket finals, but right now, everything is depending on the lower bracket. Which team we are going to get there when actually only one winner from the side of upper bracket finals will be entering the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Well, at this point, if we talk about teams like Revenant Esports and Godstrain, once again, their competition resides as it was in the playoff stage 1, because in the national playoff stage 1, what happened?
Mhm.
Godstrain was on top, and eventually Revenant Esports was able to dethrone them. And in the
Correct.
last match, Godstain tried their level best to actually dethrone Revenant Esports and gain their first position, but it was not
Mm-hmm.
possible. Now Godstain is back in the game in the upper bracket finals. So you can see that Godstain is going to face off Revenant Esports, and once again we are going to see the tussles that which is the team who is going to move straight from the upper bracket finals to the grand finals of this Pokemon India or Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. And apart from that, which team is going to go in the lower bracket? We have to look into that perspective as well, but that is not going to happen today. It will take some time, and eventually we'll get to see on the land day if I'm not wrong. But yes, of course, at this point, I guess one thing that is pretty much secured is Revenant Esports and Godsend. These two are the teams everybody has to fear for because they have made
Yeah.
their way till the previously said upper bracket finals, and they are very close to
Yeah.
being the grand finalists of this battle. Being a champion
Well,
is
yeah.
something else. We have to look into it. Which are the two Pokemon, two teams which is going to become the champion and runner-up respectively. But apart from that,
Yeah.
if we talk about the current scenario, S8ul and
Mm-hmm.
Enigma Gaming, one team is going to get disqualified. So this is going to be quite a tough battle for both S8ul and Enigma Gaming. Their survival is on
Yeah.
stake for now.
Well, then exactly when you talk about Revenant Esports and Team Godzane, even if one of the team loses in the upper bracket final as well, that is for sure going to be on the land day. But then they would also have a chance in the lower bracket finals against the winner of lower bracket. That is to face the lower bracket winners in the lower bracket finals, and then they would be having one more chance to actually qualify for the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. At last, you would also know that the lower bracket finals also matter a lot because then we'll have the top four qualifying for the Asia Champions League. Yes, from this very tournament, we'll have our representatives, who will be representing Team India in the Asia Champions League in the Pokemon Unite, keeping it at center. We also need to actually witness the games coming through today. We
Definitely
saw
going to
how
be quite
God's Rain
amazing.
performed
Yeah.
today. Yeah, continue
Mhm.
for it.
Well, yeah, of course. I was saying, Mridul, that it is going to be quite amazing to see that how these two teams are going to go with the head-to-head, with the fights to be precise, and what kind of Pokemons they are going to choose. What is going to be the approach in terms of the ban? Because ban phase is also very important. Two Pokemons get banned, and eventually both of those teams is unable to use that. But which are the two Pokemons? That is going to be the key point of this particular fight up. And then again, is it going to be a 3-0? Is it going to be a 3-1, or through 3 is going to get followed up? All the 5 rounds are going to get occupied, or eventually we'll get to see a fate like what happened between TrueRippers and Godstrain. So definitely quite a few speculations are there, a lot of questions are there, a lot of variables are at play. So in order to just sum up that which will be the team which is going to move up in the finals, which team is going to move up and get disqualified and will learn a bit more is something which we can't tell at this point. We have to see the first few rounds, and then again, maybe things will be a little bit more easy for us to just give a shadow, give a forecasting that how the situation will be getting carried away in the next upcoming rounds.
Well, yes, a lot to be considered today of how we saw some LD also getting banned, a Snorlax getting banned. So the teams are actually working on what their opponent has picked up in the last game. And that is how the strategies are being worked out. We saw how Cramorant once again came into play and actually stood out as a great opportunity for both the opponents to actually gain those points. Again, we talk about the God's Rain match. It was a 3-0 Raider. Would you like to, cast some shadow on what exactly happened in the game number 2?
Amazing to see. But eventually, I'll talk about all of that stuff when we come to the cast attack. But meanwhile, the main point of this particular fight is going to be the top pick, and you can see that the ban phase is coming up, and eventually in just 16 seconds, we'll get to see which are the two Pokemons getting banned from each of the teams. And looking forward to see which are the two Pokemons to be precise. And definitely, the impact is something which is going to be quite critical at this moment. If we talk about the Pokemons getting chosen, 4, 3, 2, 1. The timer is going down to 0, but still we don't have the Pokemons. Well, finally we have Anima Gaming bans out the Dodrio. On the other corner, Tyranitar once again getting banned. Tyranitar is one of the favorite Pokemon of these guys that every time gets banned.
Well, yes, exactly. And this is what me and Lucifer were actually discussing in the game number 1 Raider, that Tyranitar has not been banned by S8ul. Well, that always depends on the situation falling around the teams. And once again, discussing that Coast right now would actually be going in for the Mammoth or not, because Tensai has worked hard with that Pokemon. And then
Hmm.
we have seen of how much results he has given to Team S8ul. But then, what is Curse going to choose? In the final preparations phase, yes, Curse will actually switch in with Tensai. On the other side, you talk about Enigma Gaming, we are seeing an Azumarill. So the mobility will be added with that Pokemon, and the defense is going to be real strong with a Snorlax by Sora.
Definitely, the defenders are there, but meanwhile, if we talk about Curse, this defender can actually pack a punch as well. Meanwhile, the
Yeah.
approach from S8ul is coming up as a double attacker. We have to look into what Tensai is going to pick. Meanwhile, if we talk about Fura and Sadao, Fura comes up with an attacker that's going to be Venusaur and
Oh,
the
yeah.
Sidui. The nose knocks can be very amazing to see. Let's see how far the confirmation is going to go on or something else is going to happen. We have to look into that as well. Fura decides to go with the Venusaur and Sadao also confirms the Sidui. Meanwhile, if we talk about Tensai, the last man standing, he comes up with the all-rounder. The size for him. That's good enough, as it will. And both of the teams are actually having the same kind of approach where they've got the double attackers, and then they have
Mhm.
got one all rounder, one defender, and one supporter as well.
Well, yes, exactly, Raider. We also need to discuss how on the side of S8ul, we're actually seeing some good, productions coming out. And then, as I just said, that for sure it is going to be Tensai going in with the Mammoth. He has worked hard today on this Pokemon, and again, he actually deserved to be playing on that. Well, if we talk about Enigma Gaming Raider, we also see that Decidueye gets picked up. Venusaur is a great pick. So, some simple picks coming in from the side of Enigma Gaming, I would like to say. But
Right.
then, how Gardevoir is actually going to change the pace of the game. We have seen Gardevoir always affects a lot. But then, when you talk about these Pokemons like Gardevoir, and then you go for Mamoswine, or either you go for Venusaur, they require evolution. So, the first 5 minutes where you actually need to get the first two Regis actually gets your Pokemon evolved, the time gets wasted. According to me, not wasted, but then gets utilized into that way. And then you need to actually form up your strategy in the last 5 minutes. But then when you actually
Right.
come up with Pokemon like Mew or an Eldegoss always requires only one evolution and then it will be back into power. So how an Eldegoss changes the pace of the game, we have seen that even teams like S8ul or the team of Revenant Esports banning from both sides Eldigos. So again, we are going to just straightforward land into the game number one. This is going to be match number 3 we talk about, and the first round is now live.
It's upon us at this point. Anima Gaming starts off with having the 4 goals in their favor, but DS12 tries to actually deliver the answer with another set of 10 points from the corner, which is good enough at this moment. Might goes on the top lane, tries to develop quite a bit, but if we talk about goal, let's see how far this approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about the middle, tries to go for the goal, tries to go for the farming, and he is successful at this point, but let's see how much more of a success they can get because the Chansey on the other corner gets out another +2 for the team Anima Gaming.
Oh, well. With that, we see that S8ul right now has a good start out here, but then Enigma Gaming maintaining with the piece, maintaining that neck battle out here is also a great sight to see. Again, Mew adding back-to-back positions, and then Decidueye. Well, yes, not in the evolved stage up until now, but then again, would be causing great damage to the opponent team. Again, when you talk about the earlier stage of the Gardevoir, it also adds a lot to the team. There you go. 9 points added by the Snorlax. The bumping badges go around, and 26 added by the Courier.
Well, they are trying their level best to now and then get as many AS points that's possible, but eventually look at that, how beautiful Anima Gaming is in terms of their counter. They are just trying to establish their counter, they're just trying to devour, but the Wild Berry gets taken by Kuldeep. Kuldeep
Oh
is a very strong
no.
guy coming from Team Anima Gaming and having the role of a defender. I guess his approach is actually going to be quite amazing to watch, or that how far he can go with that kind of approach. Meanwhile, if we talk about Anima Gaming, well, Sora from that particular team comes up with some good attacks, tries to actually farm out. The Pillow Swine gets attacked quite a bit, but look at that, we have Gardevoir gets out the Azumarill, which is good enough. The all-rounder gets taken down by the attacker, and this is a head start that is actually going to be quite amazing to see that how far this situation goes on. Meanwhile, 65 points coming from Enigma Gaming, 57 for Team S8ul, tries to actually devour as many as points as possible. Look at that thumping damage coming in. And Might gets the 5 Eos energy, which was quite important for this guy because he has to farm, he has to evolve, he has to level up himself so that he can actually have an approach, because in the previous stages we have seen that how evolution can be affected quite a bit and how that effective evolution can should I say impact the fight.
Oh, well. We also see from the side of, Team Enigma Gaming, right now they have picked the pace, but then again, in the last 20 seconds, they also need to be available with the Unite moves. Look at that. Enigma Gaming right now is in a good position, and then when you talk about the performance, it is going to be great from their side too. Look at that, once again going in with it, and the Venusaur is actually causing the destruction. Once again with the moves coming in from straight forward. The Snorlax is actually wanting to add some points, but then S8ul It's not landing shot. Everything depends on the Reggie steal available in the bottom lane. While meanwhile, it's only one Pokemon, that is Azumarill, focusing on the Regieleki, and then we know of how much importance the Regieleki also holds. Here you go with that. The Reggie actually needs to be picked up, and Raider on you.
Well, definitely picking up the Regis is actually going to be quite amazing. But let's see how far this approach will getting established. Snorlax is taken down, which is not good for a team known as I believe Enigma Gaming, and that can be a very good defending fight. But still, Shackle comes in. Yellowstone goes in for the approach, does the damage, and now so successful. On the other corner, if we talk about the Blissey, steals out the Reggie, steal from the corner, and this is how S8ul is going to get the advantage. But look at that, if we talk about Enigma, they're going to corner the Sora, who had the advantage, but eventually gets countered. Meanwhile, Gardevoir gets out the particular Pokemon, and meanwhile, this is the open arena. This is the an open invitation, to be precise, for the team known as S8ul, which can easily go ahead for the scores. But the shields coming from this guy is absolutely amazing. Look at that. The Snorlax was able to dish out a lot of damage with those shields, and eventually he was able to push back quite a few goals coming in. Meanwhile, in the top lane, it's S8ul and the particular Pokemon known as Enigma still trying to fight, still trying to struggle around. But if we talk about the farming in the bottom lane, that's very important, to be precise. That's very decisive. But the Residue comes up with some good points. Mew gets taken down. The squishy one is already at a loss.
Well, that is also going to create a lot of, difficulties out here for Team S8ul. Within the very first game, we see that Enigma Gaming is out on a big performance streak. And there you go, a KO streak coming in from S8ul, adding more and more points. The total reaches to 192. And this time, all the Pokemons are in the evolve stage. The Unite moves need to be utilized. It is with Mew. But then, whenever the Solar Bee comes, definitely it is going to create a huge importance.
Situations are going bonker for Team S8ul at this moment because they are unable to reach out to even a century. That is the triple digit pointer in their favor. But if we talk about Enigma Gaming, looking forward to have the double century in their favor, the 200 to be precise. But look at that, Might tries to be a little bit more decisive, but he'll be getting spotted by the Azumarill for sure, because Azumarill knows his position. He was also the one who was hiding in the tall tree grasses. But look at that. The grasses are not going to give the cover for Might. Might has to actually go ahead and farm as many as points as possible. If we talk about Guldeep, he's sitting in the mid lane. The Mammoth, the defender, also comes in. The Chansey, the Blissey, to be precise, also gets attacked. The Ice Pick comes in, but eventually not of a favorable situation. That's it. We can see Gardevoir once again. Gardevoir is not becoming an asset for the team as S8ul. Once again, getting KO'd is not a great side of, let's say, great inside of the situation in their favor. So definitely have to see how far the approach of Team S8ul is going to go on, because this match is once again looking a bit more shaky for them. They have to cover up. They have to actually gain the access of the Rayquaza, and that could be the only thing which will help them.
Oh, well, exactly, because on the side of, Team Enigma Gaming, it's looking great for them. But then S8ul right now needs to make up a lot of strategies. Yes, they're right now in a position where they want that Regice, but then once again with the Venusaur coming in, the Snorlax actually stealing in the Regice from the team. Look at that, just laying around and, making a huge Poke Shield actually right now, because again, as a Pokemon, he creates a shield for the team, and once again, great defensive abilities that he has, and adding to that, the endurance is a lot more viable for the team of Enigma Gaming. Once again, on their side, it's Enigma Gaming getting the seed. It's knock coming in, back-to-back damage on S8ul Might, but yes, did not get the KO.
I mean, the Unite was used, and eventually the utilization was absolutely amazing, because his Pokemon, his teammates was able to fall back, and that's what is absolutely very important. Lucifer, the Azumarill, gets the second chance of this particular fight, but let's see what happens. Eventually, Azumarill once again steals out the Regieleki, and with this, again, Scyther is the only one who is actually going to defend. On the bottom lane, we have got another Ruckus. It's Mamoswine getting a beautiful KO. Let's see how far this situation goes on, because Mew and the other Pokemon are just trying to level this to devour as much as it's possible. Look at that, another KO comes in. That's good enough. Well, at this point, I guess if they are able to get out the particular Venusaur, things can be critical, but look at that, the goals are getting turned down. Definitely having the 106 in their favor, this is good enough. Gardevoir was able to dish out the damage, and now 2 goal zones have been destroyed from Team S8ul's corner. If we talk about Team Enigma, their one bottom goal zone is actually getting destroyed, but the rest is remaining intact. They have got their consideration, they've got their synergy. Tensai, meanwhile, actually falls back, but look at that, the flag has been paired. The Azumarill wants everybody to just conclude in that particular arena, but we have to consider the fact that in just 20 seconds, the Rayquaza will come in, and that Rayquaza can be the greatest asset for any team individually. If we talk about Enigma Gaming, they already have the lead, but eventually having a bit more higher lead is not going to, let's say, harm them. And on the other corner, if we talk about S8ul, that lead is much needed for them. Otherwise, the first round will go in the favor of Enigma Gaming.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right now, discussing about Team Enigma Gaming out here. Look at them. Once again, Team S8ul actually wants to make a good situation for them, but then the Lord Rayquaza has also arrived. Within these last 2 minutes, Raider, it also depends a lot on Team S8ul if they're able to grab that Rayquaza or not. Yes, they're available with the Unite moves, while on the side of Team Enigma Gaming, there's no knock knock available, but from the side of Decidueye. So again, one Pokemon lacking that, and S8ul needs to grab upon that because Decidueye is that important tracker which is actually going to create a huge difference out there for the team. And yes,
True.
gets targeted, sent back to the base. It is a 20-second timer that S8ul is provided with, and the Venusaur is also facing the disadvantage. Yes, he is going to get down. In a meanwhile, you can also see that Fiora gets targeted. The Blissey goes down. Yes, in this last minute, it can be S8ul actually getting the whole Rayquaza, getting that quickly. Going to go for that. A timer has been set, but the Decidueye is back in the power. Might not go for the seal, but the Azumarill is out here. Azumarill can actually seal that
Oh,
Rayquaza, but
Mamoswine.
no! Mamoswine at last gets it. S8ul, it's their chance to win the very first game. Yes, they weren't able to grab those Regis, but then Darbury is not going to stop with that Eldegoss. He is going to go for it. Would be adding those points. 100 added. More 100 going to get added for the team. It's now a 372 win. They've already taken a lead. More 100 points added now. It's a 472. The team has done it. It's done and dusted. Got the Rayquaza. Even if they were at 100, they were at a loss of 172 points. Came back and now are standing strong at 666.
Even though the KOs are actually going to get followed, I believe the S8ul was able to embark the new journey, and with this they have already got the pressure in their favor, and that's absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Nobody was there in the S8ul's arena to actually go for the particular goals. Enigma Gaming was pretty much barehanded, and eventually they were just trying their level best to struggle around and get the KOs from getting done, and eventually the goals are something which was getting missed for Team Enigma. An absolutely
Yeah.
amazing stance coming from Team S8ul. If those last moment picks would have not been there, those KOs would have not been there, I believe the Rayquaza
Correct.
advantage would have not been there, then I guess situation will not be that, would have been not that favorable for Team S8ul. But with this approach, S8ul once again backs a beautiful victory, but it's all
Yeah.
about the consistency. They should not be happy at this point because exactly this is what happened in the first match as well for the day. And then Revenant came back even stronger, and that's what Enigma is
Yeah.
actually going to go. Because Enigma, if we talk about that approach, Mridul, Enigma was
Yeah.
very aggressive. Enigma was having the points
Mm-hmm.
from start till the end, and it was
Mm-hmm.
S8ul who was able to steal the Rayquaza, and that is the only advantage that Team S8ul was able to get. Because apart from that, every single Regieleki or the Regis like Regis, Registeel was getting in the favor of Enigma, and look at that how beautifully Enigma was able to give the KOs as well.
Well, yes, exactly. And when you also want to discuss about Sadam, performed brilliantly on that Decidueye. Once again, a lot we needed, from their side, and they were able to provide us with it. But then, in the end, it was all about getting that Rayquaza till the very end, from the start at the 5 minute mark. When all of the Pokemons are available with the final stage, again, it matters a lot how the team performs. Two of the Regilikis also going in the favor of Enigma Gaming. Everything was right, but they lost on the Rayquaza pit. Yes, the legendary pit we talk about, where the Rayquaza actually arrives, the Lord Rayquaza. And then when you talk about that, after getting that Rayquaza, it was a straight inclined mountain. To climb that is also difficult, and actually, Enigma Gaming were not able to do so. From the very 8th minute, they were stuck at 225, no more points added. But then, once again, Tensai showing what he has got. Once again, becoming the MVP, got a lot of assists for the team. And then, when you talk about the damage, Cursed once again proved as an attacker, he performed brilliantly on it. Sizer already adding points for the team, getting the damage, taking the damage, and actually, of how much recovery was done by Darbari and Might, that was also commendable.
Indeed, the supporters were able to help a lot, and eventually, if we talk about Tensai, the defender for the team, we've quite often seen defender doing a job, and eventually, this is one of those amazing moments where defender did an amazing job. Mamoswine is going to be the particular Pokemon he was using. 135 goals from his corner, 3 KOs, 5 assists, 461 is the damage points. Recovery, if we
Yeah,
talk about that perspective, 11,501, which is
yeah.
absolutely amazing. Tensai did a beautiful job in this particular matchup. It's all about the next one. It's all about the next two rounds where S8ul might actually become another goal strain having the 3-0 in their favor, or S8ul could become the one that they were in the first round, and eventually, just like Revenant, Enigma might actually come back a little bit more stronger. Uh,
Yeah.
Possibilities are endless at this point. Let's see what happens.
Well, then when you talk about all of these games later, we also need to think of how the defender role is coming into the play, into the meta. How a defender is so much important that a Snorlax or either a Mamoswine is getting those MVPs, the player of the games, back to back. And then I need not discuss about the second game because I was actually asking about that exactly how God's Reign got the victory, because we have seen that today defenders have marked a lot of positions out there. It's not only an attacker that would be getting the player of the game. Defenders with the assist matter a lot if a defender plays right game.
Well, it is going to be quite tough to see how far this approach is going to go on, and eventually, is it going to be a possibility for this team to cover up and gain the points as usual for them? All they have to do is maintain their consistency, and eventually, if we talk about Enigma, they have to also maintain their aggressiveness. They were quite aggressive,
Yeah.
they were quite decisive in terms of their gameplay. I'm not going to just say that Enigma was unable to get this match in their favor. They were doing a very on-point performance, but the only thing that went out of their hands was their Rayquaza. Getting every single Pokemon, the legendary one or the chaos as well, was the key factor that where Enigma was able to crush down the souls of S8ul. But eventually, the one thing they messed around was the Rayquaza, and that's the only thing which messed their whole performance altogether. They had the 225 points in the favor. They had a beautiful buffer of close to 110 points in the favor. But eventually, when they lost the Rayquaza, things changed quite drastically. That should not happen in the next rounds.
Oh well, yes, exactly. Of once again, S8ul actually changing the pace of the game. What we saw, actually, Raider, when in the very first game, it was Enigma, it was Team Revenant Esports actually taking the whole lead. The whole game was into their favor, but then in the end, the pace changed. They got the Rayquaza. Not in the Rayquaza, in the very last minutes of the games, they actually had the pace started up. And then it was not much with the lead that they actually got that win. But then in the second game, S8ul had that momentum. Two games back to back were there in front of Revenant Esports. But again, they know what mistakes they have committed. S8ul as a team must have and should have learned of how the mistakes were performed by them. Again, they won't be repeating it for sure. Again, a great victory for them. But then it was a game of Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming just lost it all when there was the Rayquaza at the legendary bit.
Point of battle from the corner. Let's see how far Enigma Gaming is going to go on in the next round, because the next round will be the one which might actually decide for the team of Enigma. Because Enigma, for now, they are actually getting shaken down quite a bit. Their hopes are getting diminished quite a bit, but eventually, I guess they will come back quite stronger. Meanwhile, we'll move on to the ban phase to be precise, and eventually in the ban phase, you can check out Enigma and S8ul. They're going to face off each other. S8ul sitting in the purple corner, Enigma in the orange one, and the Thea Sky Ruins is going to be the battle arena where the draft pick will go on. So let's see how far this approach is going to go on. A 5v5 battle is upon us. First round already in the favor of S8ul Esports with a beautiful buffer of close to, I believe, 400 points. But in this one, let's see what happens. S8ul, which is the Pokemon they're going to ban, and Enigma, which is the Pokemon they're going to ban. I believe Tyranitar is once again going to be there. So yeah, looking forward to it. Oh, Tyranitar again
Same
gets
ban.
banned, and it's Dodrio, which is going to get banned from Enigma's corner.
Well, yes, exactly. Talk about the bans out here, Raider. Yes, these are going to be the same bans we actually need to discuss about. But then now focusing on what the Pokemons will be picked. Tensai right now going for the Azumarill, so he's pointing towards his team. The definitely a Snorlax or a Mamoswine is coming for me. On the other side, yes, it is going to be Kuldeep actually picking up the Snorlax, but then the changes are bound to happen. Sora right now thinking upon Mr. Mime. Yes, the Mr. Mime is logged. And from Darbari, oh, different choices. Darbari is right now, teasing us with what Pokemons he is actually going to choose out upon. And then a Garchomp. We haven't seen a trader, but the mobility is not strong with the Garchomp, where you require a good pace in the game.
Well, definitely, pace is something which S8ul has to work on at this point. If we talk about the approach, double all-round approach is already there from Team S8ul. When it comes to Team Enigma Gaming, they've got the double attacker type of approach, because Venusaur, if it gets confirmed, Gardevoir is already there, getting confirmed by Lucifer's corner. And look at that, we've got Fura using the Venusaur once again, which is good enough. And Enigma Gaming might be able to get that upper hand in their favor. Meanwhile, if we talk about S8ul Esports, Cole and the Curse are the only two member which are still surviving. And there we go. Goal is going to take the Mamoswine for Tensai, if I'm not wrong. And if we talk about cars, the Elder Gods gets in the favor. Sadao on the other corner might actually go for another beautiful supporter, or the all-rounder might actually come in. So let's see what the approach is going to go on. Nobody's choosing the speedsters. That is something which is messing me around, because in the second match, to be precise, against God's Reign, Team TrueRippers Esports also tried to not use the speedster, and eventually God's Reign was able to use that speedster in their
Yeah.
advantage. So definitely having a speedster will always give you
As
an
you
advantage,
said.
until and unless you know when to use it, how to play it, how to play with it, because it is a very squishy one.
Well, yes, exactly. And again, it is going to be a Lucario coming in from the side, and that's how we land in the final preparation phase. Now, as we said, Tensei going in with the Mamoswine, Curse going this time on the Mew. And 3, 2, 1. The final preparation phase is over, and now it's time that we would be witnessing the game in no time. The game number 2, where S8ul actually needs to land around that 2-0 mark, but then again, pick up the pace from that. After that, no mistakes from the side of S8ul would be required from that position. And then again, when you actually discuss about the team of Enigma Gaming, they're actually looking strong with the nine tails right now. Oh, okay, for the team of Enigma Gaming coming in, yes, again, some or the other picks would actually land around right. But Raider, right now, if I
Mhm.
want to discuss that a Lucario has come up from the side of Lucifer, a great choice though.
Lucifer absolutely loves to play with the Lucario, and eventually in the previous battles from Enigma Gaming, we have seen him quite often exploiting this particular Pokemon, using it in the peakest potential that might actually come in. So definitely looking forward to see that how the situation is going to go on. Eventually, the second round is what I'm waiting, and eventually we have to look out for that second round, to be precise, that how the impact is going to be there. And there we go, the second round gets started. I believe S8ul on the other corner is actually going to sit on the purple corner, as we talked about it earlier, and Enigma on the orange corner. Enigma tries to go for the farming. The particular Pokemon such as Fangry level was to farm around and eventually get as many as AS energy that is possible, because that's the main meta at this moment. Evolving at the first, evolving with that lead will always give you the upper hand. But look at that. Either goes in front of the set of plus 8 points. As it will on the other corner is going for the 13. Meanwhile, Enigma decides to go for their own 9 points.
Well, yes, exactly. With that, the scoreline keeps on moving. On the top lane, right now, it's going to be S8ul, quite dominant. Already the chaos coming in. The Sweenup gets a knockout, and that's how once again return back to the base. Again, the Pillar Swine, Pillar Swine position is actually needed, and the Pillar Swine evolution is actually required for the side of Team S8ul as early as possible. Within the next 2 minutes, we are also going to see that the Reggies are also going to arrive, Raider. And with that, there you go. The storms are coming in from both the sides. It's actually some great tackles also landing around. But then Super needs to get back, needs to get those berries out and get the healing, get the HP for it.
Definitely at this point, I guess the situation for Team Enigma Gaming is looking a bit more critical. Look at the attacks coming up. Look at the decimation that is getting followed up. As it will with only 34 points in the favor. Meanwhile, if we talk about Enigma, they've got the 30, which is good enough. But let's see how far the situation goes on, how this kind of, let's say, approach is going to get snuck around if we talk about S8ul. In this round, they're not letting Team Enigma to establish their dominance. That was actually getting established in the previous one. But yes, of course, they're still getting struggled quite a bit. So that Kuldeep is about to go down, that's for sure. I believe if he's able to fall down, that will be absolutely amazing. And yeah, the chaos is falling. He gets him out of the equation. Meanwhile, S8ul with 39 points to be precise. Meanwhile, if we talk about Pokemon like Sadao, guys like Sadao to be precise, they are also trying to be a little bit more sneaky and decisive over the back. Lucifer goes on with the Lucario, tries to dish out the damage. He has got the 17 Chaos Energy in his favor. Mime also gets taken down by the Azumra, which is good enough.
Oh, well, with that, we see that S8ul actually looks here in a great state, Raider. Again, when you talk about how it is going to be a great choice picking up on that Sizer, because again, Sizer adds a lot of mobility to the team. Being the all-rounder, it is the team's choice actually, be staying on the Sizer or actually going towards the Sizer at a choice. But then, when you talk about, when Sizer was in that ability, I for a reason thought, where is the Cinderace coming from? But then it was actually the Sizer already, right? And, now more 5 seconds left. The Reggies are going to come out here, and then once again we are going to see the bottom lane Reggie is the first focus for the team. It's always right now, Raider, from the past 2 days that I'm witnessing that it's not a half formed around the top lane or the bottom lane. First of all, the bottom lane Reggie, that is either the Reggie Ice or the Reggie Rock or the Reggie Steel. On lane is going to be only one Pokemon each from the opponent teams or any other team. And then you see Team S8ul coming up on 69 points. It's Reggie Rock right now, and they need to get it as soon as possible.
But look at that, Snowly is getting touched down. If I talk about the advantages, yes, of course, Enigma Gaming is getting their advantages. But meanwhile, S8ul, they're trying to dish out as much as is possible, but they are also getting diminished. They're getting countered quite a bit. The Pokemons are a little bit more on the squishy side at this point, but let's see how far this approach goes on. Sora and the other guys are trying to focus on the Reggie Rock. Meanwhile, if we talk about the top lane, they've got the Cypher and the Sizer and the Lucario. But Lucario goes in for the goals. Is it going to be a possibility? Let's see, looking forward to it. But at this point, if we talk about the bottom lane, the chaos is here. The clashes between these three giants are absolutely amazing. Look at that. He was trying his level best to put on the shield, but at this moment, Enigma Gaming are failing to utilize their Snorlax at the peak potential.
Oh, definitely they would be right now in a bad situation out here. With that, Enigma Gaming, just one single goal, the air synergy added, and look at that, the Lucario right now making the difference. If S8ul right now in a really bad state. On the other end, in the bottom lane, yes, the Reggie Rock being focused by the team, but then S8ul would also be adding the points. Yes, the Reggie Rock goes in the favor of Team Enigma Gaming, but then on the other side, can S8ul actually defend their base? They would be adding some more points. Lucario once again being able to add 15 points for the team, but then the scoreline goes on, and the Gardevoir is sent back to the base. Yes, with the Gardevoir actually causing a lot of destruction, and that attack ability for the team went in the position where it is not available for the other team. Talk about Team S8ul right now, it is going to be 138 points. Whereas on the bottom lane, the action still goes strong. Look at that once again. We see on the top lane that the Sizer is actually available near the goalpost.
And indeed, at this point, if we're talking about Team S8ul, they've got 143 points in the corner. Enigma is having 88. Look at that, another set of clash, another set of amazing domination coming from Team S8ul. They're just trying to get as many kills as possible. Gardevoir, it's not looking that great for Gardevoir at this point. And if we talk about the Mamoswine, he hides in the tall tree grasses. He's waiting for the right moment in the top lane. And look at that. Regie League is something which is going to get considered. The fact of this particular fight is that the clash is surreal, but S8ul still having the advantage in the favor is absolutely amazing. Look at that, if we talk about the Mammoth, he might come in quite sneakily and eventually get the grasp of this particular fight, but look at that, defender versus defender, the approach is looking quite amazing, but let's see how far this situation goes on. Reggie Leaky gets countered by the Lucifer Lucario to be precise, and look at that, the goals are getting dunked on meanwhile by S8ul, but on the other corner, Tensai, he has to approach, he has to go for the goal dunking down situation, but let's see how far this approach is going to go, and Enigma meanwhile destroys the top lane goal zone, and the same goes for S8ul because they were able to destroy the bottom lane goal zone, which is good enough, but now I guess situation is still not favorable for any single team. 3 minutes and 30 seconds more to go, and after that we'll get a clear answer that what happens. Is it going to be S8ul reigning on top in this particular matchup, getting the 2-0s in the favor, or is it going to be Enigma Gaming giving a beautiful comeback? That's what we need.
Well, then as a defense for the side of Mamoswine, yes, right now the mid lane needs to be guarded at this moment. Whereas the Sizer actually going in, the Gardevoir is there to stop, but then won't be stopped out here. He would be stopped by the that very position, and there you go. The Venusaur actually takes down the Azumarill, goes back to the base, but the Sizer was able to do the damage. On the top end, top lane goalpost also getting destroyed. The 2 goalposts available to S8ul have already been destroyed, and now look at those wonders. Once again, Eltigos right now coming back for the team and actually taking down the Snorlax. We have seen in the past that Eltigos has always been able to, take down and dish out a maximum amount of damage on a Snorlax, and the Snorlax, even with the high amount of endurance, couldn't stand strong against an LT Ghost. Look at that, the Azumarill adding that Reggie Steel to the team, more power and some good shields added out here.
At this moment, everything is done by Team S8ul Esports. They're just trying to conquer the fights, conquer the fields. They are pretty much decisive over the factor. 2 minutes and 20 seconds more to go. Then we'll get the clear winner. But at this point, 16 more seconds to go. And then we'll get to see the Rayquaza, the legendary guy, Tensei on the other corner. On the top lane is trying to actually be a little bit more sneaky. The Ice Pick shields are coming up. He tried his level best to just learn that way the Pokemon might be deciding. But eventually that was not the possibility. Tensei is repassed. He's at his peak potential. But look at that. The Unites are getting moved in. They are just trying to create the impact. but eventually that impact will it get registered? That's what is going to matter a lot. Look at that, the crash is there. 1 minute and 50 seconds more to go, and eventually it is Enigma Gaming who has the pressure right now, and the situation is not looking that good for Enigma because they are unable to even approach the mid lane pitch.
Oh yeah, definitely talking about the whole situation out here. Look at Team S8ul. Yes, they have the 231 points available for them, but then everything matters on the Rayquaza. The Rayquaza also needs to be guarded off by S8ul. Or if Enigma Gaming is going to get it, the score lines would be equalized, and then they won't be able to make a huge lead out of it. Yes, they would be getting that Venusaur out of the position. Getting that Gardevoir means that they would be able to take on that Rayquaza. And look at that. 4 Pokemon. Another Pokemon goes down. Now they have a full chance. It's just a Snorlax. Not even available with a Unite move. It's S8ul actually wanting to take down the Rayquaza. Snorlax is not present here, while the other Pokemons are already in the spawn. The Rayquaza comes into the hands of Team S8ul. It's a victory in the second game.
Indeed, a beautiful one. A pretty decisive factor coming from Team S8ul. Indeed, if I talk about the KOs coming up, I believe the KOs are getting followed. Eldegoss only in the corner has to do another set of goals. So look at that. The goals are getting dunked down. 625 is the score that S8ul is residing on. We have got 30 seconds more to go. Do whatever you want to go with, but I don't think so it's going to be a possible task for team known as Enigma Gaming to even build till the, I believe, 300 or 500 point of marker. Because Lucario tries to go a little bit more sneakily, tries to go for doing the goal, but eventually look at that, he has to fall back because we have got the tanker, the Mamoswine in that particular arena, and it won't be a helpful task for him. But look at that, finally the Unites are something which can be used, but eventually the advantage is not there. 10 more seconds to go, and with this, S8ul will wrap up with the 2-0.
Oh yeah, with that, S8ul actually taking down the lead from the very start. Look at the smiles on the faces. Yes, they have got 2 games back to back. But again, only getting 1 Reggie out there. Definitely, S8ul worked a lot on how the game pace would actually come into their hands. Yes, they have got 2 games once again straight into their hands and a good lead maintained against Enigma Gaming. In the first game, they actually had a comeback because of the Rayquaza. This time, they didn't even need the Rayquaza to get that win. But then, they had to be in a safe spot because the Rayquaza would have created a huge impact out there. Look at that score line, 625. Yes, definitely some more points added by Might because of the Rayquaza. But then, it is Tensai with the Mamoswine. 2 games back to back. Raider, we discussed in the game number 1 with Lucifer that can it be Tensai getting 3 games back to back as an MVP, and then the whole streak of Revenant Esports came in and we weren't able to do so.
Well, let's not give that kind of perspective for Team S8ul at this moment because S8ul, they're looking sharp. Eventually,
Wow.
yeah, we know that in front of Revenant, they are also looking sharp in the previous 2 rounds, but eventually Revenant turned that match quite a bit. And if we talk about Enigma at this point, they're not as strong as their statistics are actually telling us in front of Revenant Esports. They were not as strong as that particular team, but eventually, yes, they are strong enough to have a 3-0 in front of Kemin Esports. So
Yeah.
definitely, they have their own kind of, let's say, blessing in disguise type of performance. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Reggie leaking was once stolen by Enigma Gaming. They had the
Ooh.
advantage, they had the decimation in their
Oh,
favor,
yeah.
but eventually they were unable to counter the fact that S8ul are still leading and they were still reigning on top of them. 231 points
Yeah.
was there when the Rayquaza came in, and after that 9 minute marker when it was able to hit on. I guess after that in just 9 minutes or let's say 5 or 6 seconds or 10 seconds or 15 seconds, Team Enigma Gaming was able to lose Team S8ul. A lot of KOs get followed up. S8ul was able to get the KOs done and dusted, but Curse with the highest amount of damage for Team S8ul did a beautiful job to be precise. But when it comes to recovery, look at that recovery because he was getting squished quite a bit. Only 484 is going to be the points for recovery for the guy known as Cursed.
Well, yes, exactly. When you talk about Team S8ul out here, it is Enigma Gaming and S8ul we talk about, right? Look at Sora adding 60,000 of recovery into his half, and then Kuldeep actually recovering a lot of HP out there. Yes, it is going to be the end of game number 2. But then again, as we talk about that, S8ul need to actually just embark their victory in the game number 3. Now, going to the player of the game, yes, it is once again going to be the man himself, Mamoswine, or we talk about that. S8ul, Tensai, 150 goals, 1 knockouts, 4 assists, 52,000 plus of damage, and 6,000 plus HP recovered by this player. Adding a lot to the team. Yes, getting that Mamoswine was the perfect choice once again for the team that he has got, Team S8ul. A great performance, a great show has been set up, and now all they need to do is actually, get the game 3 and be booked with it. But then, this is a do or die situation. Enigma Gaming won't leave it out again because, Raider, we know how much dominant they were against Kemen Esports. And we have seen Kemen Esports, performing against all of these teams. So it was a team that qualified into the top 8. Yes, we for sure have said a goodbye to Kemen Esports and FSC Sports, but they performed brilliantly out here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. For now, all we need to say about this very game, where it all depends on just one game. It's either S8ul taking this and pushing out Enigma Gaming out of the Pokemon Unite India Open, or it's either S8ul going the South way.
Well, at this point, have to say that these top 8 teams being in the top 8 is not going to be an easy task for any team. From registering till the qualifiers, till the zonal finals,
Correct.
then playoff stage 1, and after that, you are in the double eliminations phase, that is stage 2. Definitely, the journey was quite hectic for quite a few teams. Gaming Esports and FS tried the level best, but they are done and dusted at this point. We are left with 6 amazing teams, and at this point, 2 more teams are about to go down to the drain because if S8 loses, they are going to go down. If anyone loses, they will go down. And in another, I guess, low bracket round 2, we have got 2 more teams, like if I'm not wrong, that's TrueRipper, and we also have Marcos Gaming at this point. From
Correct.
these
Correct.
2 teams, I guess situations are not looking that good. But if I talk about this particular matchup, yes, as you said, Mridul, that it is a do or die situation for them, for both Enigma Gaming and S8ul at this point. But because S8ul, if they are able to lose this round, I guess they have got the buffer and they might be able to come back even stronger with the 3-1 in their favor. But then, if we
Yeah.
talk about Enigma, one loss, one mistake, one slip off, that's all. Goodbye to the Pokemon Unite India 2022.
Well, they lost it all in the very upper bracket round number one, but then the performance has been really great in the round number one. Of with how much difference they actually, have beaten up Kemen Sports. All the games right now we have seen up until now, except God's Reign, or a game that we just saw that was a 3-0 for the side. Once again for God's Reign, we have seen it is only team God's Reign who have actually been able to, grab up that 3-0 in the upper bracket. No other team. Yes, they have lost 1 or 2 games against their opponent. So teams are really strong. The competition has gone strong out there, where you won't be able to get those clean sweeps coming back to back for your team. You definitely need to fight hard and really, in a great spirit with it. But right now, we are going to land in the very game number 3. The ban phase is now live, where we'll see some bans coming in. Once again, it might be a Dodrio ban for Team Enigma Gaming, and S8ul going for a Tyranitar ban. But then, if they have learned from the first 2 games, some different bans might come up.
At this point, the only thing that is going to be the main concern of this particular teams is going to be that how they're going to deliver the fight, how they're going to build up their kind of anticipation, and eventually maybe come back a little bit more stronger. So let's see how this approach is going to get established. At this point, if we talk about the bans, well, it's standard coming from S8ul, but Mew gets banned from Enigma Gaming, which is interesting to see.
Well, accordingly, Lucifer, sorry for that. Well, accordingly, Raider, as we know, that a Dodrio, yes, they actually wanted to go for it. And S8ul not banning it, Enigma Gaming needs to analyze the whole situation and actually go with the decisions. If you talk about Mew, yes, Mew adds a lot, but then it was Team Enigma Gaming actually choosing out on Mew. It is going to be Kuldeep choosing down the Snorlax. Once again, a great defender that helps a lot for the team. It is going to be Fura locking in that
Uh-huh.
Mamoswine, but then who is going to take the responsibility of the Mamoswine? Yes, they have picked it, and 2 defenders out here on the grounds from Enigma Gaming.
Already trying to start off quite well. Let's see how far this approach is going to get established for Team Enigma Gaming. If we talk about this pizzas approach, well, the Dodrio is here, but only if the advantage is going to get utilized, then only I believe that Dodrio advantage is going to be a little bit more mesmerizing for the team. Although it seems a little bit more tricky for them, that the situations might not be that amazing. Meanwhile, having the Machamp is something I'm actually scared about. Lucifer should go for the Lucario. He looks quite good in that particular avatar, but finally he goes in for the Machamp. And on the other corner, the Sylveon also gets followed. If we talk about Dodrio having Sora, things can be critical for him. Meanwhile, if we talk about S8ul, double all-rounder, one attacker, one supporter, and one defender is going to be there. No speedsters at this point. But then again, if we talk about Anima Gaming, they are trying to compensate the particular speedster with the double defender approach.
Oh, well, well, well. With that, we see that it is right now going very good for the side of team, both the teams actually having their picks and getting all the responsibilities out there. Raider, now
Mhm.
that we see that they're all backed up and ready with the picks that they have had up until now, all they need to focus on is the game landing straightforward in front of them. Right now it's all about game 3, where Enigma Gaming getting that game would actually mean that they still have some breaths remaining for them, or
Yep.
either it's going to be S8ul just finishing the job and moving forward. But then again, the pressure would land around S8ul if they are going to lose this one. Again, a momentum has been formed. How wonderfully they have performed in the first 2 games. It looks good, and it looks sky high for S8ul. Again, all my best wishes to both of the teams. Again, it is the lower bracket you talk about. At every step you take, there's a death, there's an elimination waiting for you.
One small mistake, one small slip off to be precise, is really going to get you out of the equation. And then again, I believe losing is not going to be that bad, because then again you will get to see and you will get to know that what you did wrong and come back a little more
Correct.
stronger. As a caster, we often say that either you win it or you learn from it. So learning is going to be the case for teams like FS Esports and Kimin and the other teams from the rest of play of Series 1, which have been disqualified at this moment, which have been out of the equation to be precise. But then again, the only thing which matters at this point for these teams, the top 6 which are left in the lobby, to be in the top 4, to be the champion. Apart from getting the Champions League slot, I believe one more thing which is going to be quite crucial is having that major chunk of the prize pool, the massive prize pool, which is of 22 lakhs 50,000, which is not a small one to be precise, but every team is trying to eye for that. Let's see which is the one who is going to bag it out.
Well, yes, exactly. A lot is at stake. The bragging rights of being in the top 8, they have already achieved it. When they came into the stage 2, but then being in the top 4 and actually qualifying for the Asia Championship, for the Asia Champions League that you talk about, Raider. Oh, Pokemon Unite is going to be the game where they're going to represent Team India out there again. To represent your own country, it holds a great responsibility. And out here, they're just proving themselves to the very ends. And the esports growing in the Pokemon Unite. I am just loving it. Going on with it, it is the national playoff stage number 2 of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The game number 3 of the match 3 coming right around here. It is the lower brackets we talk about. The team, losing this one. If it is going to be Enigma Gaming out here, they might just be exiting from the tournament. But then a lot at stake. We are now going to begin with it.
Oh man, at this point, having the points in the favor, having the kind of, let's say, decimation is going to be quite amazing. Let's see what S8ul is going to go on and wrap up with. Well, look at that. Snorlax gets taken down that early. Well, this is something I guess we were missing quite a bit. This is absolutely an amazing approach coming from the team. But let's see how far the situation goes on, because Enigma, they've got the Machamp, they've got the Dodio as well. So definitely having that Pokemon can actually give them the advantage.
Oh well, going along with it, we see that Team S8ul right now is in a good state around here. Once again, they know which picks they have got for themselves. It's already a sizer coming in for the team, and then we need and require the Eldegoss as soon as possible. Raider, we know of how much importance an Eldegoss has to the team, and we have seen that S8ul also knows that. Once again, if we talk about the side of Gardevoir, well, not in the final stage. The earlier stage also matters a lot for any other team around it. And the Swin Up. Swin Up, if a Mama Swine, would add a lot, but here you go. S8ul once again adding and backing the points back to back. It's going good for them.
At this point, having the advantage is something everybody has to work on. Anima gaining 14 points for Zigona. S8ul with 31 points, looking quite good. Let's see how far the situation goes on. At this moment, only 8 villains are residing. Tensai comes up with a beautiful Pokemon, tries to actually be a little bit more decisive. We have got this Robo in this favor. But let's see how the advantage is going to get covered up, because if we talk about Enigma Gaming, their Pokemon are still at their primary stages. They've got the Swin Up in the faces, which is not good. But if we talk about Lucifer, tries to steal as many Aspawns as possible. Meanwhile, if we talk about Curse, look at the Eos energy, and both Goal is also having a lot of Eos energy in his favor. But let's see when they are going to dunk it down.
Oh yeah, definitely. We are going to see that whenever the dunks are going to actually happen, it is going to be a good lead coming in from the side of Enigma Gaming. The Dodrio actually adding a lot, and then a Machamp getting chosen. Well, of how much importance a Machamp has, we haven't seen it much in this tournament. Again, when you talk about right now, it is the Machoke stage, but then when the Machamp level arises, it is also going to create a huge amount of offense. That is, it holds a huge amount of attacking and defender abilities and actually provides the mobility that it has. Having that scoring ability and being an all-rounder, Machamp is going to add a lot for the team, but then the melee combat and the fighting move always lands right for the team. Enigma Gaming this time actually looking in for the comeback, but then Carnivore coming and landing straight on that Ferrozoin. Gets it back to the base. It's still a lead that Enigma Gaming has maintained.
A beautiful performance, a beautiful score that is done by Enigma Gaming at this moment. But over Team S8ul, they are struggling quite a bit, but let's see how far their approach is going to be. Meanwhile, if we talk about the slow who steals the Reggie steal, which is absolutely important to see how he was able to get that advantage in his favor. Meanwhile, if we talk about Enigma Gaming, they've got their points, they've got their pressure in their favor.
So with that, we see that Enigma Gaming right now are actually focusing on getting those Reggies, and they would be taking back that beautiful top lane Reggie out there. And with that, the Reggie going in the favor of Enigma Gaming. Once again, yes, they have come back. They were 10 points. They were in a lead of 10 points against Team Enigma Gaming, but then Enigma Gaming once again picking up the pace. Yes, it's S8ul right now struggling with that, considerate amount of farming that they're doing out here. And in the legendary pit, some of the wild Pokemons available, and Enigma Gaming would be conquering on them.
Well, at this moment, Enigma Gaming having the faithful fight in this favor. Enigma Gaming having 147 points. Team S8ul, they're just struggling at this moment. Let's see how this approach is going to get delivered. Enigma Gaming struggling, having the repatching fights in their favor. But then again, if we talk about Team S8ul, slowly but surely trying to move for the bottom lane goal zone in their favor. And then again, having the advantage is something I guess that is going to be a little bit more messy. Enigma Gaming, 147 points from the corner. Team S8ul just the 131. 2-0 is already done. Let's see how they are going to establish their kind of dominance and eventually showcase their talent in this particular matchup. If it's a 3-0, that can actually beneficial. That can be actually be quite a beneficial approach from the corner. It just doesn't seem like that at this moment. I guess it's going to be that easy because 5 minutes more to go, and in these 5 minutes, things can be quite critical. Enigma Gaming 147 points. Mamoswine, and I guess that evolution from Mamoswine to Mamoswine is going to be very needed for this team. Meanwhile, the Machamp goes in for another set of quite an amazing kills.
Well, yes, exactly. Would be adding a total of more 40 points for the team. But then S8ul just working it slow and actually focusing on how the farming needs to be done. Once again, it is a KO streak. Look at that Mamoswine just going all in and getting those KOs out. 4 Pokemons getting KO'd back to back, and it's Enigma Gaming right now in the lead. But then, when you actually talk about that Raider, we see that S8ul is trying so hard. The goalpost getting destroyed. And at last, a KO comes in from Azumarill. Once again, as we talk about the Sylveon, adding a lot of growls for the team. And then, with the growls, getting a lot of damage. Sylveon has worked hard. And there goes the Gardevoir. With that, 3 Pokemon assisting that knockout. The Mamoswine goes down.
Oh man, at this moment, Enigma Gaming, they are having the pressure, they're having the momentum of their time. If we talk about itself, they're just trying to build up the aggression, they're just trying their level best to get as many as points as possible. Meanwhile, Enigma, they are struggling, they have got the 213 in their favor, but S8ul, Reggie is something they have to work on. Let's see how far this situation is going to get carried away. Is it going to be an easy task? That's what we have to actually work in. They are trying their level best to deliver the points, but meanwhile, S8ul struggling quite a bit. Ichi Sadao, the Dodrio is working at his peak.
Oh well, definitely it is going to work at its peak, where we see now S8ul actually adding those points. 29 by Azumarill. We saw some 13 points getting added, and now a 16 added by that Eldegoss. Look at that. Once again, it's Enigma Gaming right now pushing in from the very mid lane. But then as we talk about that, some more attack moves coming in from the Gardevoir. Once again, the attackers coming in out here. And S8ul needs to be back into that pace. Once again, it is looking bad for Ghoul out here. Again, losing out a lot. We'll once again go back to the POV of Ghoul, where we see that Azumarill, yes, the farming needs to be getting, be done before the Lord Rayquaza arises. It is still for 1 minute timer remaining for the Lord Rayquaza to arise. And then when you talk about the difference, it is going to be, a 19-point difference starting out for the side of Enigma Gaming. Once again, yes, they have maintained it, but on the bottom lane, S8ul is just bumping and, bashing them, sending them back to the base. But Snorlax, no, what have you done? We have the endurance, but then you need to go back to the base. That was a wrong move performed by Enigma Gaming.
194 points. S8ul looking quite strong at this moment, but Enigma, they still have got the lead in the favor. They've got the 19-pointer lead in the favor, but they are trying to incline quite a bit. S8ul, they are pretty much decisive over the fact that they're going to work their way to the Rayquaza, and if they are able to get the Rayquaza in the favor, the deal is going to be done. And if S8ul is unable to jump in, if they are unable to win this particular matchup, I guess things is going to be quite more difficult for Team S8ul, because the next upcoming round is going to build a momentum for Team Enigma Gaming, because at this point the momentum is in the favor of S8ul. But when it comes to Enigma Gaming, if they're able to win this one, things might change drastically in the next upcoming 2 rounds, because then might be a possibility where Rayquaza is going to get every time countered by a team known as S8ul. Oh, sorry, Team Enigma Gaming to be precise, because S8ul, they are having their fair share of the Rayquaza, but then now it is the time, it is the high tide at this moment that Rayquaza gets stolen by Team Enigma Gaming. Look at that, Enigma goes in for another beautiful set of points. Look at that, that Rodeo is working its peak.
Oh, the Rayquaza S8ul!
Oh, S8ul once again gets around in the favor. This is absolutely amazing. S8ul is going to get the advantage. Gardevoir from the bottom corner goes in, and that was another set of Pokemon. I believe the Isomeral also goes in from the set of beautiful gold, sun and dusted. There is nobody who's going to stop them at this point. The shields are there, but the shields are also not going to work for the eternity. And look at that. Now the game goals are going to get done. And with this, for sure, we can conclude that in another set of, let's say, beautiful round, 3-0 could be followed up. But if Team S8ul gets KO'd back and forth, things can be critical. And look at that. Now the goal zone is at a question. And if that goal zone gets countered, things will not be that easy for Team S8ul to find up, because they are struggling at this moment. They're struggling momentarily. There is not a huge lead. There's a lead of, let's say, 170 points, and that's it.
Oh no, S8ul, well, they still have the Rayquaza shields available with them. That is definitely a great moment out here. And then the farming getting done. They need to be back with the unite moves, where 2 of the Pokemons are still not available. It's the bottom lane that needs to be secured. 36 point added. For at least 30 seconds, these need to be stopped, or either on the base, they would be in a difficult situation. Enigma Gaming, but then at last, Sizer does the job. He reaches to the base, adding those 86 points. He would be getting the job confirmed, but then here comes a KO streak by that Azumarill once again. Yes, Enigma Gaming were actually, able to reach out the base, but they didn't see the Sizer going. There is an S8ul have got it in a 3-0. The last 10 seconds, they have done it. At last, they would be really happy. The Eldigos goes in, and that is how Mamoswine would be stopping it. Not a goal, but what a great position. They were at their breath till the last second. If Sizer wouldn't have, marked the 86 pointer, it would be a really close victory, but still a victory for Team S8ul. Done and dusted in 3 games.
Oh man, S8ul, a beautiful performance indeed coming from the corner. The thing that we needed, the aggression that we required, everything is delivered at this moment. Meanwhile, if we talk about the victorious one, S8ul's Ghoul is the one who is actually able to do the heavy lifting for the team. Having the Azumarill in his favor was absolutely amazing. Tensai on the other corner also did a lot of job. Eventually, having the Mamoswine could have actually helped them quite a bit, but I guess Kuldeep was able to seal it out, and Sora on the other corner also backed out the particular Pokemon known as Snorlax. I believe Team Enigma tried their level best to play mind games with them. That now we are going to take our 2 favorite Pokemons. Tensai, the MVP, the Pokemons he loved to use were taken away from his corner. But after that, what Tensai did, he was able to bounce back with the Slowbro, and look at that, he did a significant impact. He had the assist, he had the kind of, let's say, goal done and dusted. And if we talk about the merit points, that's 77, which is pretty close to goal.
Well, yes, talking about 4 Pokemons out here, I am going to discuss about how Sador wonderfully performed with that Dodio. And then again, on the other side, we see, other than Tensai, we see Goal getting that MVP, actually performing great with that Azumarill. On the other side, we saw Eldigos was not able to actually secure more on the goal post, but then he got the Lord Rayquaza when in the end it was so close. Both of the teams actually fighting it with the Rayquaza. The Rayquaza was the game changer. Team Enigma Gaming were at a slight lead, but they were at a lead. Their grass still grew even after they didn't get the Rayquaza. So again, mind you, if Enigma Gaming would have got that Rayquaza, it would have changed for S8ul. This time, they didn't commit the mistake what they had done in the game number 1. At last, they're still qualifying in the lower brackets, but then once again, there is a team going to be standing strong. The game which is going to be offline, and we would see who would actually face S8ul in the lower brackets round number
Mhm.
3.
Well, definitely, I guess we have to check out that what happens between TrueRippers and Marcos Gaming, because that are the two teams which are left in the low bracket round two. Looking forward to it, what happens, and eventually which team is going to face off Team S8ul, and if it is going to be TrueRippers, again the fate is going to repeat himself. And apart from that, if it is going to be Team Marcos Gaming, one hell of a competition will be there for Team S8ul. So obviously, reaching out till the grand finals is going to be a one
Oh,
tough
yeah.
competition for Team S8ul. But then again,
Yeah.
Enigma Gaming, a beautiful job done and dusted indeed, but they have to evolve a bit more. They
Oh,
have to build their
yes.
Pokemons, they have to build more strategies, and then they might be able to become the stronger one. At this point, the play of the game is going to be Esituel's Ghoul. Izumaril was the Pokemon that he used. 143 goals, 4 knockouts, 6 assists, 55,039 is going to be the damage. Meanwhile, recovery is going to be 25,781.
Oh, yes, definitely. Talking about the recovery out here, Goal has added a lot to the team. 143 goals and 6 assists. Azumre, we saw, as Goal, we saw the amount of performance he did with the Azumrel out there. Yes, the defense was also strong. Azumrel was able to take out a lot of damage. We saw how Azumrel and even the Eltigos out there, took a lot of damage from the ends of the teams. And then we talk about the mobility. Azumarill gets a lot of mobility and was able to secure the goals for the side of Team S8ul. In the end, when we get over with it, we see that S8ul finally has conquered these games. But then, Raider, it has not
Mhm.
finished for the lower brackets. We see in the upper brackets, we already have two teams right now waiting for these teams to actually get to the grand finals. But then on the other side, in the lower bracket finals, it would be the losers from the upper bracket, that is going to be the loser team of the upper bracket finals, actually coming in and playing the lower bracket finals.
Well, definitely at this point, I guess the only thing that we have to witness is going to be the clashes in the next
Yeah.
upcoming stages. Let's see how far this approach is going to go. And definitely, we witnessed quite a bit of things. Quite a ruckus was there. But the conclusion is, as it will move on, and eventually it's Enigma who are going to go down to the drain. Maybe come back a little bit more stronger in the upcoming stages. But at this point, yes, it is S8ul, which is going to be a little bit more on the breathing side. And if we talk about the team known as Enigma Gaming, let's see how far they can go in the next upcoming events.
Oh, yes, definitely. Enigma Gaming, a huge kudos to them, how wonderfully they have come up till the very stage 2, and even in the lower brackets, how they performed against Kemen Esports. But then, right now, in the end, losing around them and actually having a loss out here, Raider. At last, we see that it is going to be a very difficult situation out here, Raider. At last, we see that Enigma Gaming needs to move out, needs to, just come back with a lot of power in the next of the tournaments. But, great work, Enigma Gaming. A huge claps for you.
Indeed, Enigma Gaming, FS Esports, every single team, they try their level best, but eventually the result is done and dusted. Now, moving forward, let's talk about the brackets so that we can discuss a bit more. For brackets finals, in that particular situation, we are going to get God's Reign and Revenant Esports. On the lower bracket round 3, we'll get S8ul. And if we talk about another team facing off S8ul, will get confirmed when the low bracket round 2 match happens between TrueRippers and Marcos Gaming. Then we'll get to see a
Uh-huh.
team trying to face it off. And then out of S8ul and Team Marcos Gaming or TrueRippers, whichever is going to face off Team S8ul, the winner is going to be in the low bracket final, and the one which is going to lose in the upper bracket finals is going to face off that team in the lower bracket finals. And then eventually we'll get to see two teams, one from upper bracket finals and one from lower bracket finals, facing it off in the grand finals. And that grand final is going to be the grandest of this year.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, and that too being on LAN. OMG, that is going to be, a great thing that we are going to see in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Once again, what the teams are fighting for in this tournament is a prize pool of 22.5 lakhs. That's a huge prize pool we talk about. The winners of this tournament, once again, the winners of the grand finals will be bagging home 11 lakh 25,000 for them, and then for the second place they would be bagging home 5 lakh 25,000. For the third place it would be 3 lakh rupees. For the fourth place 1 lakh 50,000, and then for the fifth and sixth place it is going to be 50,000 rupees each. For the seventh and eighth it is going to be 25,000, ending this prize pool on a great note, Raider.
Mhm.
Oh, today was a day that was, that was brilliant and, marvelous, amazing. Anything I talk about, the words are going to end for me. How S8ul actually, just got the three games back to back. after a loss. After a loss, it's really difficult to pick up that mental pace, the physical strength, and even that psychological strength to actually perform in the field of esports. But then S8ul had that and performed amazingly in front of Enigma Gaming.
A beautiful job done and dusted at this point. Let's see what happens to S8ul Esports. Which team is going to be the one which is going to face off them in the lower bracket round 3? That is going to be the main question. And out of that,
Correct.
which team is going to bag out their victory and go for the lower bracket finals? Because that will be the key point to watch out for. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
if we talk about the upper bracket, in that upper bracket finals, Godstein will face off the team known as Revenant Esports, and once again, the history will get repeated. We'll get to see what happens eventually, just like that in the national playoff stage on what we witnessed between Revenant Esports and Godstein. It was a battle, it was an intense battle. Both of the teams were in the same group, and eventually Revenant came a little bit more taller in that particular group. But now the divisions are once again going to lead them in a tussle. They both are going to face each other, and it was bound to happen, to be precise.
Yeah.
Now, or somewhat earlier to be precise, things would have been actually wrapped up like that. Revenant Esports will have to face Goldstein, and Goldstein has to face that particular team. But eventually, we have to learn that which is the team moving to the grand finals, and which is the team which is going to face off S8ul and maybe make their way to the lower bracket finals as well.
Yeah, well, then again, where it was a battle of God's Reign and TrueRippers Raider, we
Mhm.
saw, with that, it was a one versus one, one at a topper of Group A and one was a topper of Group B. Both were the toppers, and actually, with that battle, TrueRippers went down and actually now in the lower brackets. But when you actually talk about that, Raider, we also need to think how much of importance TrueRippers has in their match, because again it is going to be a lower brackets match that we are going to talk about, and then in the lower brackets everything is going to be landing straight for them. But then for the day, it's an end that we are going to have. Raider, a great day out here, and with that we will be seeing you on the 24th. At last, we don't know, but then with the LAN event coming straight through for the Pokemon Unite India Open 22, at last it is a goodbye. Signing off with me is going to be Raider.